She was distracting you talking about
Good,
something.
yeah.
It's the
Uh,
second one that's hard, right? The first side it gets you by surprise. The second you're waiting, you know.
right.
It's 6 o'clock, so just let me know when we should get going.
And we are live, so you are welcome to start as you wish.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 17th, 2022, May 17th, 2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council. So we're going to start with a couple of announcements before we call roll and get started. So the first one, COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. Testing. For information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. And that Boulder site is at 2445 Stasio Drive. It's open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. Of course, this is very timely information because our numbers are up. We did move to medium level of transmission in the community in the last few days. We'll be getting an update later on in the meeting about exactly what that means. But number one is that we're all virtual again for our council meeting. So in order to prevent further spread of the virus. Okay, next announcement. Celebrating safely during graduation. With graduation parties to look forward to, the city would like to remind you all new grads, to celebrate safely and never drink and drive. Choose a safe way to get home instead of getting behind the wheel when intoxicated. So you can get an Uber or a Lyft, you can call a friend or a family member to pick you up, or take the bus. You can download the transit app for real-time info. We've got great transit here in Boulder. And by celebrating safely, you can help our community reach our Vision Zero goal of 0 deaths and 0 serious injuries on our streets, and have nothing but celebrations for your graduation. So congratulations to the class of 2022, and thank you for celebrating safely.
Got to get used to the mute button again. All right. Good evening, everyone. Councilmember Benjamin,
Present.
Mayor Brockett,
Present?
Councilmember Folkerts,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Here.
Councilmember Joseph, I didn't. Okay, great. No worries. Just wanted to make sure. I knew you were here. All right. Councilmember Spear,
Present.
Wallach,
Here.
Weiner,
Present.
and Yates.
Here from home.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thank you, Alicia. So if we can start, I'm hoping for a motion to amend the agenda. We need to make a few changes. One is to add item 1B, an update on the City of Buffalo and words of support, and item 6B, the medium COVID risk impacts and steps the city is taking, and also to remove item 6A, the update of the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Arts, Community Culture, and Safety Tax matching grant agreement, and rescheduling that to next week.
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. We do a show of hands. All right, looks like we got all in favor. That's unanimous. So the agenda is duly amended. All right, well, we're now going to move to a Gun Violence Awareness Day declaration to be presented by Councilmember Benjamin. So Matt, if you could do that for us, please.
My pleasure, Mayor. This declaration was scheduled before the tragic events in Buffalo. So it has added weight for those of us that are certainly reliving our tragedy here in the community. So it's an honor, but it's also with a heavy heart to read this declaration. Every day, more than 110 Americans are killed by gun violence. On average, there are more than 15,000 gun homicides every year, and Americans are 25 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. Colorado has an average of 850 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 14.5 deaths per 100,000 people. Colorado has the 22nd highest rate of gun deaths in the US. Gun homicides predominantly occur in cities, with more than half of all firearm-related deaths in the nation occurring in 127 cities. Cities across the nation, including in Boulder, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. Protecting public safety in the communities they serve is the highest responsibility of council. Support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous and violent histories. Council and law enforcement officers know their communities are the most familiar with the local criminal activity and how to address it, and are well positioned to understand how to keep their community members safe. The pandemic facing America has dramatically impacted communities and individuals sheltering in place, which may result in situations where access to firearms results in the increased risk in intimate partner gun violent deaths, suicide by gun, and unintentional shootings. In January 2013, Hadia Pendleton, a teenager who marched in the presidential inaugural parade, was tragically shot and killed just weeks later. She was shot and killed just weeks later. She would be now celebrating her 25th birthday. To help honor Hadia and the more than 110 Americans whose lives were cut short every day, and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated June 3rd, 2022, the first Friday in June, as the 8th National Gun Violence Awareness Day. The idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is the color that symbolizes the value of human life. Anyone can join the campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 3rd, the first Friday of June in 2022, to help raise awareness about gun violence. By wearing orange, we can raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. Following the King Soopers Table Mesa mass shooting on March 22nd, 2021 in the city of Boulder, we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence now more than ever and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our community safe. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare June 3rd, 2022 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day and encourage all community members to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives.
Thank you so much for that, Matt. That's very important. And do we have anyone to receive this declaration?
Good evening, Council. This is Taylor. Yes, I believe Nicole from Moms Demand Action is here to give some remarks. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, thank you for the introduction, Taylor. Thank you, council members and Mayor Brockett, for once again recognizing National Gun Violence Awareness Day here in the city of Boulder. As the local group lead of Moms Demand Action, we appreciate you honoring the victims, their families, and the communities who are affected by gun violence. I want to thank you all for bringing awareness to the scourge of gun violence at the nation. A report came out recently saying that firearms overtook auto accidents as the leading cause of death of children, but this is something that we've been raising the alarm about for years. And while we have created numerous regulations around car safety features and laws designed to protect children from death in auto accident, we have done little to change the statistics around childhood death by firearm. This declaration is a recognition of the problems and risks of being in a society that has access to deadly weapons. And for all of the debate around our right to bear arms, these are the statistics that being aware really highlights. 45,222 people in America died by firearm incident in 2020. Over 4,300 of those deaths were children. An estimated 22 million guns were sold in America in 2020 alone. This is a purchase increase of 40%. There are an estimated 400 million guns in the hands of civilians in America, but polls show only about 32% of Americans report personally owning a firearm. Nationally, 6 out of every 10 gun deaths are suicides, with Colorado seeing a 75% of firearm deaths as suicide increase. In Colorado, the rate of gun suicide increased by 28%, and gun homicides increased 103% from 2011 to 2020, compared to a 12% increase and a 70% increase nationwide, respectively. These numbers should put us all into a place of discomfort. American author Jason Reynolds said, "Be not afraid of discomfort. If you can't put yourself in a situation where you are uncomfortable, then you will never grow, you will never change, and you'll never learn." Thank you, Boulder City Council, for acknowledging that each death by firearm is worth all of our collective acknowledgement.
Thank you so much for that, Nicole. And we do so appreciate the partnership of Moms Demand Action in reducing gun violence in our communities. Taylor, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, so much. And thank you, Nicole, for those really great words. I just did want to make council and the community aware that we have scheduled the band shell to be lit up in orange on June 3rd in support of this day.
Thank you, Taylor. And Rachel?
Thanks for noting that, Taylor. And I just want to say a personal thank you to Nicole. I think she is stepping down as chapter lead after a lot of years of doing really great work and sort of propelling our local chapter into a really state-of-the-art activism spot where we can do good work, and they lift us all up. Moms Demand Action and Nicole and others who were leadership were instrumental in bringing the community together after our mass shooting and organizing a vigil. So I'm just really grateful and wish Nicole well in her next endeavors.
Thanks for that. Okay, well, we're moving on to our next item about an update on events in Buffalo, New York. So I'll just say a few words here. This past weekend, our country experienced yet more devastation from gun violence, with mass shootings in a number of locations, including Laguna Woods, California, and Buffalo, New York. And the circumstances of the Buffalo shooting in particular hit very close to home, as we in Boulder know all too well the terror and the trauma of a mass shooting in our beloved neighborhood grocery store in King Soopers in Table Mesa. So I, along with other members of council and Nuria, our city manager, have reached out to city leadership in Buffalo, including Mayor Byron Brown, to express our condolences and support and solidarity for their loss. But we also know that the shooter in Buffalo specifically targeted the Black community there, and we unequivocally condemn the horrific hate crime. We know that our community may want to lend support to Buffalo at this time, and if and how we learn more about the opportunities to support that city, we will share it. We have let them know that we stand ready to offer whatever kind of support that we can. And we did get a request from the Buffalo mayor to light city buildings in orange in solidarity with their city. And so thank you, Taylor, for pointing out that we will be doing that, to light the bandshell in orange. And we're also aware that this past weekend's event may serve as a difficult reminder for many of us here in Boulder of the trauma that we experienced in our community a little bit over a year ago. So through our cross-agency Boulder Strong efforts, please know that we have reached out to the families of the March 22nd, 2021 victims and to King Soopers directly. And we also want to remind the community that the Boulder Strong Resource Center remains available to offer support however you might need it. And this support is provided at no cost. And this slide, I believe we're getting a slide up on the screen. There we go. This slide includes the current hours of operation and the address of that facility. And for more information, you can check the website as well. We are boulderstrong.com. So our hearts are with Buffalo and the other communities that have suffered from this continued senseless gun violence that's a scourge on our nation. And I will also say that in just a few weeks, on June 7th, we have ordinances that we are bringing forward to pass additional gun control regulations to stem some of this horrific gun violence that we experience in our country and in our community. So come back to us on June 7th for that public hearing and action that we will be taking action and not just speaking words on that day. That's what I had to say, but I'll open it up if anyone else wanted to offer any additional thoughts. And we will now move on to open comment, I believe. So Ryan or Brenda, will you go over our public participation guidelines?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Emily, for bringing those up. Sorry, I missed my camera there. Welcome, my name is Brenda Rittenauer. I am the Communication and Engagement Representative hosting public participation this evening. We like to begin open comment by reminding folks about our guidelines and sharing that we worked with community members to co-create this vision for productive and meaningful and inclusive civic conversations. We use this vision to support physical and emotional safety for community members and council, as well as promoting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision, you can go to the City of Boulder homepage, bouldercolorado.gov, and search Productive Atmospheres in the search bar. Next slide, please, Emily. Next slide, please, Emily. On the next slide, we have some examples that are pulled from our rules of decorum and the Boulder Revised Code, and other guidelines we use in the city, and these will be upheld during this evening's meetings. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability of this meeting to continue are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they're commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. I have seen all of your whole names, those who are registered tonight, so thank you so much for that. And currently only audio testimony is permitted online tonight. Thank you, Mary. You may continue.
Thanks so much, Brenda. All right, so 9 people signed up for open comment. Each person gets 2 minutes to speak to us. And our first 3 speakers are Mary Gorman, Patrick Murphy, and Ann Michelle Hill.
And Emily, it looks like, oh, sorry. Just looking for the timer. Go ahead.
I'm unmuting. Hello, my name is Mary Gorman. Having been a resident of Boulder and a city pool user for the past 34 years, I am very disappointed that Spruce Pool will not open this summer. I want to make sure the entire city council is fully aware of the long-term consequences of the aquatics department's closures and limited offerings of our public pools. I spoke with the director of Parks and Rec, Allison Rhodes. She said even pre-pandemic, they had severely reduced swim lessons and eliminated the kids' swim team. Now, as COVID is surging again, she is choosing not to open Spruce, a safer outdoor pool, and instead will deploy guards to north and east because it's too expensive to open another facility, even though there is money in the budget to open Spruce if they could find guards. Press releases stated the reason Spruce Pool will not open is because the aquatics department was not able to hire enough lifeguards, even though there is enough money in the budget. Well, there was 1 lifeguard training on May 5th during CU's finals week, and the other training is scheduled for mid-June with 15 people on a wait list. Also note the website says applicants must pay upfront $50 to $127 for a training. Suggestions: offer free lifeguard trainings more frequently, like every week in May before the summer season, and then keep offering them year-round. Pay guards more than $15 to $18 an hour. Target offers $20 to $28 for stocking shelves. Give hiring bonuses and bonuses plus benefits for all returning employees. It is the Park and Rec administrator's responsibility to develop new styles of recruiting and hiring that can fulfill the taxpayers' desires to have fully functional Parks and Rec programs, like with certified lifeguards and experienced pool maintenance workers. What will happen to the—
Mary, I'm afraid your time is up, but thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Patrick Murphy and Michelle Hill and Melissa Printmaker.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 52 years. The planet burns, floods, and dies while Boulder fiddles with climate change. I attended the once every 3-month meeting of the Boulder XL Advisory Panel. What they voted to approve was flawed and once again the product of old ideas from the Muni. Here's an example of one deeply flawed item that rejected the use of RECs based on the buzzwords authentically additive. Slide 2. The definition of authentically additive makes it seem that existing RECs are of no value and ignores the fact that any new project has non-additive RECs after the first REC is generated. We should be filling the gaps of our carbon footprint with RECs of any flavor now and into the future because RECs stimulate the renewables industry no matter where they come from. The advisory panel voted to approve this flawed goal without real critical review. Also note that the voting demonstrated only about 10 or 14 of the 17 panel members were attending. Despite Carolyn Elam's claims that they're all active, I'd like you to verify this and have some real accounting. Otherwise, the panel is not representing a cross-section of Boulder. The next ridiculous limitation the panel leaders have foisted on us is the restriction to only invest in actions that are in state. It's called a global climate crisis, and this limitation is ludicrous in its blindness. The equity lens is also smudged, as Boulder government spends money on electric vehicles and building electrification. This money could be leveraged to produce twice the benefit if used as incentives for the public. Boulder government seems to have champagne taste with a tap water budget and likes to tell most of its citizens that we're rich and you must be too. Well, most of us are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Anne Michelle Hill, Melissa Printmaker, and Gala Orba.
Good evening, Council. My name is Anne Michelle Hill. I've been a Boulder resident for 15 years, raising 2 kids and volunteering for Moms Demand Action. Just as I did in 2018, and in light of this weekend's events, I support banning assault weapons, large capacity magazines, and bump stocks, obviously. However, data gathered by the CDC show that more gun deaths occur not in mass shootings, but in suicide and domestic violence. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children in Colorado. According to a Daily Camera article, Boulder experienced close to 200 suicide attempts last year among 17 to 20-year-olds. An annual average of 26 gun suicide deaths occurred in Boulder County. Raising the age to purchase to 21 and requiring a waiting period as proposed can stop an impulsive and irreversible act. I strongly encourage those ordinances to be passed. Ordinance 8259, requiring signage stating the dangers of owning a firearm, could be an impactful proposal. However, I think it could be more effective with more useful information and strategically placed in more locations. The public needs education about the extreme risk protective order and safe storage requirement. The ERPO law could have actually prevented the King Super killing had his family been aware and acted on this law. His weapon could have been removed from his possession. Also, the safe storage requirement when children are in the home is extremely important for preventing accidental deaths and suicide amongst children. These laws could be stated on the proposed signs. The signs could be posted not only at gun dealers, but also at firing ranges, mental health facilities, and delivered to parents of the school district. Colorado's suicide and homicide rates are increasing at a pace much faster than the national average. We must make local changes, and we need it now. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Let's do this.
Thank you, Anne. Now we have Melissa Printmaker, Gala Orba, and Lynn Siegel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Melissa, and I have been a resident of the city of Boulder for 27 years. I am a gun violence survivor, which means that I have lost close loved ones, several, to death by gun. For me, this was from both murder and suicide. It took losing 2 beautiful friends in 2016 for me to get involved in gun violence prevention. And I am speaking to you, hoping that someday enough will be done so that others don't have to speak to you like this. I am tired. I am tired of talking about my friends that I lost in this context, and I want to see the madness end. I encourage you to pass the gun violence prevention ordinances that you've prepared. Regarding ghost guns, they are do-it-yourself homemade guns that are purchased without a background check or any other traceable documentation. Technology is moving faster than most realize or want to accept. Making a gun at home is not something we want to become a norm. Yet ghost gun recoveries are on the rise, with most being connected to criminal enterprises, gun trafficking rings, and far-right extremists. No more, please. Regarding open carry, no one should have to worry about a firearm when they go to a park or a playground. Allowing guns into spaces where children play, where people gather to vote or demonstrate, or other sensitive government buildings puts us all at risk. Wearing a gun in the open is flat out bullying, and research shows that the presence of a visible gun makes people aggressive. In an average year, more than 10,000 hate crimes in the US involve a firearm, more than 28 each day. Hope I don't have to draw the connection for you. This past weekend, another sick mass shooting occurred. an act of racist terrorism. This could happen anywhere. I'm sure people have said thank you for your courage. I'd like to reframe and say thank you, City Council, for doing your job. Thank you for not shying away from what could be twisted to say controversial and instead should be seen as simply taking care of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Next, we have Gala Orba, Lynn Siegel, and Kathleen Charles.
Hello, Council. My name is Gala, and I'm an actuarial scientist. I enjoy the math behind risk assessment, and I like to make decisions based off of analyzing data. I vet sources of data to make sure that they are an accurate representation of the population, they're not skewed for propaganda purposes, and I do that analysis before I use them. Moms Demand Action has accurate data. I do not represent them tonight, but I just wanted to let you know a little bit about my process. I'm also a teacher and feel like both students, teachers, and service workers should be safe at school. The data shows that 18 to 20-year-olds commit gun homicides at a rate that is 4 times higher than adults 21 and older. So this ordinance change will help keep firearms out of the hands of people more likely to misuse them. One study found that state laws raising the minimum legal age to purchase firearms to 21 years was associated with a 9% decline in rates of firearm suicides among 18 to 20-year-olds. I also agree that no one should have to worry about a firearm when they take their kids to a playground. Allowing guns into parks where children play and at crowded demonstrations or other sensitive government buildings puts all of us at risk. Hopefully we can add grocery stores and movie theaters and schools to this list in the future as well. I hope to see a decline in mass shootings through the years instead of an increase in frequency. And I can't help but wonder if banning automatic and semi-automatic weapons is the way to do that. Perhaps we can talk more in the future. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and thank you for helping our community.
Thank you, Gala. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Kathleen Charles, and Nicole Leah Broughton.
Interrupt me if the transmission is impaired instantly, please. First, I wanted to bring up Shireen, the assassination by the Israelis of a reporter in Jenin, where there was a massacre in 2002, and reporters and everybody else was shut out from seeing the massacre. And ironically, there was a great film, you should all see it, called Jenin, Jenin. And it's interesting because there are 2 Jenins, but there's not 3. The first Jenin was the massacre in 2002. The next one was the assassination of Shireen. That should never have happened. It's unconscionable. The buck stops here for Israel. Stop all support to Israel. Guns, none at all. There won't be people stockpiling because the rest of us will stop them. We are so done with firearms. It is so yesterday. We have evolved out of them entirely. No more discussion. Alyssa, I just realized this week, that's the guy that did the shooting at Boulder. I just realized he and his family moved in 2003 when he was 4 years old with 8 siblings and two family members from Araqah, which is east of Aleppo, Syria. And that was the same year we attacked Iraq. Not much surprise that he moved to come here and experienced Islamophobia and reacted to it. So it's a provocation. And he did it in a high-end community. This other guy, everyone has a mental level, but with stochastic terrorism, which is when someone rises above that because there's an angst in the whole world community, then mental cases rise to the occasion.
Lynn, your time is up, but thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Kathleen Charles, Nicole Leah Broughton, and Rachel Daly.
Hello, I'm Kathleen. Thank you for listening to me. I actually live in neighboring Jeffco, but I work in Boulder and have on and off for several years and just have unfortunately never been able to live inside city limits ever since I finished CU. But I would like to thank you all for considering these gun violence, gun safety ordinances. As Nicole mentioned earlier, gun violence is now the leading cause of death in children in this country, which is just shameful. And it's just been an issue that's been ignored for far too long, and people seem afraid to address it. And it's crucial to address. So I really appreciate that you're taking the time to do so. It's, I think, a sad sign in our country that it is controversial because there can be no harm when you're looking at violence prevention. Open carry restrictions are of interest to me. My children were raised in Australia for the last 8 years up until just before the pandemic started. So their first time seeing a gun in public was in Yellowstone last year, and it was terrifying. They know as children that there's only one thing a gun can do, and they don't understand why someone would need to carry it around out in the open. Waiting periods are also of interest. We've all seen far too often the effects of hate, desperation, anger when it's armed. And so a cooling off period, I think, can be helpful. And in our country, it seems that a bottom-up approach seems to be the best way. I wish this would just get taken care of nationally, but I think at the local level in our municipalities, we need to show the state and then just keep working up at what the people in our country really want. So again, thank you for the time to address you this evening.
Thank you, Kathleen. Our last two speakers are Nicole Leah Broughton and Rachel Daly.
Hello again. It's me, Nicole, and I am speaking tonight to support the gun sense local ordinances. I'm the mother of 2 young boys who go to school here in Boulder. I'm a proud military brat, and I learned at a very early age how to check the safety on a handgun while firing aluminum cans in my grandparents' backyard. Like many Americans, I am a gun owner. I was going to start my comments with a list of shootings that I have been personally identified with in one way or another, but sadly, that list is too long to cover in 2 minutes, particularly after the news of 4 mass shootings over the weekend. I just want to say I'm saddened, I'm angry, and I'm wondering, is it enough? Is this enough for change? Gun violence has a long history in America, and in more recent years, suburban communities saw the problem of gun violence as the problem of others, an urban problem. Politicians were tempted by the funds of the NRA and their connections and their marketing. And now we've arrived at a place of being desensitized to a culture of people killing people and themselves with firearms. And some people have decided that the problem is too big or that it's happening somewhere else. But it's not somewhere else. It's in every community in America. We know that mass killings are more deadly when a firearm can be modified to fire bullets faster. We know that waiting periods reduce death by firearm suicide, and that suicide by firearm is almost always deadly. We know that higher homicides by firearm are 45% of all homicides. And we know that victims of domestic violence are 5 times more likely to die at the hands of their abuser if there is access to a firearm. I'm here to support the local ordinances and City Council for having the bravery to bring these forth and to have a conversation as a community. Thank you so much for being the voice of change.
Thank you, Nicole. And lastly, we have Rachel Daly.
Rachel, I see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. We're still not getting your voice. Okay. Oh.
Well, Rachel, I apologize for not getting anything from you, but perhaps you could take whatever testimony you're going to speak and send it to us in an email so we can get it from you that way. So since we're not able to hear from Rachel, that completes open comment on all of our speakers. I'll turn to city staff to see if you have responses to any of the speakers.
Just a quick one, Mayor. I'd say that, first of all, I just want to so appreciate folks who have shared their vulnerability and passion and heartfelt stories around gun violence prevention. And I know that you all will be taking that up soon. But mostly, I think I wanted to respond to the speaker who talked a little bit about our pools. And just want to say, because I know that we are all concerned about staff shortages in general. Lord knows I have been a big champion of trying to do all we can to recruit. I want to say that we continue to do that. We know that we are battling, just like every other, frankly, municipality and our private industries who we hear the same stories, to recruit good folks, and wanted to share that part of what we've been doing is we've hired a consultant. We are looking at our competitiveness in the marketplace. We are looking at how to be a leader in the public sector here in our region. And we are doing all that we can to think about what are those potential incentives that we can do to bring more people on board. So I just wanted to share out loud that we too share communities' concern and consternation when our lack of staffing doesn't allow us to move forward with some things we ourselves would like to. And we are trying to move on it as fast as we can and remain that sort of employer of choice as we move forward. So just wanted to share those words.
Thanks for that, Marianne. Didn't any council members want to follow up on anything? Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Nuria, for the comments with respect to the pool situation. The first thing that struck me when the speaker put up the slides of her suggestions is that it's a little anomalous if we're short of lifeguards to be charging them to be trained as lifeguards. Does that make sense? And if we're not—
I appreciate the question. I don't see Allie here with us today, but I'm sure that there was a reason for which that happened, and I don't want to speak without knowing. And so I'll make sure that we get back to you about what that looks like as we move forward.
And maybe at some point at Allie's leisure, not that she has a lot of leisure, but at some point convenient for Allie, she might respond to some of those other suggestions. And can we do them? Why can't we do them? And I'm sure there's a rationale for everything, and it's just nice to know about it.
No, I appreciate that, Mark. And part of what we certainly are looking at what compensation we offer a variety of positions. We're frankly, and it's a conversation I have with staff all the time, trying to be consistent across an organization, because some jobs, and perhaps lifeguard is not the one to choose, but some jobs are similar depending on what, but could be paid differently depending on what department you're in. So we're trying to be consistent, which is why we hired someone from the outset to make sure that we're actually trying to lift everyone up. And frankly, as I talk to city managers and administrators across the region, we are all in similar boats as we move forward. So everyone is offering bonuses and incentives and raising salary, and that is artificially lifting salaries across, and we have to be mindful on what's sustainable, but we are certainly looking at that across the board.
Well, if you get the compensation high enough, there's at least one city council member who might be interested in being trained as a lifeguard to supplement our current income. So let us know.
We will keep that in mind.
Mark, are you volunteering me? I don't know if I'm up for this. Okay, thanks for that. Nicole?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. I'm not a good enough swimmer for that, unfortunately. But I did want to just put out a plug to the community. Anybody listening, if you know teenagers, if you are somebody who has a little bit of extra time and might not mind a little bit of extra money in your pocket, we could really use some help with recruiting too. And so, please appeal to those in your life who may be interested, and try to help us out with recruiting if you can.
Thanks for that, Nicole. All right. Well, if we don't have any other comments on this, Elisha, can you take us to the consent agenda, please?
Yes, sir. That is item 3 on tonight's agenda, and that includes items A through H.
Very good. Did anyone have any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Rachel.
I had a couple questions on 3C, where we were looking at sewer interceptor project, if I'm numbering this right. I noted in the memo, it says that RAB has been supportive. It looks like there was no vote or dissent or discussion. And so I'm just wondering if that's, like, it seems like I think it was around $60 million. It's a goodly amount of money. So I just wanted to make sure that we had all RAB's feedback, because I've been to a number of RAB meetings and find them to generally have really helpful comments. So that was just one question. And then also, I believe that this is a first reading. So wondering if maybe we could invite the chair of RAB to be here for second reading, if that might help.
I believe Joe is around. Joe Tadeucci. There he is.
I am here. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Joe Tadeucci. I'm the Utilities Director, and definitely RAB has been supportive of the Interceptor project, and it is one of the highest priority projects in utilities as a whole. And so we're excited to be moving forward. This will allow us to move forward expeditiously without delay, and still negotiate in good faith with property owners. Regarding RAB, I need to look at the memo here and trying to recall whether we've discussed this with them specifically, or if that was just a general statement around their support for the project.
It said something like RAB has been supportive. Just there was a general statement of support, which is, and that may be just usual for how things come up, but often we'll see like a vote, and the vote was 5-0, and you know, it'll give a little bit of context. And so I just didn't see that here. So
yeah, I'm just, this is more of an operational item and how we manage the project. So they don't vote specifically on an item like this, but they've been supportive of the project through the CIP. So I think that's what we mean by that.
Okay, thanks, Joe. I had a couple more questions, I think, but I don't know if we want to go. There's a lot on the consent agenda, so if anybody else has questions.
Rachel, you got the floor.
Okay, all right. I think next on D, will we be getting? We don't have a presentation on this, correct? On designating landmark for first reading. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understand the process for this, because if I'm reading the first reading correct, it is where there is a split between staff and the board as here. I assume the bulk of discussion would still take place at second reading, or do we need to be asking any clarifying questions tonight?
Hi, this is James Hewitt, Historic Preservation Planner. Tonight is your opportunity to ask questions that we can answer in the second reading memo. And so, yeah, we aren't necessarily, you know, we do think that the boundary expansion should happen. We're just feeling that it might make sense to wait till next year. So, but I can elaborate a bit more about that in the second reading memo if that's helpful.
I think it would be helpful. It would, yeah, they're want to make sure that we're understanding, and I think that maybe fleshing out the timing a bit more, just sort of how we got here. I mean, I think it was a lift up landmark, right? And then staff is thinking it'll be better timed for a year from now. But yeah, just I think going into more depth on that would help.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so that's that one. And if relevant, maybe to invite the landmark chair for that hearing as well, since there is a split, if that wasn't automatic. I think that those are all I have on consent actually for my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Mark?
Yeah, I have a question for James as well. You say you are essentially in support of changing the boundary.
Mark, you're on mute.
I'm hearing him.
Yeah, I'm not on mute. I don't believe. Can you hear me, James?
I can.
Okay. You state that you are generally in support of changing the boundary. What is the functional difference between doing this as a standalone as opposed to folding it into a larger project? I mean, is there any possible designation for the band shell going forward other than as a landmark property? I mean, we're not going to put a Costco there. What other use might you contemplate for that piece of property that we ought to be aware of?
Well, and you probably know this, but the band shell is landmarked right now, as is the seating, and this is a proposal to expand the boundary to the ditch. And so it is a recognition of that larger park area. And the Friends of the Band Shell submitted this application, and the Landmarks Board, is the applicant. So I guess your question is.
The question is, what does the if this is the direction we're going to go one way or the other, why aren't we simply doing it now?
Yeah.
Well, is this a dispute that has teeth to it, or is it?
Well, I don't think there's really a dispute.
James, if
Yes.
you don't mind, I know you know this, but just want to make sure as you're answering questions that you're mindful of that quasi judicial space that we
Absolutely.
often find ourselves in. So just want to say that.
Thank you. Yes. So that's actually Nuria's got a good point. But I can explain in the memo that once again, it's really just about the timing, and because the landmark application comes quite quickly and there wasn't a lot of time to share with the PRAB and the public the idea of the expansion, we thought it, as staff, that it would make sense to just push that out into the next year. And so one of our recommendations is, as you'll see in the memo, is that we would make that a part of our work plan in the next year, 2023. That is to look at a larger area, which is a best practices in historic preservation, to look at a larger area. But to answer your question, there's no reason other than that it couldn't happen now.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Perhaps a motion might be in order. Don't everybody jump on it at once.
I move the consent agenda.
Second.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Alicia?
All right, sir. We will start this vote with you, Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
Wallach,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Yates,
Yes.
and Benjamin.
Yes.
The consent agenda passed unanimously, 9-0.
Great, thanks Alicia, thanks everybody. All right, we've got 4 call-up check-ins, and I think we have a little bit of a presentation for the first one. So who should I hand that off to?
Elaine.
All right, Elaine.
And then read it into the record too. Is that okay, or you want to go ahead and proceed?
Well, I was going to see if maybe Elaine might start us off, but either one of you could read into the record to get us going on what the item is.
Okay. Miss Elaine?
I was going to suggest, Alicia, if you've got it handy, please go forward.
I have it. Thank you. That's item 4A on tonight's agenda, the site and use review application for the redevelopment of a 9.27 acre property located at 3320 28th Street and 3265 and 3267 30th Street as a mixed use development with new street connections and ground floor retail along 28th Street and with ground floor amenity space along Street A. The project includes 282 residential units. The adjacent Boulder Housing Partners Diagonal Court Townhomes property is included in the proposal, and a new park is proposed to be shared between the two properties. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2021-00037.
Great. Thanks for that, Alicia. And good evening, everyone. I'll share the screen and please let me know if you don't see the presentation and I'll try and go ahead and fix that. Everybody see this screen at this point?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so just as a brief overview, as requested by council of the process and the project, and planning board's decision and discussion. So the planning process to date has been pretty thorough. Almost exactly a year ago, the concept plan for this site was reviewed by the planning board. And then after a call up by council, city council discussed it on July 13th last year. And at that time indicated support for the direction of the plan that was presented, in particular, given the desire to revitalize the area, along with the need for residential. And at that time, council also supported the applicant's suggestion of an ordinance to achieve a greater number of residential units as was presented in the concept plan. So then following concept plan review, the applicant filed their site and use review application and staff reviewed the application and resubmittals on 4 occasions. City council, the recommendation for an ordinance was brought forward as 8512, and that was to permit a reduction in open space. And then after planning board's unanimous recommendation, council in turn unanimously approved the ordinance in October last year. So while the site is not part of an area that required DAB review, staff referred it to the design advisory with some specific areas of discussion. DAB reviewed and provided feedback on the plans in a lengthy meeting in December. And then at the end of last month, planning board reviewed and unanimously approved the site and use review application. So that brings us to where we are this evening. So then it's important to note that while there is no area plan for Diagonal Plaza, there was a planning process a little over 10 years ago that focused on Diagonal Plaza when City Council at that time explored strategies to revitalize Diagonal Plaza, which has been struggling for decades. And at that time, they requested the assistance of an Urban Land Institute Technical Advisory Panel, or a TAP, and they provided findings on how best to achieve revitalization. The study concluded that an incremental approach to revitalization and redevelopment would be the most achievable and workable in partnership with Boulder Housing Partners to create a mix of uses in a Main Street configuration that you see there in a sketch on the left, and essentially to springboard off of the existing affordable housing that's there. The report at the time noted several factors that still exist today that include the underutilized site, that context that has highly used transit, and surroundings that have a significant amount of goods and services in the area. So the BVCP recognizes the site as part of a neighborhood center, and oftentimes we're here discussing centers because that is an area where the BVCP has recognized that there's greater potential for infill and redevelopment and are higher intensity compared to established residential neighborhoods. And then it's important to note, as a neighborhood center, Diagonal Plaza is intended to contribute to a sense of place and an achievement of a walkable 15-minute place. And it's important to note that the comp plan also anticipates neighborhood centers to have a mix of uses as well as a range of services. So just to bring us all succinctly to an aerial view of this area, it's familiar to most of us, but there's a significant amount of retail and services in the area in the broader context. That includes, of course, the Safeway Shopping Center across 28th Street, along with Willow Springs Shopping Center nearby, and everything from medical facilities to fitness and salons and restaurants and even an auto dealership. 3- and 4-story apartments are south of the site and also across 30th Street to the east. And then there's also some across Diagonal Highway. Most of us know the site itself. It's about 7 acres in the L shape that you see there on the south and west end of Diagonal Plaza. It's marked by broad surface parking lots and a retail building that has a Walgreens on one end and vacant retail space on the south. Boulder Housing Partners Diagonal Court Apartments is on the south side of the site, and that part of the project brings the total of the site as being about 9.7 acres. So then it's also important to note that the bulk of that L-shaped project site that you can see in blue outlines under separate ownership from the other retail buildings at the shopping center, and because of the multiple ownerships, it's been acknowledged as primarily one of the reasons that the site's not successfully redeveloped over the decades, and till now, essentially, with this site anticipated to be a catalyst. So the proposed project's a mixed use development. There's 2 new east-west streets. You can see there, Street A and B, a new north-south connection along with a new multi-use path, and then reconstruction of the multi-use path on 28th Street. There's the new park space planned at the apex of that L shape. 282 residential units in varying sizes and configurations are planned, along with around 23,000 square feet of commercial space. There's also amenity spaces. And the planning board approved the applicant's request for a 25% parking reduction. However, the applicant's request for long-term bike parking reduction was not included in the approval. And then, as you'll note from the renderings presented, the architectures varied, with some of the buildings illustrated with pitched roofs and variation in materials palette that include brick, composite wood, and metal panel. Height modifications were approved by the planning board, with some of the buildings required to provide for community benefit for the added height. Planning board discussed 2 key issues regarding consistency with both the site and use review criteria. For the site review, the board concluded that the proposed project addresses a number of BVCP policies, as it's intended to be a compact infill redevelopment project. And with those just under 300 residential units, it will help with the jobs housing imbalance that exists today. And that will also help to establish a new urban design pattern to revitalize the Diagonal Plaza area. And then findings were made that the project meets the criteria for building design, in that it's intended to present ground floor activity and design details for a pedestrian-oriented neighborhood, particularly along the streets. And new streetscapes, of course, will help to establish trees and contribute to the urban forest, street trees in an urban forest. And the project essentially transforms the existing parking lot into an area with a sense of place, as is anticipated in the comp plan. And then in addition, the 5 uniquely designed buildings were found to be in keeping with the building design criteria related to mass and scale, compatible in the context and with the surroundings, and that the buildings are designed with durable, attractive materials. That request for the 25% parking reduction was supported by the site review criteria, given the transit-rich context and implementation of some principles. And then the request for the 34% long-term bike parking reduction was not supported by the board. So then the key issue related to a use review for ground floor residential is, given that areas in Appendix N and business community areas do necessitate that additional review. And the ground floor residential units were found to be consistent in that they'll be designed in a manner that wouldn't adversely affect the function or character of the other retail That's not only in Diagonal Plaza, but in the expanded area. And in addition, it's essentially creating an inline configuration with that new Street A that also will help to create a new pedestrian configuration. So with that, Planning Board unanimously approved the site and use review application with conditions. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks for that, Elaine. Any questions for Elaine on the project? Mark?
Yeah, forgive any inaccuracy in what I'm about to say. I don't have the document in front of me. Planning Board member McIntyre raised an issue of the percentage of parking spaces that would have charging capabilities. He was either advocating for 20% or maybe more than 20%. And I'm wondering what's the status of that at the moment, and what percentage of those parking spaces are intended to be capable of servicing electric vehicles?
So that's actually a consideration that occurs at building permit, and with regard to meeting the city's pretty rigorous energy efficiency standards. The applicant, I know, is available on the call to give you a status report on where they're at with the plans for that. But essentially, that's something that would occur at building permit application.
Well, is it inappropriate to discuss it this evening?
If you think that there's a finding to be made about energy efficiency in terms of the site review criteria, it's not inappropriate. And, you know, we could pull the applicant online to see.
It would be, to me, it would be good to know if we're going to focus on climate change and energy efficiency to understand how many parking spaces are going to be able to service electric vehicles, especially if we want to diminish the number of gas guzzlers and increase the number of EVs. So that's something that would be of great interest to me. I don't know.
So we can see if we can bring up the applicant team as a panelist to just identify where they're at with that.
Can you remind me those names, Elaine?
It's Bill Holicky, Coburn, Laura Scheinbaum with BHP, Daniel Pittenger. They should all be on the call.
Okay, I'm just seeing Bill, but perhaps they are with Bill. And Bill, you should be getting an invitation to become a panelist in this meeting. Oh, looks like you got it. Okay, great. Bill, you should be able to turn your camera on as well as unmute. There you are.
Hi, everyone. Mark, I will apologize. I'm frantically scrolling to get you the exact numbers here, but I can give you a little history. So until recently, the Boulder requirements for electric car charging were substantial, but I think we would all consider them minimal. This project would have required, if I have this correctly, like about 8 of them, and then they slowly would have increased over time. That changed when we did the sustainability code update, and I believe that went into place at the in the fall of last year. And so when Mark brought it up, he was asking, I think, for 40%, I believe. And what happened was, and then he started talking, I think he was thinking a number lower than that, but when transportation staff chimed in with the new requirements were substantially similar to what he was proposing. If I have this right, I think that it's either a third or 40% that are required to be, like conduits. The wires don't have to be in place, but the conduit has to be in place to run it. So under the new sustainability code, it's pretty substantial. So if I can beg off, I'm going to go back to scrolling for the answer and try to get you the real number, but it's not like it was 2 years ago. It's a much bigger number.
Okay.
And that's why Mark didn't attach it as a condition.
Okay. I'd appreciate the information when you can.
Okay. And any other questions? That I'm not seeing any. Then is anyone interested in calling this project out? Bob.
I'm certainly not interested in calling out the project, but I did want to make a comment. Having lived near this property for more than 20 years, it is such a joy that this is being turned into housing that our community desperately needs, and particularly given the partnership with BHP right next door to the south. From the Urban Land Institute study back in 2011 through literally 20 decades, I think folks in this community have been trying to consider what can be done with this, quite frankly, blighted property. And I'm so happy that I know there's dozens and dozens of people who worked together to present what we're seeing tonight, and it looks like council will not call this up. But I wanted to call out one particular person on city staff who has worked tirelessly over the years to make introductions between various property owners. This is a very, very complex property with lots of property owners, and who worked very, very hard quietly behind the scenes to stitch together the deal that we're looking at tonight. And that's Yvette Bowden, our assistant city manager. Yvette contacted property owners, worked very, very hard over the last several years to put a deal together. It was eventually picked up by Bill's colleagues, and I think we're seeing the benefit of all that hard work by Yvette and so many people. So I just want to thank Yvette and the entire team for delivering to our community something that we've needed for a long, long time.
Thank you, and looking forward to more. Appreciate that, Bob. And thanks to all my colleagues in planning and housing and transportation and everyone else who's been on this board. Let's go, Bill Holicky.
Thanks for that, Bob. And I'll echo the thanks to Yvette and everyone else who worked so hard on this. It's been a long road to get to this point, but I appreciate the collaboration with Boulder Housing Partners and the city with the ordinance change we did last year. So excited to see this moving forward. I think it'll be a really fantastic project for the community. And as you may be able to tell, I'm not interested in calling it up either. And any other comments or thoughts? All right. Seeing none. Bill, did you have that number? Do you want to email us to follow up with that?
I'm gonna, again, since it's a newer code, Ed Stafford's on, he's saving me.
I have it in front of me now. My apologies. Edward Stafford, Senior Manager, Planning and Development Services of Engineering and the Interim Chief Building Official. Per the 2020 Energy Code for the City of Boulder, residential parking in new developments such as this with greater than 25 spaces, 10% of the spaces have to be what we call EV ready. So they have to be able to be plugged there to plug a car in to charge. 40% have to be EV capable. So that's on top of that 10%. So the EV capable conduit run to capacity in the panel to add charging in the future. And 5% of the spaces have to have the more advanced quick charge or dual port or single port charging stations installed as a minimum under the building code, energy code regulations. So separate from anything required in site review. Those are the standards that are applied to new development residential construction.
And so, Edward, if I can just make sure that I clarify this correctly, altogether, that's more than 50% of the spaces have to be some form of ready or current.
Correct. 55% of the spaces overall have to have some version of ready for or offer at that spot charging.
All right, Edward for the win. Thanks for that very detailed information. Appreciate the answer. And Matt, I see your hands up.
Thanks, Aaron. What was mentioned is capable or ready. And I guess my question is, how does once the development is built, how does that transition move? Like, is it over time? Is it on demand? Is it per owner? That once the originals are built, anybody who wants the ones that go beyond the ones that are built pay the expense? I'm just kind of wondering, how do we get beyond that barrier of them being ready to them actually ready, usable for expanded use for residents in a particular development?
And that's a great question, and I don't have a complete answer for you other than it's partially going to be market driven, of course, especially in a rental project in terms of being able to provide what the market is demanding there. And at times, of course, you've also got third parties that are willing to come in and install pay-for charging stations, although that's less likely to happen in the residential. It's not necessarily a trigger as to when the building owner has to start to convert those that are the EV capable, so they have the conduit to it, but not necessarily a receptacle or a charging port there. But the intent of the code is to ensure that it can be easily done at low cost in the future.
And Bill, did you have any thoughts just in your experience and previous projects?
Yeah, generally, the infrastructure has to support the renters. So I know that Jarvie, the developer, is on the call, and he's beating this into our head. If the residents are going to show up with an electric vehicle, they have to have a place to charge it. And so the intent of Edwards EV Ready is that there doesn't have to be any panel locations figured out. There doesn't have to be a location for a charger figured out. No conduit needs to be run, and no structure needs to be altered. It's simply as easy as pulling wire. So what does need to change, this is important for the council to understand, is that if enough of those places get converted, and as Edward said, it's really inexpensive, at some point there'll be enough load that the transformer will need to change. So that's something that Excel needs to coordinate. And one of the interesting things is that if we can't show the load for that transformer, they won't put that transformer in now. We have to prove that the transformer demand is there, because they don't want to set a bunch of really expensive transformers that they don't use. So as soon as we pull enough stations and we can show the loads there, they flip out the transformer and the building works for it. So that's the way it has been working. For years we were putting in the stations, we weren't seeing a lot of take up, but over the last 3 years, I would say the city's code is timely, because we would have been exceeding the previous code, and now the new code is letting us capture what we need to.
I appreciate that. I thank you for that. I appreciate the detailed question. Maybe it's just something for us to think about as we move forward for other code issues going forward, is just how if we're already dealing with renters, how do we keep the barrier of entry low so that we're not either creating hurdles or creating undue expense passed on to renters in terms of moving to a new transformer, just simplifying it, because I think you bring up a great point, Bill. So anyway, I just want to smooth the track so that we can maximize the EV charging once that infrastructure is in place and we want to expand it. So, but I appreciate those details. Thank you.
All right. Well, it looks like that's what we got. So congratulations to the team, and look forward to seeing this come out of the ground.
Thank you to everybody. It was a really collaborative process with Council and Planning Board over the last year. So thanks to all of you for all the help.
Good. Okay, Elish, you want to take us through our other call-ups, please?
Yes, sir. Next, we have item 4B, which is vacations of 2 sanitary sewer easements and a utility easement at 1155 and 1205 Pleasant Street that is referenced under ADR 2021-00235.
Any interest in calling this one up? Not seeing any, so what's our next one?
Next is 4C, our landmark alteration certificate to construct a wall at the east property line of 841 Spruce Street, a contributing property in the Mapleton Hill Historic District.
You want to call this one up? Lauren's got a question.
Yeah, I was just hoping that I could get, maybe James could provide some clarification. To me, when I was reading through the guidelines for the Mapleton Historic District, it says that a solid fences are not appropriate. And so I was just interested in how this is seen to align with that rule.
Hi, yes, James Hewitt, Historic Preservation Planner again. Thanks for the question. It is, the Landmarks Board's decision was really based upon, and it was a split decision. It was based upon, I think, the fact that 9th Street has become a very busy thoroughfare, and that there are issues with sound. And so the guidelines are guidelines and not hard and fast rules. So that's really, that was the basis of the Landmarks Board's decision, but there was quite a bit of discussion about it. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel?
Since someone else brought it up, that did jump out to me too. And one thing I wondered, because I think the alternative or the old one was just the wood fence. I think I've heard that those are not the best for fire resiliency, wood fences, whereas the enclosure that's going up seems like it will be more resilient. So my question is, do we have a lot of situations where we would be compelling people to put up like a fire unwise structure due to landmarking? And do we need to look at any of that? And like, I don't know if this is specific just to like Mapleton internal, or if there are city ways to impact that.
Right. Well, you're right in identifying a lot of the historic districts are on that, wildland urban interface. And certainly as, we become more vulnerable, these issues are coming up. It wasn't a point of discussion in terms of this fence. And I haven't actually heard it in terms of, masonry versus wood or something else as a fire retardant or a way to help protect. But it's a good point, and I think something that perhaps the Landmarks Board might discuss. And we as staff.
I don't know if we need to give any go ahead, but if we have a choice between an accelerant and a fire retardant, it seems like we would want to be opting for the other. And the images looked perfectly, wonderfully historic to me, even if not perhaps within the current character. Still, I don't know. It looked great. So hopefully we can move in that direction. And I don't know if council would like to give any encouragement for Landmarks Board to consider that question. Thanks so much, James.
Thank you.
Nicole?
Thanks, James. I just had a question about the guidelines and sort of what the criteria are for when we're moving outside of guidelines. So are there objective criteria, or is it sort of subjective? What is it that would say lead people to approve something that's against the guidelines in one case, but maybe not in another? I'm wondering about how subjective versus objective the process is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's always there's a certain amount of subjectivity, but I think the guidelines are actually written in a way that they're very, there's a lot of logic to why the recommendations are being made, and the guidelines have been written in the way that they are. When it comes to fences, there was, and there is still sort of a recognition that in Mapleton Hill, fences were very rare. And there were almost never masonry walls. And so for that reason, the guidelines were written to say, you rarely saw privacy fences or stockade fences, and that masonry fences were very, very unusual. So, but that doesn't mean they're always going to be that way. And there may be instances where it's appropriate. And I think, balancing the modern use and the modern sort of conditions that we experience, whether it's fire safety or noise or, those are taken into consideration. So that's where I guess more, not subjectivity, I would say, but I think maybe more an evolution in the way that those guidelines are interpreted change over time.
Okay, good questions, everyone. Can we get a decision here? Anybody want to call this one up? I'm not seeing any thumbs or nodding heads, so looks like we are not interested in calling it out. Thanks for the info, James. We got one more. Elisha, I think there's a presentation associated with this one.
I do believe that is correct, sir. It is item 4D, the proposed redevelopment of a 5.17 acre property located at 3825 and 3675 Walnut Street into a 2-story life sciences facility. The proposed development is a 112,423 square foot building in the industrial general IG zoning district. It is referenced under case number LUR 2022-00006.
Charles, I believe you're teeing that up.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thanks so much, Nuria. Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Charles Farrow, Planning and Development Services. I'm pleased to introduce Shabnam Vista this evening. She's a newer planner in our office, and tonight is her first appearance before the City Council. So she'll be presenting staff's
Be nice, everyone.
She'll be presenting staff's analysis this evening. And I would also note that this particular item has a key issue associated with a transportation connection So Edward Stafford is here on hand to respond to questions about that. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Shabnam.
Thanks, Charles. I will go ahead and share my screen. Please let me know when you are able to see it. Excuse me.
All right, we've got that.
Great. So good evening, council members. I'll provide a quick overview for the call-up consideration of 3825 Walnut Street concept plan and provide a summary of the planning board discussion and key issue regarding the transportation. The proposal is to demo the existing manufacturing and warehouse building and redevelop the property with a two-story building up to 55 feet in height, and the building is for life sciences use with multiple tenants anticipated. The purpose of the concept plan is to determine the general development plan for a particular site and to help identify any key issues before the site review submittal. City Council may call the concept plan application for hearing, and then Council also has the authority to refer the concept plan review proposals to DAB and TAB for their respective opinions. The planning board held a public hearing for this concept plan on April 28th, and at the hearing, the board discussed two main topics. The first is the compliance with the Transit Village Area Plan Transportation Connections Plan and the benefits and difficulties that the applicant faces on meeting that specific connection plan, and I'll go into more detail later in the presentation. And then the second one was just the height modification requested by the applicant. The building is proposed to be 55 feet in height, and the board asked the applicant to provide additional explanation and details on the necessity of the height during site review. The by right height for the IG zone district is 40 feet. The 5.17 acre property is located west of Foothills Parkway and south of the railroad tracks. The general characteristics is industrial with manufacturing and warehouse uses as well as a commercial center. The project is zoned industrial general, consistent with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan land use designation of light industrial. The IG zoning is intended for manufacturing and light industrial uses. The concept plan proposes a building at 55 feet in height and 2 stories tall. The tenants will be in the life sciences industry, which refers to all of the organizations and companies whose work is focused and centered around research and development. The building design is contemporary with high quality materials. The set of openings on the east and west corner create transparency at the corner and along Walnut Street, which contributes to the pedestrian experience and engages the public realm. The development is also proposed to be net zero, and PV panels are proposed over a portion of the surface parking. The property is located in a 100-year flood zone, so the building is required to be elevated above the base flood elevation in compliance with flood regulations. In terms of the project stats, 112,423 square feet of floor area is proposed. The applicant has requested a 20% parking reduction as well, so there will be 226 parking spaces provided. The type of uses fall under technical office, light industrial, manufacturing, research and development, and some examples of tenants would be academic research, biomedical, biotech uses, climate change research, and other high-tech industries as well. As presented at Planning Board, a major key issue is the Transit Village Area Plan Transportation Connections Plan. The parcel itself is not located within TBAB, however, it is impacted by this connections plan. The proposed road down here will connect Frontier Avenue to Walnut Street and include an underpass at the railroad tracks. In the plan, the connection is explained as it was suggested by property owners at the time, with the understanding that they would be responsible for the entire cost of the street and the underpass. It's staff's understanding that the connection was not discussed with the state's Public Utilities Commission upon adoption, and nor was any preliminary engineering done to identify how the street connection would impact adjacent private properties. It's uncertain and unlikely that the PUC would approve a new underpass across the railroad right-of-way. Additionally, the construction of an underpass would significantly increase the cost of the construction of this street connection. At Planning Board, the board was in general agreement that building the connection per the TVAP Transportation Connections Plan poses a hardship on the applicant brought on by external factors. They were generally supportive of amending and removing the connection from the connections plan, but they did note that some connectivity in the area would help promote multimodal transit in the area. And they've asked the applicant and staff to work together to see if there's a feasible path forward. That's the end of my brief presentation. But we have staff here to answer any questions. And as Charles said, we have Edward available to speak on the transportation key issue. Thank you.
Shabnam, thanks so much. That was very informative, and we're thrilled to have you here in front of us tonight. So thanks for being here. Any questions or comments? I've got Mark and Nicole, and then I'll call on myself.
Welcome, Shabnam. That was a terrific first performance. Thank you. The request for the height amendment, if the building is 2-story, we're looking at 27-foot ceiling heights for the 2 floors. Did the applicant give any explanation as to the purpose of those kinds of ceiling heights?
Yeah, we also have the applicant that can expand on the answer if necessary. Per the applicant's, pull it up. So a lot of the tenants for this type of use would require kind of higher ceilings for their lab functions or some research functions. So that was part of the explanation from the applicant. Additionally, this height, I believe, allows the mechanical to be within the building and not on top of the roof, as you see in most of the industrial areas.
Thank you. You've answered that question entirely and completely. Thank you.
Nicole, Lauren, and then myself.
Thank you, Shabnam, for the presentation. The question I have is about the transportation, the connection in that area. And I'm trying to understand, are we thinking about other ways to create that connection, like an overpass or something like that? Or are we kind of thinking about not having it at all?
Edward, you want to speak to that?
I will. Good evening again, Edward Stafford with Planning and Development Services. So generally trying to do a connection in that area and further review and understanding actually what it would take for approval from the railroad, the Public Utilities Commission, the rules behind it, and some of the actual physical limitations becomes what I would call technically infeasible. What we have recommended and are looking at is that there is future proposed connections to cross the railroad on the existing bridge for Foothills Parkway and to include a new multi-use trail system on the west side of Foothills, which this could then tie into from the Walnut side and could be tied into on the north side from Frontier or from Pearl. So the alternative will not be most ideal in terms of out of direction travel or longer path. That would be the recommendation we would have, in that this particular connection and crossing of the railroad would be eliminated from the plan as something that's infeasible to be constructed.
Okay, thanks. I absolutely hear the infeasibility, and as somebody who is kind of over in that area frequently and is longing for that connection, I'm heartbroken, but I understand what you're saying.
Lauren, myself, and Rachel.
Thank you. Yeah, this is going to be kind of along the same lines, but did we look at having just the multi-use path potentially cross the railroad tracks there? I worry about the west side of Foothill. I mean, just Foothills has substantial height, and getting up there and around really does lengthen. I've personally drug my bike across those train tracks multiple times, and I would prefer another option.
And so, yes, I mean, all three things were considered. An underpass, the railroad generally has said no, they don't want additional crossings under their tracks. Any kind of crossing, grade separated or not, generally requires approval both the Railroad and the Public Utility Commission. In my previous life of dealing with those, typically they say if you want one new one, you need to close 2 existing ones, which we're not really in place to do. An at-grade crossing, again, getting that permitted would be likely totally impossible from a safety standpoint. It would be a concern from the city on a Vision Zero standpoint. And I also have concerns on whether or not it could invalidate the quiet zone that's been established through there by putting a bike and ped crossing, which would be harder to manage and control. And I suspect both the railroad and the Federal Railroad Administration may look at and say that means the quiet zone can no longer be enabled because they'd expect their train to use its or the locomotive horn to be used through there. The applicant did look at whether or not there was an option to go over. There are some pretty significant clearance requirements for the railroad. But looking at that, it becomes very steep, at best not ADA compliant in order to touch down before you hit Walnut. It gives us some concern also because you're really at that point going to create a fairly tall wall between that property and the property next to it in order to go up. And the property itself likely wouldn't be able to tie in to that particular crossing then. And again, as I said, could not be done meeting ADA requirements and touchdown before we ended up impacting the roadway on either side, Walnut or Frontier. So yes, unfortunately, all three options have been considered and we don't have a great plan that comes out of any of those.
Thank you.
I'll call on myself and then Rachel. So appreciate all the answers about that connection. The thing I'd like to see us maybe consider as this moves towards site review is the possibility of having the multimodal pathway along the west side of the project without attempting to cross the railroad tracks at this time, and leaving it open that potentially, let's say in development on the other side of the tracks, maybe the circumstances will have changed, or there might be enough money to put in an underpass or an overpass from that side. But if we have that connection there, at least it could tie into that. Or potentially, I know at some point we'd like to have some multi-use path along the train tracks as well in our long-term connections plan. So it seems like it might be pretty easy and a low-cost thing to do to have that connection along the west side in anticipation of possible future connections over the years and the decades. So just something to consider as we move towards site review. And then the one other comment that I wanted to make is I did notice that planning board was suggested potentially a larger parking reduction, and I thought that was a reasonable proposal. That's an awfully large parking lot along the east side, and if they can get away with a little bit less than that, I think that could be all to the benefit with additional green space or additional built space instead. So those are my 2 comments. I don't have any interest in calling it up. I just want to get those out there. Rachel?
Thanks, Mayor Brockett. I might want to call it up. I want to understand the process better. Just if council wanted Tab to look at it, there's so much of this is transportation related. I know that I always ask for things to go to Tab at this stage, but I think this is an especially prime one if it is at the right stage. So my question is this the right stage to do a Tab referral? And if so, what does that process compel in terms of a call up?
Sure. Yeah, it's a fine time in the process to ask Tab to take a look at it. So we'll go ahead and get it scheduled and get it on their agenda as soon as possible, if that was the will of council.
Okay. And do we have to call it up technically to do that?
No.
Great. Okay.
You do have to do a vote.
Yeah, you would have.
No, I understand. Right. So I just for Mayor Brockett's understanding of where I'm coming from, since I mentioned the possibility of calling up, not going to call it up, not going to ask or vote that way, but would like to request that we get this over to Tab, not opposed to it also going to DAB. Thanks.
And if I could clarify in terms of the tab, because it's helpful to have specifics in terms of what you're looking for input. So I presume it's regarding that connection, but I probably shouldn't make a presumption.
Well, yeah, I don't, we're all sort of coming up with ideas and questions about, if we can't, Plan A is not working in terms of the connection, what are the other good ideas? And I think we saw that there was an email from Community Cycles that they wanted that looked at harder too. So it would be that specific connection, and sort of as Aaron suggested, are the things we can do to sort of future proof it and make it potentially better while we're at this. And I guess I would not want to exclude other feedback that they think is important for us, though. But it is that connection primarily that I'm thinking of. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, and then maybe we'll have a motion on that, Rachel.
Thanks. I also am not interested in calling it up, but wanted to second some of the comments that Aaron, you had made. I would also like to see a larger parking reduction, and especially as we look at this 55-foot height, I think it might be nice to see some of that parking reduction become green space as sort of a balancing out potentially of that height for maybe some more trees and things.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks for that, Lauren. So I believe procedurally to refer to tab would require a motion, is that correct? Do I have that right, Teresa? Okay, I see a nod. So Rachel, if you'd like to put that forward.
I would like to make a motion to refer this to tab, and probably add in there to look at the parking reduction as well that Lauren and Aaron have brought up, as well as the connections and other attendant issues that may be relevant on this project. Thanks.
Do you have a second?
Yes.
Okay, Mark seconds that. I don't know if we have to talk this over a lot. We could just vote on it, but Nicole, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask for just a little bit more specificity around what it is that we're asking TAB to kind of look at. Because where I see, being helpful kind of outside this project is just thinking about how to create that connection, right? What is the best sort of way to do that? Given that we can't kind of go over, we can't go under, we can't go through, right? Where else can we put it? So that to me feels like the bulk of what I feel like TAB could provide to that is just some ideas, some thinking around how we could build out West Foothills or something like that to create a better connection. But I don't know if is that kind of where we're going with this?
I think we're going wherever we want, but yeah, it's sort of the ideas around the connection that I think need to be explored and they seem to have the best expertise to best that with. I'm not particular about the language and fine with narrowing it down if that's helpful.
I think that's probably enough guidance for TAB. I think they can review it and come up with ideas and recommendations as the project moves towards site review. So. Nicole, does that answer your question?
I think so. Yeah. I just, I like giving people specific asks and things, as we're going to groups and asking for their time.
Good point. So why don't we go for a vote on the motion, except Tara's got her hand up.
I just want to quickly say that I agree with Nicole on that we should be specific with TAB so they know exactly where to work on, exactly what to work on.
Very good. So Rachel had offered some comments on what she'd like TAB to look at. Would either of you like to narrow those so that there's something more specific?
Yeah, I think oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you go, Nicole.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just wondering if is it thinking about that way of getting, across the tracks, what path we're going to take to do that kind of thing. I heard parking reductions mentioned, then just sort of thinking about this area in general. And so my question is it the path across, the connection, parking? And if it's more general, can we scope that out a little bit more too?
So Rachel, to your motion, do you want to just speak to that a little bit? I heard the connection on the west, look at that, and about the potential parking reduction. Those were the two areas of focus I heard you mention, but did you want to clarify further?
No, I think those are the primary things we'd be asking them to do. I guess I probably look at it a little bit differently in that I think it's great to have specificity. Also, if they have like a great idea that we didn't specifically ask them for and they want to lift it up, I wouldn't want to rule that out. So I made it probably more intentionally vague than Nicole and Tara would like. And so I'll leave the motion and understand that somebody can make another motion if it's, I'm open to however we lift it up. And I don't even know if we have, maybe we want to do a straw poll before we spend much more time on it to see if there's even interest in having,
well, how about just an old-fashioned vote on the motion on the table?
Okay.
Are people all right with that? And Terry, your hand's up. Did you have something else? No? Okay. So we got a motion and a second that Rachel made and seconded by Mark. Will all in favor do a show of hands? Refer to tab. I'm getting unanimous, I believe. So looks like that's going to tab. They may come back suggesting a gondola, so you never know. Bob gives the thumbs up.
Still waiting on that rail.
I hope for you, Bob, that's exactly what happens.
Good. Well, I think that's enough on that. We're not calling it up. We are referring it to tab. We made a few comments here, and I think we can move past our call-ups on to our first public hearing.
All right, sir. That is item 5 on tonight's agenda, the public hearings, and 5A is a second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8516, first adjustment to base for the 2022 budget and setting forth related details. And in connection with the supplemental appropriations to the 2022 budget, there is a consideration of a motion to adjourn as the Boulder City Council and convene as the Central Area General Improvement District Board of Directors. And then there will be a consideration of a motion to adopt Resolution 304, approving a supplemental appropriation to the 2022 Downtown Commercial District Fund, formerly CAGIT budget. And after that, a consideration of a motion to adjourn as the Central Area General Improvement District Board of Directors and reconvene as the Boulder City Council. And as these items are listed together, they can be voted on together.
And I see Mark is trying to get us started so promptly.
Take it away, Mark.
There we go. Good evening, Council. Happy to be with you tonight. We'll have a little brief presentation for you related to the first adjustment to base or first regularly scheduled adjustment to base, which is Ordinance 8516. And we'll jump into it. So talked a little bit about this back in our special adjustment. But I did want to point out that we have regularly scheduled budget adjustments, typically in May and November of every year. And then there are other circumstances where we would amend our budget. You're familiar with special adjustments that we've done for ARPA. We did one earlier this year. There are a few different types of budget adjustments. We have clarified these from previous memos for those that have been around a while. But just to make clear, the most common form of a budget adjustment is a supplemental appropriation from fund balance. That is the undesignated, currently undesignated funds. In this adjustment, it's a little about 23.8 million across all funds, 6.2 million in the general fund from fund balance. The others are supplemental appropriation from non-grant revenue. So this is revenue that we did not budget for that we expect to come in during the year. And that is the source of funding that we're using to appropriate and spend for the year. That's about 3.4 million across all funds. And then last is grant revenue. So grant revenue that we either did not appropriate the expenditure during the budget, but we're anticipating, or grant funds that we were not anticipating. That's about 9.9 million in this adjustment. So some highlights, I'll go through these fairly quickly. I'll talk in a moment about capacity building across the organization, a theme that we've talked a lot with you about over the last several months since the pandemic. Internal staffing adjustments, investments to meet demand, prioritize retention. Talked a little bit about that already this evening. Increased unanticipated costs. We've seen some inflationary, especially as it relates to construction. We have also seen the cost of our premium, our insurance and property and general liability go up pretty significantly. So those are within the adjustment. And then we have some new investments to meet community council priorities that I'll touch on. And then the bulk of which, the largest amount that you'll see within the adjustment are standard carryovers for the continuation of programs and services. Largely, these are grants or participation in projects such as affordable housing that we typically roll over on an annual basis. Just for your information, we are looking to do this a bit differently in the 23 budget so that we don't have to do such a large adjustment in the first adjustment of the year. So stay tuned on that. So some more specifics on some of the investments that you see, starting with Housing and Human Services. The adjustment calls for the creation of a homeless respite center. So it'd be a rehabilitation of an existing facility. The bulk of that is that rehabilitation at 375. And then there's several smaller investments that relate to advancing certain community or council goals, including beginning the process for middle income down payment assistance pilot, inclusionary housing strategic plan, ADU survey, and expanding a successful HOA assessment pilot. On the minds of the community recently, for very good reason, is our preparedness and resilience as it relates to wildfire and other disasters. There's several investments reflected in this adjustment, including purchasing additional wildland fire equipment to increase redundancy for our team, expansion of the wildland fire home assessments. That includes a new position, reestablishing a position lost during the pandemic. Reinvesting funds in open space. This is a FEMA reimbursement that we are reallocating this year, and then accelerating other general climate resilience efforts through our CAP tax funds. And again, just a moment on staffing and capacity investments. This adjustment calls for an additional 22.5 full-time positions. We'll note here that we typically don't like to do ongoing increases during our adjustment process. Those are typically considered with the annual budget cycle, but recognizing that we're still recovering as an organization and trying to meet demand, we have proposed that will implicate ongoing funding into 23. And so you'll hear us talk about that next week with you and talk about that throughout the budget process for 23. There are some specific investments. Staffing investments include a housing senior project manager, homeless outreach coordinator, and support for the CERT and EPRIS programs. Human resources staffing increases. Our HR department has not been immune to the demand, and certainly in an environment where we need to be competitive as an employer and retaining our staff. Some staffing increases will help there and in our transition to some new technology. And then a few other miscellaneous ads, including some additional capacity to our communication engagement team. When you're ready and after the public hearing, I have the complicated motion language for you. We are available for questions as always.
Thanks so much, Mark. Questions for Mark or city staff? Mark.
Really just two. The first was a $40,000 line item for down payment assistance. Is that just for setup of the program? I mean, it's probably not enough to assist one purchaser.
Yeah, my understanding is that is to hire a consultant to help do the pricing and some of the pre-work. I see Kurt popping up if he wants to expand on that.
Good evening, Council. Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. Yes, you're correct, Mark. We couldn't help one individual with that amount. That will be going towards setting up the program. There's unique financing aspects which need to be implemented according to this program, which staff do not have the expertise in. And so we'll be hiring a consultant help guide and set up that program.
Thank you. That answers that. My second question, final question, is there's an adjustment to assist the eviction protection program. Is that not collecting funds yet from the charge we're imposing upon landlords? I mean, is it not self-funding at this point?
We have begun to collect revenue this year. The EPRIS fund was funded through a loan from the general fund in 2021. The amount you see and the adjustment is pulling from some of that fund balance that we were able to carry over into 22.
Is there a point in time when we're fully collecting funds for the program where the loan will be repaid to the city? Or is that not coming?
I believe that's 2025 is when EPRIS will pay the city back. We've spread that out over a few years.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Got it.
Sure.
I'm sorry if I should know this and I don't. Can you explain, I guess that would be Kurt, what is the homeless respite center? I assume that's different than the day shelter.
It is, and I'll let Kurt fill you in on the details.
Yeah, thank you for that. So this is a initiative that we've been working on, in particularly in the closure of the COVID Recovery Center, as well as a need that's been in our community for some time for unhoused individuals who are released from the hospital and have various medical conditions which do not make it effective for them to either live on the street or in a shelter. And it's a specific population that we haven't been able to support well. And so this is an initiative that we're in the midst of exploring in partnership with Boulder County. But it's not far enough along yet. We're still working on assessing the facility to see if that will work, and we're working with the hospitals to see what support we can get from them as well. But the reason it's in this budget adjustment is we're still hopeful that's an initiative that we could get started in this year.
Okay, thanks, Ginny.
I just have a follow-up to Kurt, to Tara's comment. So this would be just a one-time fund?
That's correct. So this would be to actually bring the building up to code requirements necessary to run that type of service and use in a building. And we would be looking for other sources of funding to provide the service.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Jeannie. Right, I'm not seeing any other questions, so let's go to the public hearing. We have one person signed up. So Lynn Siegel, you'll get 3 minutes. So if we can get Lynn on, please.
Lynn, you should be able to unmute now.
Anytime you're doing any budget management, I like to have something to say about it. My goodness, there's a shadow over the time. Interesting. Guess we're having an eclipse. Budget issues, you know, when there's a discussion during the public comment earlier today about we can't open Spruce Cool because we're charging people to learn life saving, and then there's not enough people to staff, and then we have to have this Diagonal Plaza issue here, and we can't let the poor people swim with the rich people because they have a free rec center pass. But guess what? There's nobody to fund the rec centers. And then we've got all these people from Boulder Mental or from Boulder Housing Partners commuting to North Boulder Rec Center. Since they can't swim in the rich people's pool, then I think there's problems with the budget because it's increasing wealth disparity. And that's not helping the long-term security of Boulder. So I like to speak up when you're approving something associated with the budget, because it demonstrates for me the hypocrisy that's going on within the city of Boulder for how you're distributing your funds. And it seems like they're poorly distributed. And it seems like before you approve any budget matters, you ought to think about how funds are being distributed evenly to the population for the benefit of the common good. And how that's enriching your general community. And how doing height subsidies and parking reductions and all of those things are affecting the bottom line of what's going on in Boulder with regards to developers being stimulated with things like the opportunity zone, where they're able to hold their property for 10 years and pay no capital gains. And then you're approving budgets that are supporting all of those things because the budget is the bottom line. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. All right, well, that brings our public hearing to a close. So I'll come back to council for comments or perhaps a motion. Except Mary would like to say something. You're muted though.
When you have the right people who know the answers, it's super helpful. And I think it's so fitting that Allie wasn't here earlier because she was coaching Little League for our Parks and Rec director to be doing that. But we have something and we will correct it on the website, but it turns out we do not require payment for training. The city does that. And we will pay for CERT and their time in the training. So just wanted to clear that up.
Good to hear. All right, council members. Somebody could just dive in. Maybe we could get the suggested motion up on the screen because it's a little complicated, and somebody could just say, I'll move what's on the screen if they wanted to.
I will move what's on the screen.
I'll second.
I don't know who got.
Give it to Bob, please.
And then give the second to Nicole.
On a motion by Bob and a second by Nicole. Do you all want to speak to that at all? No.
Great job, Mark.
Yeah, I would just want to thank staff, and I really appreciate some of the innovative ideas that are coming through on some of this as well. And Kurt, especially, thank you for working on this recovery center. I think this will be such a needed resource for our community. So thank you.
Well said. Okay, so let's do a vote here. Elise, what kind of vote do we have?
We have a roll call, sir.
All right.
All right, we will start this vote with Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach. Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
And Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
The motion on the screen associated with the items for ordinance 8515 are hereby adopted and passed unanimously, including resolution 304.
Wonderful. Okay, thanks for all your excellent work on this. It was very professionally done. Really appreciate that from all city staff who worked on that, and Mark especially for presenting it to us and leading the effort there. So, all right, Alicia, you want to take us to our next public hearing, please?
Yes, sir. Item 5B on tonight's agenda is the consideration of a motion to approve the proposed list of projects for submittal to the Denver Regional Council of Governments for the 2022 through 2025 Transportation Improvement Program sub-regional process.
And we have Jean Sanson leading us in that conversation. Hi, Jean.
Hi, good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Hi, members of City Council, and thank you for having me this evening. My name is Jean Sanson, and I'm a Principal Transportation Planner with the City's Department of Transportation and Mobility. And I'm joined this evening by my colleague Garrett Slater, our Principal Engineer on Transportation Capital Projects. Sorry, I've got some flying in front of me. This evening, I'll be sharing information on the proposed project submittals. Sorry, Emily, would you mind pulling up our slides? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So to reiterate, this evening, I'll be sharing information on the proposed project submittals for the 2022 through 2025 Denver Regional Council of Governments, or DRCOG, Sub-Regional Transportation Improvement Program, also known as the TIP. I will start with an overview of the TIP program, then share the city's approach to identifying the proposed project applications, including our community engagement process. And I'll also provide a brief description of each project, and we'll conclude with a request to council for a motion to approve the submittal of project applications. So let's get started. Next slide, please. Looks like we got a little delay, and now we might be having some technical difficulties. I'll just give Emily a second.
Thanks, Jean. We seem to have some technology gremlins afoot.
It goes with the territory these days.
Just don't feed them after midnight.
And Emily, if you need help and need somebody to take over, please feel free.
Thanks, Nuria. I am trying to get that up, but it is frozen here.
Okay. Well, maybe if you're not able to, maybe Alicia in the background can get that up for us.
Let me ask to request to share my screen, and I can find it. Thanks everyone for your patience.
Thanks, Alicia.
Computers are not our friends today.
There are times.
You should be able to share, Alicia.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Looking for the TIP sub-regional process presentation. I have it.
To the rescue. Appreciate you.
Oh, of course. We are a team. Takes a teamwork to make the dream work.
Indeed.
It's as long as my computer doesn't freeze up. Alrighty. Slideshow. Jean, I'm coming.
Oh, wonderful, Alicia. Thank you.
Just got to get my computer. I might even start running them parallel, since we seem to have the gremlins that want to take over. All right, it is up. Let me find the appropriate screen. Can everyone see it?
We can.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are my hero.
Oh no, again, no one's hero, just here to lend my hand. Okay, Jean, you want me to advance?
Yes, to the next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay. And if I have boxes or something up there, everyone, please let me know, because I'm still working through that whole boxes thing. All right.
Wonderful. Okay, so picking up where we left off, the City of Boulder is proposing to submit transportation project funding applications to DRCOG as part of the 2022 through 2025 TIP. And, the TIP is really the primary mechanism by which federal transportation funds flow to local governments for the types of transportation system improvements we're looking at this evening. And the DRCOG project selection process splits available funding into two shares. So there are regional projects, which comprise approximately 20% of all available TIP funding. And then there are sub-regional projects, which comprise approximately 80%. And while this is typically done in one cycle each, this year DRCOG is programming projects in 4 TIP cycles, or the 4 calls for projects, as you see here. And they're doing this to meet spending timeframes associated with federal ARPA funds and state multimodal and mitigation option funds under Colorado's new transportation funding bill. And I'd also note that each TIP cycle also includes total current and future anticipated funding available under the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So starting with the first call, the Call 1 regional project selection process is nearing completion, as you see here in the orange next. In fact, the DRCOG Board of Directors, on which Councilmember Spear is our city's representative, will be asked at their meeting tomorrow night to vote on funding for 6 projects. And 2 of those projects will directly benefit the city of Boulder. The first is $14.9 million for 2 Colorado 119 or diagonal highway projects to construct bus rapid transit, mobility, and safety improvements, as well as segments of the commuter bikeway on this corridor between J Road and 63rd Street. The other regional funding recommendation that will be brought to the board tomorrow evening is approximately $11.2 million for pre-construction design on Colorado 7 to advance regional multimodal improvements, including bus rapid transit and a commuter bikeway. And what's really exciting is that within the city of Boulder, this funding includes approximately $3 million for final design of East Arapahoe between 28th Street and Foothills Parkway. So moving to the Call 2 phase of the TIP, shown here in red, the 2022 through 25 TIP call for sub-regional projects applications was issued or opened on May 2nd of this year, and applications are due June 24th. The second call for projects is the topic of this meeting's presentation. I'd also note that this call will be followed by another regional and sub-regional TIP call for project applications later this year. Next slide, Alicia, please. So how do we, or the City of Boulder, select sub-regional projects to submit for funding? Well, we started with a long list of projects selected from the city's Transportation Master Plan. And with a great deal of input from our Transportation Advisory Board over the last 5 months, we narrowed down the list to those projects that, 1, further the city's adopted TMP, 2, would be competitive in terms of the TIP application scoring criteria, and 3, and very importantly, advanced safety improvements to the Boulder Core Arterial Network, or CAN, as well as regional multimodal corridors that meet the city's priority objectives for things like reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector, meeting our city's Vision Zero goals, and ensuring projects deliver benefits to our equity populations. I'd also note that we looked for those projects that would leverage partner funds where they were available. So next slide, please. So based on this approach, we identified 4 projects that were deemed to meet this criteria, and we went out to our community and our Transportation Advisory Board for their input on these projects. And they range in scope from the preliminary design of a complete street on 30th Street north of Arapahoe to the extension of the 28th Street West Side multi-use path north of the 4 Mile Creek Bridge, which was where it terminates today, to the implementation of transit priority intersections along Broadway, to the construction of more permanent protected bike lanes and enhanced transit stops along Baseline. Next slide, please. Several outreach efforts were implemented to notify adjacent property owners and the community about the TIP submittal process and the projects being considered for the TIP. There's a project web page, and a mailing was sent to approximately 3,300 property owners, residents, and businesses adjacent to potential TIP projects. And other interested stakeholders in the community were notified about the grant application process. Community members were invited to review project fact sheets and informational videos, provide online feedback, and schedule virtual office hours with our staff. And we've gotten what we consider pretty good traction from these engagement tools. With each video, we received about 50 views, and 58 people have provided verbal or written feedback online or via virtual office hours. And the most common topics were congestion concerns, feedback on the types of facilities we're planning on installing, questions about expanding the project scope, and safety, particularly for bicyclists and pedestrians. And as I mentioned, we concluded with a TAB public hearing this month on May 9th. So as I walk through each of the 4 projects in this next set of slides, I'll summarize the themes that we've heard related to each project application from our community. Alicia, next slide, please. So in no particular order, I'm going to start with a project to conduct preliminary design for protected bicycle facilities and transit stop improvements on 30th Street between Arapahoe and Iris. This is about a 2.5-mile stretch of roadway, and it really is an opportunity to create a continuous walkable, bikeable corridor rich with destinations and access to local and regional transit. The corridor is lined with multifamily housing, thousands of jobs, and a considerable share of the city's retailers. It's also an essential corridor for active transportation. And importantly, it would extend the 30th Street protected bike facilities that are going to be constructed south of Arapahoe in 2023. This project was taken to what we call the DRCOG Sub-Regional Forum Staff Group for review, and the reception that we received was a good one from this group. They particularly like the strength of the multimodal components, and committee members offered that they think this will be a competitive project for funding. So keep in mind, this is the group that will be scoring these applications when they're submitted in late June. We also received the most public comments about this project, with community members expressing concern about conflicts between vehicles and bicyclists. And to share with you one comment, I think a public comment that reflects much of what we heard, I quote, "Living along this corridor, I'm very excited about the project of safer bicycle accommodations. Currently, the vehicle speeds and volumes make for a pretty uncomfortable biking environment, and I fully support this project, and I'm excited to see the design options and look forward to being involved." So that's just a sample of the type of comments we received related to this particular project. Next slide, please, Alicia. So moving on to the next project, the Broadway corridor improvements. These corridor improvements were identified in the 2014 Northwest Area Mobility Study to improve travel time and reliability for RTD's Flatiron Flyer service, along with other regional transit routes, future arterial bus rapid transit or BRT service, and local transit. So just to give you an idea about the usage of this corridor, pre-pandemic, northbound Broadway carried about 37 buses per hour in the AM peak period. But this corridor also experiences significant traffic congestion in the peak periods, which would impact transit travel times and reliability. And this project is intended to address this issue. It would include intersection improvements to provide transit priority at Broadway and Table Mesa and Broadway and Regent intersections, as well as an analysis of general purpose lane conversions to business access transit lanes between Table Mesa and 18th Street, with lane restriping and signage as feasible. The project will also consider operational improvements at each of the corridor intersections between Regent and Table Mesa Drive. What's neat about this project is that it's packaging funding from different sources. So with this application, we're hoping to use $1.5 million in CDOT pre-construction or Colorado Department of Transportation pre-construction funds and limited local funds, and with the DRCOG tip match, as you see here, for full design and construction of the project. Community feedback for this project ranged from skepticism about the need for bus lanes to enthusiasm for a project that will speed up buses to concern over lane capacity available for private automobiles. And, like each of the proposed TIP projects I'm describing this evening, the city will provide an opportunity for robust community dialogue as design options are developed and evaluated. Next slide, please. This next project, the Baseline Enhanced Transit Stops and Protected Bike Lanes project, will construct multimodal enhancements to the baseline corridor to include, as I mentioned, protected bike lanes, potentially floating bus stops, and safety improvements at key intersections and crossings. This project was also well received by the Boulder County Sub-Regional Forum Staff Committee. They particularly like the multimodal components and connections to communities further east, and community comments have really emphasized the need for improved crossing and separation for bicyclists. Should we be successful in securing TIP funding, we would leverage our local funding for resurfacing Baseline as part of our planned pavement management program with these grant dollars to create more permanent physical protections that address bike-bus conflicts and pedestrian safety. So next slide, please, Alicia, thank you. So this fourth project would construct a 10-foot wide bi-directional concrete multi-use path for bicyclists and pedestrians on the west side of US 36 from 4 Mile Canyon Creek Bridge, which you see in the photo here, to J Road. This project was presented to our community for feedback. And when it was presented for feedback, it had a longer extent with the northern end terminating at Violet, based on what's called for in our transportation master plan. But given the feedback that we received from the Sub-Regional Forum Staff Committee, who were generally supportive of the project, but suggested that we scale the project to a shorter extent by truncating the northern section at J Road to be mindful of the project cost. Many of the comments we received from the community were those expressing excitement for extending the multi-use path north to accommodate off-street users, and frankly, questions of how soon can this be done and why doesn't it extend further north into the neighborhoods. After sharing this community feedback and with careful deliberation, our TAB determined that this project did not represent improvements to all modes of travel. And due to the relatively high cost of the project as compared to the other 3 projects, should not be recommended to City Council for approval. So staff weighed feedback from the community and the vote by TAB members, and it is our recommendation that while the project not be submitted for this call to regional submittal at this time, we strongly recommend this project be considered for future submittals in the next 2024 through 2027 TIP call for sub-regional projects, which will happen later this year. Next slide, please. So as mentioned earlier, at the May 9th TAB meeting, the board held a public hearing to consider the list of 4 projects we just reviewed. As mentioned, TAB determined that 3 of the 4 proposed projects shown on this list best address safety issues, improvements for all modes of travel, and would advance improvements to the core arterial network. TAB therefore made a unanimous recommendation to City Council to approve the proposed submittal of these projects. Next slide, please. Based on this community feedback and TAB recommendation, staff is asking Council this evening to consider a motion to approve the proposed list of projects for submittal to the DRCOG 2022 through 2025 TIP sub-regional process with the projects included on the screen here. Next slide, please. So based on Council's motion, between now and June 24th, staff will prepare these project applications. The sub-regional forum will then score project applications and make recommendations to the DRCOG board for approval in late summer, early fall. And parallel to this, staff will also begin to identify a second set of city projects for consideration in the next sub-regional call later this year. Next slide. So with that, we thank you for considering this request, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Jean, and all the hard work by you and your department on this process. I'll turn real quickly to Nicole as our DRCOG rep. Nicole, did you want to say anything about these before we go on to questions?
I would just say that I've been really impressed by the way that staff and TAB and others have really kind of come together on these projects, and just really want to thank everybody for involvement, and Jean, especially, thank you for all you've done to bring this forward. I will say, just for the community and for folks who maybe like me and not having known too much about transportation before getting here, one of the things that constraints that I hadn't completely been aware of, is how when we're working with state, regional highways, we don't have full control. And so one of the things that I've really appreciated watching our transportation staff work through this is the way that everybody takes into account all these different constraints at the city level, at the regional level, at the state level, to bring together projects that benefit our community. And so just again, want to recognize the immense work that has gone into bringing this forward. I think these are really wonderful proposals.
Thanks, Nicole. All right, we've got questions from Tara and then Matt.
Jean, can you explain what a floating bus stop is?
Yeah, that's a great question, Tara. So a floating bus stop, you might have seen them like in downtown Denver, but essentially, and Garrett might be able to describe it a little bit differently, but if you can imagine like in front of the curb, right? So you've got the curb and then the roadway, there would be a bike lane. And then next to that bike lane would be an area, a passenger waiting area to board and debark the bus. So essentially the bus stays in the lane as opposed to pulling off to the curb, and the passengers get on and off. And that really reduces the conflict between the bicyclists and the pedestrians. And Garrett, you probably have a better way of describing a floating bus stop, but maybe a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I didn't have a picture for you this evening.
Good evening, Garrett Slater, Principal Transportation Projects Engineer. And I would say that you might think of an example that would be analogous to a floating bus stop is the way we sometimes place pedestrian medians in the middle of a street to make it safer for crossing, and that's to separate people and cars. What a floating bus island is essentially the same thing. It separates buses and people who want to get on and off of buses from both bike lanes and from cars.
Great. Plus, they also hover 3 feet off the ground using an anti-gravity drive. Did I got that right? So, just kidding. Tara, was that all you had?
That's next year's technology.
Matt.
Sort of like a Jetsons reference there. Ironically, George Jetson, based on the show, would be born in 2022, just for reference. So put that in your head for a minute. Anyway, so my question centers around what's our general track record with some of these tips and Dr. Cog proposals? Are we batting, 300? Are we, just how do we do? How are we competitive? And how do we do on these typically?
Yeah, I'm going to refer that question to Garrett since he has a longer history of these tip application processes.
So I can say that over the last 3 cycles, we've averaged about a 50 to 60% success rate. And the process for award was changed considerably in the last cycle, and Mayor Brockett was a part of that change. And we were concerned at that time that it might reduce funding opportunities for our community, but the cycle played out such that we really have been able to maintain the success rate, and we're hopeful that the same will hold true in this cycle.
Thank you. I'll just add, we do better than your average community in the Denver metro area. Our staff is extremely good at designing projects that are well received and match the criteria really, really well. So because of the quality work by city staff, we get funded at higher percentage levels than most communities. So,
and Eric, can I? Oh, sorry.
Please.
Sorry, Councilmember Spear, go ahead.
I was just going to add that watching you all, I see why we're so successful, because there's so much you do to talk to all the different groups involved and really build support and energy for these proposals and kind of work out all the kinks before they go in and really pick the proposals that are going to have the best chance of success. So just wanted to call that out.
And Jean, you were going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to piggyback on what Garrett said in answer to Councilman Benjamin's question related to our success rate. Just to give you a little bit of context about this particular tip cycle. So for the Boulder County subregion, there is $16 million available for all jurisdictions within Boulder County in this particular call for projects. We, with these 3 projects, are asking for approximately $9.4 million of TIP funding. So that's 9.4 of 16 million. We will have the opportunity to, if we are not successful in securing funding for all 3 projects, to resubmit in that later call later in this year. And it's also oftentimes an option to reduce the scale and the cost of these projects for funding based on availability. So just a little bit more context related to what's available and what our ask is.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's go to our public hearing. We have one person signed up, which is Lynn Siegel. So Lynn, you get 3 minutes, and if we can bring Lynn on, please.
Yepers, well, I'm sure it's really great the way, oh, I'm just looking at my name on the screen. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, back to the issue here is folks are doing great jobs on getting different transportation changes implemented, but what are we trying to do to start with? Transporting people to different places. And that's the issue, is we need a self-sustaining community that we pay people enough to live here and work here, and they can afford to live here. And projects like Bill Hollicky's in Coburn with Diagonal Plaza, that housing does not help the housing demand in Boulder, as folks said tonight. That is a high-end housing project. For every high-end, and it's also not owned, it's rental. So how does that help housing in Boulder? It doesn't. In fact, every unit there that has a place for one bicycle, talk about transportation, one bike. So the family has to stuff all their bikes into the apartment, which is reduced in size already for a high rent. And how is that benefiting Boulder? Each one of those high-end apartments has an impact of all the services that those people demand, with service industry folks that are not paid enough to also live in Boulder. So then they have to transport out. And then you have these discussions about transportation amendments and additions, which are great. Like Nicole says, everyone's doing such a good job, but they're doing such a good job to move people around. People that want to live and work in their own communities, and that need to live and work in their own communities to have a cohesive community. So how do you do that? You do that in a much bigger master plan, and you make transportation a smaller part of that than the bigger part that it is here, and the big expensive part that it is here. And what CU South, if God forbid that thing ever happens, will really destroy the jobs housing imbalance in this community and really drive up our transportation mitigation issues like were brought up tonight in this transportation plan. Thanks. Night.
Thanks, Lynn. All right, well, that's it for the public hearings. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and potentially a motion. Who would like to kick us off? Matt.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, if you don't mind. I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed list of projects for submittal to the Denver Regional Council of Governments for the 2022-2025 Transportation Improvement Program sub-regional process.
I'll second that.
I'm seconding. I never get to second.
You second.
All right, Matt has a motion. Tara gets the second. Would you all like to speak to the motion?
For one, I would like to say that I just received my tip mailer today with a wonderful QR code. So clearly we're putting out the outreach. So thank you, staff, for getting that out there. It's nice to see this in the mail. but more importantly, I think it's wonderful to see the CAN proposal really gain substantive momentum by the application to DRCOG for these projects. I think for part of the analogy, but it really puts the rubber to the road in terms of really getting us where we need to go. So I just think this is great work, and I love the track record. I love the work the staff's doing, and I'm excited to see where we go from this and subsequent cycles going forward as we really try to focus on reducing Vision Zero and getting it to zero. And so great work, and this is just fantastic that we're already making these strides and getting this work headed in the right direction.
I would like to say that we're lucky to have Jean and Garrett.
Absolutely. Well, I'll just add in, totally agree with what you all said, and appreciate seeing the CAN network kind of going into action here with these proposals, all of which are really excellent proposals, and I appreciate the TAB's vetting of them and the community feedback, and look forward to seeing some of these getting approved at the sub-regional forum level. So, anybody else?
We've got a motion in a second.
Isha, you want to get us through a vote?
Yes, sir. Thank you. We will start this vote with Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Wallach?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
The item to approve the proposed list of projects is hereby approved unanimously.
Okay, very good. Thanks again, Jean and Garrett and everyone else. Appreciate all your work on this.
Thank you.
Okay, that moves us to our last public hearing of the evening. Alicia, if you could take us to that, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 5C is the consideration of a motion to approve the proposed annexation agreement amendment for the property at 1422 55th Street to modify the affordable housing requirements and facilitate the development of the site with for-sale homes. This is referenced under case number LUR 2021-00045.
I see Sloan popping up. It's all yours.
Okay. Presentation is up.
All right, great. So I'm Sloan Walbert. I am a planner in the Planning and Development Services Department. And the purpose of this item is for City Council to consider an application to amend an annexation agreement from 1999, which applies to the property located at 1422 55th Street. The request was considered on the consent agenda at the March 15th meeting. And at that meeting, Council voted to hold a public hearing on the application. So in this presentation, I'll cover the background review process and history of the annexation, and then the proposed amendment to the affordable housing provisions. I'd also note that Kurt Fernhaber from the Housing Division is here to answer any questions you have regarding those affordable housing provisions. So in terms of process, annexation agreement amendments are reviewed consistent with the processes and standards for annexation under section 9217 of the Land Use Code. Annexation must also be consistent with the policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, in particular policy 1.17, which is annexation. Specifically, 1.17 emphasizes that annexation of land with redevelopment potential must provide a special opportunity or benefit to the city. In this case, that would be done through provisions such as the creation of permanently affordable housing. And then lastly, the amendment must be found to be consistent with the intent of the original approval. Applications for amendments to existing annexations require a decision by City Council following a recommendation by Planning Board. The Planning Board considered the amendment at a public hearing on February 17th. As part of the deliberations, some board members voiced support, finding that it would be an acceptable proposal to allow the site to be developed, and that the amendment would provide for an equivalent benefit as the original amendment. Some board members felt that the proposal was premature and that additional information or additional conditions would be necessary for their support. So ultimately, in order to allow the proposal to move forward, the planning board incorporated these concerns in the motion to City Council and voted to recommend approval. Just wanted to note that noticing of application was done consistent with land use code. Staff did receive a few inquiries from neighboring property owners. However, no formal public comment was received. The 1 acre property is located in East Boulder on the east side of 55th Street between Arapahoe Avenue and Baseline Road. The site contains an approximately 2,000 square foot home and some accessory structures. The property is bordered to the north and south by single family residences, and the municipal golf course is immediately to the east. The site is zoned residential medium 1, which is described as shown on the screen. The allowable intensity of residential development in the RM1 district is determined by the provision of 3,000 square feet of usable open space per dwelling unit. The site was annexed to the city in 1999, as I mentioned, along with 6 surrounding properties on the east side of 55th Street and also along Scenic View Court, which is immediately to the north. And at the time of annexation, the site was zoned RM1, and the intent of the medium density zoning designation was to provide future development potential on the subject properties and in turn opportunities for affordable housing. The existing annexation agreement creates several requirements for the applicant. Some of them are triggered by events defined as redevelopment, such as issuance of a building permit for additional square footage.
All good. We've gotten used to all sorts.
He would do that right when I'm presenting. The applicant approached the city last year with a proposal to develop the property. And when the applicant approached the city to discuss the affordable housing requirements, it became apparent to both the applicant and to staff that there were difficulties in implementing the requirements on such a relatively small site. And since the requirements are prohibitive to the development of housing and no longer desirable from a community benefit perspective, the applicant has worked with the housing divisions to propose an appropriate amendment. And no additional, under the current agreement, no additional dwelling units would be approved unless the requirements on the screen have been met. So the agreement under consideration tonight is the same as what was considered by Planning Board. The requirement to develop at the maximum permissible density would remain. However, the agreement would be amended to require $25,000 contribution to the city's affordable housing fund for any additional units, and that would be within 5 years of the recording of the amendment. And then after 5 years, the developer would just be required to pay the standard cash in lieu fee. And then lastly, a provision has been added to require that all dwelling units be constructed and sold as for sale units. So the key issue is whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the intent of the original annexation package and also Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan policies on annexation. The current housing market in the city is driving the construction of almost entirely rental housing, and the city has identified the need for more ownership opportunities appropriate for middle-income households. Staff finds that the amendment would enable the development of the site with market rate units for sale, which is consistent with the middle-income housing strategy and also adds to the housing inventory of the city. In addition, the cash in lieu contributions would be used to leverage state and federal funds to create additional permanently affordable housing elsewhere in the city. And staff finds that the development would provide at a minimum an equivalent affordable housing community benefit as part of the annexation. So on that note, staff recommends approval of the amendment as it is consistent with the overall goals and policies of the BVCP, as well as the intent of the original annexation package. And I have a motion shown on the screen. And as always, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Sloan. Questions for Sloan? I've got Mark and then Bob.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but Sloan, you might stop screen sharing now with that presentation.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm having a hard time ending it. Thank you. It did not want to end.
Good. I thought that was my problem. When you say that this is going to create middle income housing, how do you define the price categories appropriate for middle income purchasers?
Kurt, I'm going to ask you to answer that one, please.
Good evening again, Councilor Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. Typically we, as far as pricing, we assume that middle income households can afford a price at 120% of the area median income, with incomes as high as 150% of the area median income. So I can't define that as a price because that changes by interest rate and that sort of thing as well. But if you can imagine a family of 3 making up to $160,000 a year, what could they afford for housing payments being a third of their income? So this particular property, as the annexation agreement in front of you, doesn't define what those prices would be. It's more defined as a housing type, as a market housing type, which is smaller and certainly home ownership. And so that's, as I responded to your hotline, part of our middle income housing strategy when we can't, or for market rate housing that is not deed restricted, is to create a housing type that is both ownership and smaller in size.
Well, before I ask my next question, I do want to give a shout out to you, Kurt, for promptly responding to my hotline questions. They were not the easiest questions in the world, and the fact that you did so quickly and so thoroughly, I just want to thank you for that. My second question is, do we have any assurance that we will get smaller types of housing in this transaction? Are there any guardrails here?
So I will move that question back to Sloan or someone from planning who would be able to answer that better than myself.
So under the current, current and proposed amendment, they are required to develop at the maximum density. There are a variety of housing types that are allowed in this zone. So I think if they were proposing single family homes, for instance, they would have to show that they're developing at the maximum density for that housing type. And as I mentioned, this is based on open space. So they'd have to provide the maximum amount of open space on the site under the proposal, the current proposal.
So do we have a sense of how many homes and what kind of square footage that would entail?
As I mentioned, it's driven by open space, so it's very site specific. It would be based on their site plan, how they're developing. But I think we propose that they could probably accommodate something like 14 dwelling units.
Would that be the same if you wanted to do townhouses?
It again depends on how you're designing the development to provide that open space. But yes, hypothetically, it'd be around that, regardless of the housing type.
Am I correct that the developer has previously expressed an interest in townhouses?
That was their initial proposal, was for 14 townhouses. I believe it was in two buildings with sort of a central access lane. But my understanding is that may not be the final proposal based on the outcome of this amendment.
Okay. I will have a number of comments on this, but I will hold those until questions are done. So thank you.
So Mark, I could just add that the applicant is on the line tonight as well. So there may be questions that you would want to say for the applicant, such as that.
Well, in that case, I would ask the applicant, what are his intentions?
I wonder if we might do staff questions first and then shift to the applicant after that. Okay. That's all right.
Done. Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll come back to you, Bob.
Thanks, Aaron. I just want to continue the line that Mark started and maybe some more questions for Kurt. So I'm just kind of doing some rough math here, Kurt. At 4.5% interest rate, it looks like the family type of family you described in that 120 to 150% of AMI range could probably afford a mortgage of about $600,000, $700,000, or $800,000. Does that sound about right to you? Just want to get directionally correct.
In that range, yes. I mean, obviously the amount that they have for a down payment has a huge impact on that, but that range is probably correct.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, we made some assumptions about down payment and interest rates, but so to get a house that's kind of, you know, supporting a, call it $700,000 or $800,000 mortgage, you know, my understanding is houses are going for about $400 to $600 a square foot here in Boulder. If you were to kind of suggest to us a size or maximum size that you think that would kind of keep these houses in that price range, what zip code would you kind of recommend to us? I mean, what size of house, if we were to talk about a maximum size to ensure affordability to middle income families, what would you suggest?
So for townhomes, what I have seen is that townhomes that are 2 or 3 bedrooms on the smaller size are typically around 1,200 square feet. On the larger size, sort of in that target population that we're trying to serve, are probably 1,600 to 1,700 square feet. I think a 1,400 square foot townhome, 3 bedroom is a very comfortable size. Looking at the types of units we've seen developed in the city, as well as some of our affordable units. Many of our affordable units are sort of in that size range as well.
Are there, I'm not super familiar with that neighborhood. Are there precedents in that neighborhood? I mean, are there typical house sizes that are either in the neighborhood to the north or the neighborhood to the west?
Yes, so the 3 parcels to the north of this property is a parcel which I believe is either the same size or very equivalent in total size to this property. Same or similar annexation agreements that was done. That development created 8 small single-family homes in addition to the home that was already there. Those homes are in the 1,300 to 1,400 square foot range. And that development was built by Thistle Properties, and the city put additional funds into that development to create some affordable units there.
Okay, that's helpful. Kind of slightly different questions. I don't know if this is for Sloan or for Kurt. Sloan, on I think it was slide 7 of what you put up there, you said that the cash in lieu fee would be capped at $25,000 for the first 5 years, and then it would go to whatever cash in lieu level happened to be current at the time. What would the cash in lieu level be if it were if this wasn't a special deal? If this was just somebody building something along the lines of what we're talking about, 25,000 is kind of a little artificially low, isn't it?
It is. So the cash in lieu approach changed pretty significantly about 5 years ago when the inclusionary housing ordinance was updated. And I'm sure you'll remember that, Bob, but you were on council at that time. And for sale products like this, if you don't provide any affordable housing on site, you actually pay 1.5 times the cash in lieu amount. That was there to encourage developers to create some on-site affordable home ownership units. So it depends on the types of units, whether they're townhomes, single families, but a range that I would give, which I believe is also in the hotline, typically in the $65,000 to $75,000 per unit range is what I recall for different housing types that are similar to what the applicant had put forward.
Okay, so if this was coming forward now, fresh project,
Yep.
and talking about the types of housing that we're talking about, 14, 15, 1600 square foot townhomes, 2 or 3 bedrooms, you said it would be about 60 to 70,000, and this would be
Yeah, it'd be about in the $70,000 range per unit.
Okay, and so this would be
for all units.
This would be locked in kind of like it. What are the advertisements? You know, old time prices. These 1999 prices, or where did 25,000 come from?
So the 25,000 came from negotiations between ourselves and the developer. They didn't come from a particular metric. But what we did, however, do, we did an exercise after the planning board meeting because they asked similar questions within that meeting. We then looked back at, we had to do a bit of research to find out what the cash in lieu amounts would be in the year 2000, the year after, when inclusionary housing cash in lieu actually came into place. And then we used our inflationary amount since then as it relates to how cash in lieu has increased. And we came to an amount of about 35,000 per lot using that metric.
Okay, so just to play that back to you, if this was a new project now, it would be 70,000. If we applied the 2000 numbers and add an inflationary factor to bring it up to 2022, it'd be 35,000. But kind of the negotiated deal, subject to what council thinks tonight, is 25,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Like Mark, I probably have a few comments later on, but that's the end of my questions for now.
Thank you.
Lauren?
Thank you. I'm kind of going to follow up on that same line of questioning. So it would be about $70,000 in cash in lieu payments to develop this within the city of Boulder today. But if we were to look at this as an annexation today, don't we typically charge twice the amount of cash in lieu?
We typically charge about 1.5 times cash in lieu. We haven't really applied it in this way. I mean, the cash in lieu penalty is already at 1.5 for not creating affordable units. So I'm not exactly sure I can answer your question correctly. But theoretically, yes, it could probably go up as high as 100,000 or slightly higher than that in equivalency.
Okay, thank you.
All right, looks like that's it for questions for staff. So I wonder if we might bring the applicant online, because I believe Mark had a question for him.
Don, you should be, there you go. Excellent.
Great, Don, maybe you could just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Don Altman, and I am the applicant.
Okay. Thanks for being here tonight. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, Don, my question is, what are your intentions for the development of this property?
Our intentions, if the annexation agreement is amended, is to build as many homes as possible.
Are we talking about?
We don't know attached or single family yet. Haven't gone that far. But we want to build as many as we can.
And what's
as mentioned before, we have the 3,000 square feet of open space per unit requirement.
But an acre is 44,000, so that should give you a fair number of homes or townhomes, even with the 3,000 square feet, I would think.
Correct. Our most dense plan we've come up with so far is 14 units.
Okay. All right, thank you. And what size on those units?
We don't know. And it's in the floodplain, so we can't do a basement. So that'll factor into our final design as well.
But you don't know the size? I mean, I assume you've done a zoning analysis and
we put together a 14-unit project that didn't work under the old or the existing annexation agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we put everything on hold and started working on amending the annexation agreement to make a viable project. We did spend $100,000 designing the 14 units. Then we got estimates to build them, and it didn't work. So we spent about a year doing that.
Well, if you, I guess my question is, if you were building 14 units then and you found it not to be feasible, then what are you proposing now? I'm just not trying to understand what it is that you're asking us to approve.
For us to pay cash in lieu, and then that would relieve the units of, and then we could sell the units at a market rate.
And how do you see that market rate?
I don't know, but I mean, we would want to sell them for as much as people were willing to pay for them.
All right, I don't want to belabor this any further. Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, you have a question for Don?
I do, thank you. So I saw in the proposal that was previously applied for the 14 units, it looked like you were applying for 20,300 square feet of residential floor area. And you just mentioned that the flood, a flood issue. Do you think you would still be able to build that 20,000 square feet, or is the flood level impacting that residential square footage?
The floodplain, which is all over Boulder, the 100-year floodplain, there's thousands of homes in it. All of that means to us as developers is that we cannot build basements,
Mm-hmm.
which is less expensive to build a basement than above grade. So that's a little bit unfortunate.
It looked like in that proposal, you were discussing 2 stories of residential above parking. So it didn't seem like the floodplain would impact that, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding something.
Well, my understanding of the floodplain is just an elevation that, if you are below it, you cannot build a basement. And any structures that you do build have to be above that line.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Got a couple more here, Nicole and then Matt.
Yeah, I just have a question, Don, and hi, thanks for being with us tonight. This may also be a question for Kurt, so just sorry if I'm opening up, bringing Kurt back in. But Don, my question was just around, as I understand it, we're also buying the property on 30th Street that we're going to be using for the fire station from you. And I was just, I think, as I'm understanding it, the 55th Street spot was a better place for you to build what it was that you were interested in building. We, the city, were really interested in having that 30th Street spot for a fire station. And I'm just wondering if I'm understanding that correctly, that because as I sort of see this, council, just to lay this out for you all, my colleagues, I see the fire station as being a big benefit for our community, and having it in that location that we put a lot of time and energy and effort into planning for it there. So I know it's not technically the way that we think about a community benefit, but this feels like a good thing for us, for me.
Could I maybe jump in, Nicole, before Don does, just to give a little more background, and then Don can answer that. So the 30th Street property that you're referring to is adjacent to the fire station, which has already gone through its entitlement process. What it requires, though, is for this property to work in collaboration in creating a street that would be shared by both properties. As well, Housing and Human Services invested $2.2 million in this property. I think it was about 5 years ago now, to create affordable housing. So we currently have had a sales contract that's expired and gone back into place 2 or 3 times over the last 9 months to purchase that property from Don for those 2 purposes, to create affordable housing on the site, as well as to work in collaboration with the fire station. We currently have that property under contract and are hopeful that it doesn't get moved again, and that we would be able to close by the end of this month. But I'll let Don talk about how if the 2 are linked, or how they're linked as far as a development approach.
So you mentioned that one site was better than the other for us to develop. They're actually both great sites to develop. But Kurt and I have been talking for a few years now, and I've been asked to accommodate what the city wants to do there, which is a different plan than we originally made. Also with the city, the fire station project came in after we purchased the 30th Street property. And again, I was asked to accommodate what was happening there, and that's what we've been negotiating, and I hope to come to an agreement on both of these properties.
Great. Thank you both so much for helping clarify.
I think you're muted, Aaron. I see your mouth move.
Sorry, Matt, and then Mark. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thanks, Aaron. I just wanted to follow a little bit up on Nicole's point, kind of regarding the fire station. I know these are separate properties, but they certainly are linked, perhaps a little bit transactionally, and also in terms of outcomes of housing. And I wanted to sort of ask the question of you, Dawn, about your maybe openness to having perhaps an amendment on this annexation that gives the city a little bit more certainty with regards to how the outcome of that is with the fire station at 2691 30th. Because it is of community benefit, it is of public safety. And so I was curious if you'd be open to an amendment that that property is sort of conveyed to the city pursuant the terms of the executed sales agreement, and authorizing perhaps our city manager to do the annexation agreement, and really making sure that it is, the conveyance of that property is really consistent with the terms of all these agreements. I want to make sure that if we're doing this annexation and creating this means for you to develop this in a much more free way, that we also make sure that we can guarantee that this fire station has some certainty for us and our community for the sake of public safety. As Kurt's mentioned, we've already put a lot of money and effort. We got a master planning process that's clearly defined that we need to expand some of our capacity in regards to our firefighting. So I wanted to sort of ask if you're open to that, to sort of allow us to have some certainty with regards to the outcomes of that fire station site.
Yes, I'm very open to that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
It's good to know. Thanks, Mark.
I guess this question is for Kurt, but if it's not a question that's appropriate to answer at this time, that's fine. What are the specific issues that are preventing a closing? Since we have an executed contract that's obviously been around for a bit, if we're not closing and we're prepared to close, there have to be specific issues that are preventing a closing. And we know what they are.
So I believe on two previous occasions, Don has had to either delay the closing or pull it out. I believe, if I'm correct, the end of last year, there was a period where we weren't under contract, and then we had to come under contract again. So it's been an on and off 2 or 3 times.
Well, I mean, I assume we're prepared to close.
We are prepared to close.
And is what stands in the way now of that closing? I would ask the same question of Don. Is there a reason we have not closed or are not closing next Tuesday?
It's not that simple. The contract allows me to choose whether I would like to close or not.
So it's an option agreement.
It reads is combination of an option agreement and a purchase contract. You could call it that, yeah.
And on what, is there any basis on which you may elect not to close, or simply, is that a timing issue or a situation where you can simply elect not to close ever?
I don't have to close.
Okay.
And I don't think the spirit of the last 2 years of Kurt and I talking would be, to close one and not the other.
All right. Thank you, Don.
All right, now we get Tara.
Hey, Don. So this council has been dedicated. It is in our mind that we want to make more middle-class housing. And I know that if the square footage is too large, then we won't be able to do that. That is really our focus, and we haven't been able to do that. We have rarely done that yet. So we would like to know if you can, I know you said that you are not able to, but I'm going to ask you anyway, if you can hold the square footage to, I don't know, 14, 15?
I think the only way that would work is if we could get upwards of 20, 25 units, and then that would require open space reduction, which would be, I would love that, but I wouldn't like to go through the process that would take a couple more years. We've already spent a few years in one design that didn't work, so we're kind of out of gas on that. If you all knew a quick way to reduce the open space requirement so that we could get more units, we could keep pushing the square footage all the way down to 500 square feet per unit. If we got 50 units, but I don't know. There's other things in the code preventing us from that, I believe. And to be fair, or at least, I'm being asked to give up another property. I'm being asked to shrink the homes, raise the cash in lieu fees, keep the prices at middle income. It's all stuff that just doesn't work. It doesn't work for any affordable project in Boulder unless the city is injecting significant funds. And I haven't asked that, and I don't think Kurt's interested in that because of the small nature of this project.
Thanks. Tara, does that finish your question? Okay, Lauren, and then maybe we'll go to the public hearing. So Bob.
Sorry, I'm just back on this previous submittal. At 20,000, a little over 20,000 square feet for 14 units, it seems like you would be at just over 1,400 square feet per unit. So I guess I'm not understanding why, like, the underlying zoning seems to allow something in that range already. And so, you know, if you were capped at 15 or 100 square feet, it doesn't seem like you would even be capable of doing that with the current zoning. So it almost seems like a non-issue. And so maybe you could just explain a little bit more of your thinking about why that number seems problematic to you.
It may be a non-issue. I don't know. We don't know how many units we're ultimately going to fit. We don't know once, you know, engineering gives us their input, once the fire department decides on the fire truck turnaround. We don't actually know. We very well may fall into a square footage that you all like, but it's more, I guess it's more of the fear of the unknown. And so I don't think anybody in Boulder wants to, well, I'm sure some people do, but most people wouldn't want to purposely limit the square footage that anything on their property could be built. And so we're just being cautious. Again, we want to build as many units as we can, and that'll by nature make them smaller and less expensive.
Thank you.
Let's see, Nicole's back.
Something that I hope will clarify our discussion. Don, I'm just wondering, you just listed 5 or 6 different things, right, that we're kind of asking you for here. I'm wondering, are there some of them, you know, would you be willing to take like a subset of those things? Or because you listed that we're asking for limiting the square footage, more cash in lieu, the 30th Street property. I think there were 1 or 2 things in there as well. And I'm just wondering if there are some of those that rather than thinking about all of them, are there some of them that if you were going to pick 1 or 2 things? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm okay handing over 30th Street, and I'm okay paying some cash in lieu. You know, that's 2 things. But that's probably the extent. And again, I want to do more units. If I didn't want to do more units, I would just build one big house there. And I don't, that's the opposite of what we want to do. So I really think we want the same thing.
Thank you.
All right, now we got Bob.
2 questions. One is probably for staff, probably for you, Sloan. If we didn't approve this amendment tonight, because it sounds like Don's got some more work to do, doesn't know what he wants to build there, which is fine. If we didn't, so maybe it's premature for us to take on this amendment. If we didn't approve this amendment, what would happen? I mean, does it just kind of sit out there under the old 1999 terms and he either builds or doesn't? Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's correct. I think there's some implications from a housing perspective on if they did a rental project, how exactly we would administer that. I think that's part of the issue, but they could build a single family home. It wouldn't, as long as they're not adding any dwelling units, they wouldn't have to meet any of the housing provisions in the agreement.
In the annexation agreement. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm just trying to understand, Don, getting back to Mark's questions. I mean, it sounds like you don't know what you want to build there, which is fine, and maybe this is premature. We would like to kind of get going on our fire station, and you know, I think there's a contract. I think I read in the memo, it's like 4.7 million. So it's not like you're giving it to us. We've given you a fair amount of money for it. And I wonder if we just put that behind us, close that deal. And if you need more time to think about what you're going to build there, I mean, I like Lauren's math. It sounds like 1,400 is kind of what you were thinking. If, you know, I think I did the same math as Lauren did. If you divide 14 units into 14 to 20,000, it comes out to about the 1,400 that Tara mentioned. So it sounds like we're kind of pretty similar there. But if you need some more time to think about it, we can. It'd be nice to get going on the fire station. And so I don't know what your thinking on all that is. If you need more time, if you need relief on the open space, that's something we can certainly talk about as well. Because I think Tara was on the right path with the 1,400 feet. Because that, just doing the math on that starts to feel like a middle income affordable housing. I'm sorry to say that, because it used to be quite a bit larger here in Boulder, but unfortunately we're down to 1,400 feet. But that's where we are. And we did do, we just talked about this like 2 hours ago. We did provide open space relief on the Diagonal Plaza. So it's within our power, I think, unless staff corrects me, through an ordinance to give some open space relief. Is that a lengthy process? It seemed to me at Diagonal Plaza, we just kind of did a lickety split. Am I remembering correctly, Sloan?
Well, annexation's a negotiated outcome. So you would be able to do it through the annexation agreement if that was desired.
Right, Charles. I just saw Charles come up. Charles, can you give us some guidance on that?
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. I think it's something that we could draft into the agreement if that was the will of council.
Sure. So it's not a lengthy or time consuming process. If Don said, "Hey, listen, I can live with 1,400 feet, but I need a little relief on open space requirements. I need to be a little less than 3,000." That's something we could just build right into the amendment. Is that right?
That's correct. It's not a supplemental process.
Okay, great. That's kind of what I thought too. Okay, that's it for now.
So 600 square feet per unit down from 3,000 is how you get to 25 units.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about 25. I was using Tara's number and Lauren's number of 1,400 divided into 20,000, which is what your plan was, and they got it to 14 units. I don't know if we're looking to take it down to 600. That doesn't feel like middle income family housing anymore. That feels like a single person's studio apartment.
Okay, let's go to the public hearing and then let's have discussion, and we can see where this leads. So let's go ahead and open the public hearing. We've got one person signed up. Lynn Siegel is up with 3 minutes of testimony. So
no annexation,
hold
no
on.
open space.
We got a timer coming up.
Yeah, no. Don Ontwin's at it again after 311 on the open space, where the fire is going to come in, where a fire happened, care of Michael Bosma, on the property of 311 with 7, count 'em, subsidies up at 311. That is the crime of the century in Boulder. He's not going to pull it again. No way. Now, I don't know what's happening with the fire station. I've watched the planning board issue on the fire station. I don't know exactly how the housing's working there. I'm sure I'll see that in the future as time goes by. But there should be no open space agreements with these developers that want to make the maximum buck. Let him build his friggin' house, a big house, Good for him. Hope he gets enough out of it. But what he wants is 1,400, 1,500 square foot places. Units in this place. What he wants, that's what we want. What he wants is 800 square feet with 25 units. And he wants an open space forgiveness. And he wants our agreement on annexation. What can you be thinking, City Council? What can you be thinking? This is another developer giveaway. And it's so ironic that it's in any way connected with the fire station. Now, there's going to have to be more fire provisions up at 311 on his previous development, because that's where the big one's coming in, the big fire. And you know what, with that Marshall fire, if we were off just a little tiny bit on the this atmospheric condition that could have happened that day, we would have had all of Boulder taken out easily. Now, it's coming in the future. And it's coming in through a senior center on the open space at the urban wildlife interface. That is not a funny thing. We've got to deal with that. And there's one way out for all of those people on oxygen tanks, full spectrum nursing on that site. And now this guy is trying to get free open space. Now, what do we do when we have people in these little units and with given up open space? Guess what? What do they want to do? They want to get the heck out of their little tiny units and use our open space that we're $300 million in deficit on in maintenance and operations and capital improvements funds with the open space board of trustees. Just ask them, how much open space are we buying for these people to use in these little tiny units? Like I always say, my dad moved from New York City, not to New York City. Okay, absolutely no to Don Altman and Michael Bosma. No way.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate that. All right, let's close the public hearing. That's all of our speakers. So let's come back to City Council and see if anybody has a proposal for how they'd like to move forward. Mark?
Well, first, I've got to say that, and this is not the fault of staff in any respect. They've been talking for a long time with this particular developer, and I'm doing their absolute best to create a good product for the city. But this is, in my 2.5 years on council, the most problematic transaction I have ever had to review. This is an individual who wants to pay $19.99 cash in lieu prices and sell homes at 2022 prices. He does not want to cap the size of them. So we have no idea whether they will be, I don't think they'll be truly middle income, but they'll be close enough to make a real contribution to our housing stock. And his trade-off for that is, well, give me 40 or 50 units and I'll be happy to comply. I find that to be terribly problematic. In addition, well, before I say that, I would say that I'm always interested in discussing a compromise, and I'm prepared to compromise a bit on the cash in lieu that we ought to be receiving. If we can get more than we're getting, and in exchange for that, getting some degree of cap on the size of the unit so that we can make them within reach of a greater percentage of our population. And at the same time, I am very concerned about his behavior with respect to the fire station site, and there's sort of an implied leveraging of that with respect to this, and I don't like that at all. If this is a transaction that's going to close, I want to see it close, and I want to see whatever we do on 55th Street in effect to be subject to that closing. And if not, let's consider our other alternatives. This to me is a substantial overreach in any number of respects. There's not another developer in town who would have the expectation of $25,000 a unit for cash in lieu, not one. And we have a pretty large development community here. So this is not a transaction in its present form that I could support. I could get behind a certain compromise to up the cash in lieu a bit, maybe not as much as I'd like, to get a cap on the unit size, and I'd appreciate that. And I want to see a closing on 30th Street, and I want them in effect tied together, or build according to the annexation agreement and obligations you undertook and committed to in 1999. That's as far as I would be prepared to go. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. We got Lauren here.
Thanks. I appreciate the work that staff has done trying to get us somewhere on this proposal. I think for me, I'm also concerned about the cash and low being fairly low, and that in combination with the fact that this, whatever is agreed to, well, I appreciate the 5-year sort of sunsetting on this, but the fact that it could be developed at relatively low density as single family housing and have a low cash and lieu value, together, those things make me feel like the city would not be getting the benefits we're looking for out of this agreement. And I think one of the ways that I'd like to see that addressed is by looking at the development potential and setting the cash in lieu as a fixed fee based on what we think the possible development potential is. So I would like to see a slightly higher cash in lieu rate, maybe the adjusted $35,000 that Kurt brought up that would be sort of, accounting for inflation. And then look at that, multiplying that out times the 14 units that it seems like it's potentially feasible to have on this site, so that even if only 12 units were developed or something like that, that we would get the cash in lieu of, so that we're incentivizing smaller units through charging a higher cash in lieu rate. And I also would approve of tying the agreement to the approval of the fire station.
Thanks, Lauren. Bob?
Yeah, I'm where Lauren and Mark are as well. Lauren, I really like your idea of effectively backing into a fixed fee. If this can accommodate 14 units, we can do 14 times the 35 number that Kurt put on the table and figure out what that is. And if a 15th unit can be squeezed in there, then that's great. No cash in lieu on that one. So I like that approach, Lauren. That makes a lot of sense. I do like the 1,400 number that Tara and Lauren calculated. If there's some relief needed on open space, and staff and Don can tell us that, if it's instead of 3,000 feet, it needs to be 2,900 or 2,800 to make 14 units fit in there, that's fine. It feels like 3,000 into 44,000 makes 14. But if we need to nudge that number a little bit, we did it on Diagonal Plaza. We can certainly do it here. It sounds like it's pretty much just a sentence in the amendment. So I'd provide relief if that's needed. I don't know if it will be. And then, like Lauren and Mark said, this absolutely has to be tied to the closing of the fire station in good faith. We can bundle all this together in a grand bargain and be done with it.
So I'm going to call on myself, and then I see Matt popped up. But I wonder if we might be able to put together a package that looks like something Bob was just describing, building on Lauren's thing of saying, okay, let's have an increased cash in lieu, maybe a total amount rather than a per unit amount of a moderate increase, some kind of cap on square footage, but also a relief on the open space requirement, so it would be possible to build some additional units, and then add in a contingency on the closing of the 30th Street. So then there's some additional community benefit that we're asking for, but we would also be granting some relief on the open space requirement. I wonder if we had something that had those 4 items in it. I wonder if there's a possible path forward on that. So throw that out there. Matt and then Rachel.
I won't repeat what's been said. I kind of like the direction that we're headed, that, between everybody's comments with Lauren, Mark, and Bob and stuff. So I'm just going to say I support that sort of package that Aaron was sort of succinctly trying to lay out. I think that's a good direction for us to go. So hopefully Dawn is amenable to that, and we can turn that around and move the ball forward.
Rachel?
I would say the main thing for me would be to tether it to tether the annexation amendment to what we need at the fire station. That's a health and safety need for the city. And so that's the only one that I think is really kind of critical. I think, like, if I step back, I think what we're talking about is the fee being upped from 25,000 to 35,000 for 10 and maybe some change units. It's in the scheme of things of what we do as a city, it's not really a lot of money. So I'm great if we can get it, but I would be cautious about overplaying our hand when I think the alternative is we could kind of lose what we need at the fireplace, and a massive single family house gets put there instead of some needed multifamily unit. So this doesn't quite sound fully baked to me for us to be looking at it right now. To be honest, I appreciate the work that everyone's done going into it. I think that, again, if what we're trying to get out of it as a city is the fire station needs, then that needs to be part of the agreement directly and concretely and conditionally in the annexation. But outside of that, I would trust staff to negotiate for something that's fair, keeping in mind that we we do have wants and needs out of this agreement. It's not entirely one-sided. Thanks.
Thanks. Mark, maybe we can give Junie a chance and then come back to you. So Junie, you're muted.
Thank you, Aaron. I agree with the increase in cash in lieu, but I think what I heard earlier, there was an issue, a possible issue with timing. And I think right now may not be, I just think it goes back to something that Rachel said, maybe we should let staff and Don figure that out as opposed to just us trying to figure it out on the fly, making up an amount, and then if it doesn't work, it seems like we're creating the process for Don and city staff, and I just don't think if this is the right time to do it right then. So maybe sending this back to staff and Don to work it out and then bring it back, you know, to an amount that is amenable for both staff and us, because staff has our interest, and also Don, because again, he's the developer. So I agree with Rachel. Thank you.
Thanks, Junie. Mark, and then I'll see if we have a next step.
Yeah, first, I guess I would have a little bit of disagreement with Junie on this. We've been talking to this developer for a couple of years. And so I think it is important that council lays out, without necessarily setting it in stone, but lays out certain parameters that they require in order to move forward here. And, you know, there's been a suggestion of a 1,400 square foot cap on unit size. I think that's really, really important. I am not entirely happy with the $35,000 per unit cash in lieu, but as part of a larger transaction and bargain, that's something I can live with. You know, if necessary. And as others have said, it really must be tied together with the fire station parcel. If Don wants to simply not proceed on that's his right to do so. And then, as I said, we'll have to look at our other alternatives. But there's no reason for us not to be closing on something where we're prepared to write the check now. And either we're going to do it or we're not. And so tying it into this larger grand bargain, I think is a very, very important component of it, because I want to know whether we're going to get there. And if we're not going to get there, I'm a little less happy about giving up $65,000, potentially $65,000 per unit of cash in lieu. There's no real rationale for doing that, other than that's something the developer likes, because less is better. If we're getting something for it in terms of a closing on the firehouse parcel, then it's easier to live with. Otherwise, as I said, I'm really not very interested in having somebody pay $19.99 cash in lieu prices to sell product at 2022 market prices. That doesn't make any sense. We don't do that for anyone else.
Understood. Okay. Thanks, Mark. Well, so maybe what I might do is turn to Kurt. We've talked about maybe 4 potential levers, you know, to pull here on this, and then maybe we can go to Mr. Altman. Kurt, do you feel like we have potentially a framework that we could work with to move this to completion?
Thank you, Aaron. Yes, I think we do. However, an annexation agreement is an agreement between 2 parties. I think we've heard you loud and clear and given very helpful guidance. I would want to understand how Don understands that as well. So we're not back to where we started from. Also, if I could maybe, before we close out the discussion, for clarity purposes, call on Teresa and maybe someone from planning to give their interpretation. I think Teresa probably has some ideas about how 30th Street would be connected. And I believe someone in planning may have some ideas about the discussion, just to make sure we close it out and have the clarity that we need.
Very good. Teresa, you want to chime in?
Well, we certainly can propose as a term to the annexation amendment that it be conditioned upon the closing of the 30th Street property. That would be an acceptable condition from our perspective. Certainly, the applicant, would have to agree to that as well. And that's the same with any change in the amount of cash in lieu.
Understood. Yeah, it's a negotiation. Very good. Well, so maybe I can call on Don Altman. Don, do you feel like this is a structure that you're willing to converse about with city staff and potentially come to an agreement on if we have these 4 levers that we're looking at shifting around?
So the levers I'm okay with, and again, I haven't gone on and on about what we're giving up by selling 30th. It's not 1999 prices, but it's no profit to us, and it is 2017 prices, which we all know where prices were in 2017. So I do want a little bit of credit for walking away from all the efforts that we put into that, partners we brought into it, plans we made to do that, a lot of upside over the years. And so I think that's being forgotten. And mostly because I'm not mentioning it that much, but so I'm okay with linking it to 30th and selling it as part of this. And I'm okay to the $35,000, the increase from $25,000 to $35,000. And that's the extent. I can't limit the square footage.
If you would potentially some cap on square footage, maybe it's not exactly 1,400, but some cap on square footage if it were accompanied by lower open space requirements so that you would be able to build additional units, would that be something you'd consider discussing?
I think I could say yeah right now and everybody would be happy, but I think when we got to it, it would end up being more units, and then the open space reduction would become a larger issue. And I really don't want to delay the process anymore. I mean, I would love to just be done with this. I know it's new to everyone on this call, but it has been 2 years, 5 years, 6 years, if you count what we've been doing, working on 30th Street. And so we're just tired.
Well, we've heard that from Kurt as well. I know it's been a long process. I'll just say I don't know that there's the will of council would be to just do the 30th and the cash in lieu, but we can check. So I think if you're willing to look at all 4, we can move forward. But with just the 2, I don't know if this would be successful or not. Jenny, you have a thought?
I just have a question, maybe for council or probably Kurt, because I think I heard from Don, part of the, I guess, maybe the hesitation is the fact that the process might be prolonged further. Is there a way that maybe council, as part of or requirement or request, to expedite the process to make it not take as long?
Well, and Ginny, if you don't mind, I'll build on that, because I mean, I think these are just a couple of variables that could be written into the annexation agreement. So I mean, it seems like if people were able to come to an agreement, we could revise it and have it back in front of council and approve it in the space of a month, say. I'm seeing some nodding heads from Kurt and Teresa, so we wouldn't necessarily have to involve a long delay. Mark, you want to throw in an extra thought?
I want to support what Junie said and really what you have said. If we can come to an agreement on this, I would be more than happy to have this project expedited so that there's no undue delay and we're not going back into a 2-year development cycle. But I'm also very reluctant to give up the elements of this project. And I think they're all important. And so that's probably a conversation for staff and the developer, but I think we've laid down some very productive guidelines. And, at some point, the developer will have to decide how he wants to proceed.
Okay, Lauren?
I think, so if I look at 35,000 times 14 units for, basically $500,000 in cash in lieu. I think for me, I could be okay with that, coupled with the time. If we say like, that's the amount of cash in lieu for however many units you can manage to, under the current zoning, build on this property. So that creates an incentive to do, in some ways, smaller units so that you can get more onto the property. As we've seen in a previous development agreement, 14 units is about 1,400 square feet per unit. For me, I would be okay going forward with that, coupled with the guarantee on the fire station and having a 5-year sunset on the reduced cash in lieu payment. Because I think that, having housing now also has a certain benefit to it as well. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks for that, Lauren. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make a suggestion. People can disagree with me if you want, but I feel like we have some different ideas out there. I think that if people sharpen their pencils with some of these variables, there might be an outcome that might be mutually acceptable, maybe not, but maybe there would be. And so what if we continued the hearing tonight, gave staff and Mr. Altman a chance to talk this through 1 or 2 more times, and then we could come back with a continued hearing, say in a time frame of roughly a month, and see what we've got, and then either vote it up or down at that time based on those discussions. And Kurt, I want to look to you to see if you feel like that's a reasonable approach to take next steps.
Yes, thank you, Aaron, and the rest of council. I think that's very helpful. And I'll just give one clarification on the way out as well. The current agreement that we have for 30th Street was based on an appraisal that was done, I think, about 7 months ago or 8 months ago. So at that time, at least when the agreement was put together, it was based on an actual amount relative to market. And then I also believe, according to the comp plan, you can do 14 units per acre there. And so, 14 seems like a really good number to make the assumptions that Lauren is putting forward.
Got it. You were cutting out a little bit, Kurt. Were you saying that the appraisal on the 30th Street property was just 7 months old? Is that what you said?
Yes, it was done. I think it was the end of last summer or last fall, something like that. That's correct. Okay,
great. Well, so if you feel like that's a reasonable path forward, if no one, council feels like that's reasonable, maybe somebody could, I'll just go ahead and do it. I'll make a motion that we continue this hearing to a date, hopefully in approximately a month, at which point we would revisit potential amendments, further amendments to the annexation agreement.
Second.
Okay, any last comments or thoughts before I call for a vote on that, Bob?
Yeah, I think I heard Don say yes to 2 things and hesitancy on a third one. And I just want to make sure that Kurt heard, I think at least a majority of us, if not all of us, say that we would very much like a cap. We talked about 1,400. You can come back with a slightly different number, Kurt, but what I would hate to do is have this come back in a month with no cap. Because I'm sensing that there's a majority on council would like to see a cap. You do the best you can, but I think if it was no cap, I'm not sure that you'd get 5 votes to support that. I'm just stating what I heard.
Yeah, we didn't do a straw poll, but it would be tenuous, I think, is a fair statement. Nicole?
Yeah, I was actually just not sure if it was a majority there or not. So I was wondering, could we do a straw poll? Is that going to affect anything if we just see, how much of us are wedded to the square foot requirement? I heard the developer say multiple times that that's not something that he would be interested in. And so it just feels like a lot to send Kurt and staff and everyone back from another month of conversations if that's not going to be an outcome we can achieve.
I guess I'll just say that for me personally, maybe there are the other ideas that people come back with, or maybe there's a different package that doesn't look exactly like a cap, but maybe has something else. So to me, it would be a little bit dependent on what we get. So I'd say like I probably wouldn't support something that was just the annexation, the 30th Street plus 10,000 more in cash in lieu. But if other things came into the picture, I'm willing to consider it. So I'm a little vague. I'm interested in seeing how the discussions go. I'll just say I'm a little less black and white. But Tara?
I'm going to agree with you, Aaron. I think we should wait and not do a straw poll and see what people can come back with. I'm confident that we can find some way to make everybody relatively satisfied.
Rachel?
Let's wait.
I don't need to do a straw poll either, but I did not indicate that I was wed to that, and I am not wed to that. So now it's on the record.
So Nicole, with your forgiveness, I think maybe having the discussions continue somewhat without a firm position
That's cool.
Might work out. Okay, thank you for your flexibility. Can I go ahead and call for a vote then on the motion on the table? I believe, Alicia, this would be a show of hands. Am I correct about that?
I believe it can be, sir, yes.
Okay, all in favor of continuing the hearing per the motion on the table? All right, I got, looks like everybody. It's unanimous, so we'll continue this. I know, Kurt and Don, I know you all are exhausted from this process. I know it's been going on for a long time, but appreciate your flexibility, and hopefully we can get to a successful outcome here in a month or so. Okay, so I want to do a time check. I think we could all use a 5-minute break, but are we good to tackle the East Boulder subcommunity plan once we come back from a short break? I'm seeing muted enthusiasm. Okay, good.
Mayor.
All right. Yes, Teresa.
If I might suggest, so under the code, if you take up a new substantive item that is going to go past 10:30, that requires a 2/3 majority vote. Looking at the time that's allocated for this, it looks like that would go beyond 10:30. So I would recommend that you call for a vote.
Somebody want to make a motion?
I moved
So
to
moved.
extend the meeting.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
the motion needed.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Thanks for making us dot our i's and cross our t's, Teresa. Very good. Let's go for 7 minutes. How about we'll come back at 9:55. All right, thanks. Sorry, I caught your mid bite.
It's strawberries with whipped cream.
Ooh. I hope you brought enough to share with everybody.
I wish I could, guys. You know, I want to be in real life badly.
My kindergarten teacher always told me only eat in class if you can share with everybody. You're all good.
I hope you all have wonderful snacks too.
I'd like to make a dessert request for when we do get to come back in real life. Strawberries and whipped cream. I'm all about that.
It's really good.
Alicia's like, no.
They were nicely sliced and everything.
Looks like Nicole needs to get promoted back as a panelist. She got kicked out.
I was just teasing Miss Teresa. You can have whatever you like. I might just bring them in a little bowl for you. I'm eating Crunch and Munch with peanuts, right? So
I do
that's
have
where I'm
a
at.
seeds in my teeth stuck now, though, Teresa. So for what that's worth, that's.
All right, we got everybody back. So if we can move into the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, and I'll just, before we get started, I'll just say, obviously this is a very important plan. We want to give it the attention it deserves, but also it's getting late. So if we can be concise with our thoughts and our points, that would be much appreciated. So let's see if we can be thorough, but concise and efficient. That's my challenge to you all. All right, Alicia, can you take us into it?
All right, sir. Thank you. Item 5D on tonight's agenda is our continued public hearing and consideration of a motion to adopt the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. The Planning Board, just for the note, deliberated and considered a motion for adoption on May 5th, and City Council will deliberate and consider a motion for adoption. They did at the May 10th Council meeting. So this is Council deliberation only, and no further public testimony will be received.
And we've got Kathleen poised and ready to go.
Miraculously, my computer almost exploded, so I'm glad that I made it back. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me tonight. Kathleen King, Planner and Comprehensive Planning. We have a brief presentation to just go through some of the Planning Board amendments that were proposed on May 5th. And so, Emily, if you could pull up the slides, I'll just walk us through those.
Hopefully she's not still having trouble. I can pull those up.
Okay.
That'd be great,
Thanks,
Alicia. We're
Alicia.
having all sorts of issues.
Yes, we are. Oh,
Did you
she's
see
got it.
Emily?
Oh,
No.
she got it.
She's got it. That's my girl. All right.
Great. So, as Alicia just described, and as a reminder, tonight's meeting is the third session in a series of meetings to consider the plan for adoption. There was a joint meeting held on May 3rd with Planning Board and City Council holding a public hearing. The hearing was continued on Thursday, May 5th at Planning Board, who made a motion to adopt the plan. And tonight, Council is also considering adoption of the subcommunity plan. Both Planning Board and City Council must adopt the same plan to finalize adoption. Planning Board voted 5-0 with 2 board members absent to adopt the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan, including the 55th and Arapahoe Station Area Plan with 11 amendments. And we'll go through these together shortly. Next slide. So Council has some options for next steps on the adoption process. Council may move to adopt the plan with the amendments included in the Planning Board motion, and this would finalize adoption of the plan. Council could alternatively move to adopt the plan without accepting the Planning Board's recommended amendments, and we would then take the plan back to Planning Board to reconsider. A third option is that Council may move to adopt the plan with different amendments than Planning Board, and in that case, we would also take that motion and the plan back to Planning Board. And then finally, Council may choose to deny adoption of the plan. Next slide, please. Could you move to the next slide? I'm wondering if it froze.
We are checking.
Looks like it did. The
Yeah.
screen is graying out. Mhm.
Gremlin issues.
It's been a day, yes.
Yep.
With computers. All right, let me go ahead and share the screen and get that taken care of. And that way we won't continue to have those issues. How about that?
Great, thank you. We're on number 4.
All right, let me get to that. Of course, there's other screens that I'm trying to work with here, right? And I am so not the person.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
So last week, staff provided some background information and feedback on Planning Board's recommended amendments. For Council's consideration, we thought it'd be valuable to dive deeper into 2 of the proposed amendments, which we consider to be substantive, and look for Council's direction on these items in particular. Next slide.
I'm sorry, Kathleen, I'm seeing it in, and maybe it's just me. Are you seeing the right screen?
I see, yes, the right slide. Mhm.
Is it in presentation mode?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I see.
Seeing the substantive amendments. There we go.
Yeah, that looks right. So the first substantive amendment is related to Project M16, and this can be found on page 73 of the subcommunity plan. The project was added to the plan in recent weeks after discussion and collaboration with airport users and Boulder Municipal Airport staff. Airport users describe a concern for an increase in complaints about airport use after new residential and mixed-use development in East Boulder takes place. Project M16 directs city staff to study noise impacts as part of a Part 150 study and consider whether to expand the existing airport influence zone to the south. The airport influence zone is described in the Boulder Revised Code, Section 9310, and expanding the airport influence zone would offer tools such as navigation easements as a method to notify prospective home buyers in the area that the airport uses airspace in East Boulder. So when we met with Planning Board, there was a concern that an expansion of airport influence zones 1 and 2 would prohibit the development of new structures in East Boulder and therefore negatively impact the plan's housing goals and vision for mixed-use neighborhoods. The proposed amendment that Planning Board put forward is intended to prevent this conflict. Could you go to the next slide, please? So this is a map of the current airport influence zone, which is referenced in the code. And zone 1 applies to the runway and immediate adjacencies. Zone 2 extends to the east and west of the runway in airspace where aircraft generally take off or land. So the Federal Aviation Administration has prescribed standards for the height of objects near airports in the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 14, Part 77, which is called Objects Affecting Navigable Airspace. The regulation defines a system of imaginary surfaces around an airport through which no fixed object or structure should penetrate. So this is designed to protect critical airspace and allow for safe operation of aircraft. And this limits development of any structures in zones 1 and 2. Zones 3 and 4 generally cover some residentially zoned land within city limits and land designated by the BVCP land use map as either open space or very low residential outside of city limits. These zones may experience noise impacts from airport use. The Part 150 study referenced in the subcommunity plan, Project M16, would study noise impacts from the airport and consider whether there is a need to expand zones 3 or 4 or create a new Zone 5. So could you go to the next slide, please? So staff, this might be a older version of the presentation, but the language is similar. Staff recommends that the language in the plan not identify the specific zones, as we will depend on the results of the Part 150 study to determine whether there is a need to expand the airport influence zones, whether there should be any new zones created, such as a Zone 5, and where those zones might be applied. So we believe that Planning Board's concern with the expansion of zones 1 or 2 is unlikely, as potential buildings in the proposed areas of change in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan would not impact navigable airspace. So next slide, please. And the next slide just describes, related to this proposed amendment, we have 2 key issues. And then we also have the city's airport manager, John Kinney, available to answer questions on this topic. But I'll move to the next substantive amendment. If you could go to the next slide. So the next amendment proposed by Planning Board is related to Project D9 on page 83 of the subcommunity plan. The amendment describes the development and testing of options or tools, such as the creation of a FAR limit in Flatiron Business Park. Next slide, please. So the amendment references the area of Flatiron Business Park. If folks are familiar, it's along 55th Street and then east to South Boulder Creek, which you can see the blue squiggly line over to the east there. The plan is actually just, or the proposed amendment is just referencing that area that's in dark blue. Next slide. So staff concern is that the amendment as proposed ties an outcome or a regulatory tool, such as an FAR limit, to a projected number of jobs for a specific area of the city. Tying outcomes or tools to be used to a specific number of jobs may not be appropriate to include in the subcommunity plan. In general, the city doesn't regulate numbers of jobs. Employment fluctuates over time, and workspace design and the dynamics post-COVID are really changing about how many jobs can be accommodated in different size spaces. And then additionally, BVCP policy on the jobs to housing balance does not offer a strategy that would cap a number of jobs. So because of this, we're offering this recommendation to describe that staff will study and model options, but not limit the outcome to an assumption-based number. Next slide, please. So similarly, we're asking council to consider whether this project should be amended and what their preferred language might be should you find a need to amend this project. And then if you go to the next slide, it's just highlighting the rest of the amendments proposed by Planning Board, which offer additional detail, clarification, or reprioritization of the recommendations in the plan, and staff is available to answer questions about any of the other proposed amendments. So if you go to the next one, the final key issue that we have is just whether council wants to make changes to any of the amendments we've classified as clarifying, which have been proposed by Planning Board. And that's really it. If you go to the next slide, I'm not sure if it's Alicia or Emily. Just want to put up a reminder about the actions that you could consider tonight, and then the final slide outlines all of the key issues. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Kathleen, thanks so much for that. So let's see, do folks have any follow-up questions for staff based on this, or if there are any lingering issues from before that we need to address in order to get the plan passed or a motion made? So Bob and then Lauren.
Thanks, Kathleen. That was very helpful. I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. There were a number of amendments from the planning board. Should I assume, or should we understand that other than D9 and I think it's M16, the slide's gone already. Other than those two, which I think we'll probably have lengthier conversations about, the staff is generally fine with the planning board amendments. Is that right?
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Do you mind if I just follow up on that? Because I recall from the analysis that the very last one was about a homeownership incentive study. And I thought I'd seen in the staff analysis that we're essentially already doing things like that right now. But does it, from your statement, does it mean like that staff is still comfortable with it because we're essentially already doing things like that? So adding it into this plan is fine because it's kind of covered by our intentions already?
Yeah, I think it's reiterating programs that we're already working on. It's not necessarily, I would say, additive.
Okay, so you're comfortable with having it in there?
Yes.
Thanks for clarifying. Lauren, Rachel, and Nicole.
I had a question about the airport and how would that study fit in? I know that we're discussing evaluating the airport as part of the work plan items that we're looking at as a council. And so I just wanted to see how that policy item would fit in or interact with what council is already planning to do.
If you're talking about the upcoming airport master plan, the Part 150 study would occur before the airport master plan, but I might just check with John Kinney if he is still available.
I was going to chime in. I didn't see John, but I'll say this. Okay. I know council had discussed placing an evaluation of the airport as part of the retreat. That did not advance and move forward. I will say that despite that, as staff has, I shouldn't say despite, but in addition to, as staff has moved forward, their continued work with the airport, they have just recently, oh, and there's John. They have recently suggested to me that the master plan for the airport that was scheduled for 2025 actually begin earlier, unrelated to the conversations that council was having related to the future of the airport, but more really because staff needs that to happen. And they've been talking to the FAA about that. So John, maybe you can elaborate on that, but I would separate them a bit because I want to make sure that we're honoring the fact that council discussed it. It did not move forward, but yet staff is bringing forward a request to bring that master plan forward in a different way. Hey, John.
Thanks, Nuria. Mayor Brockett, members of the city council, my name is John Kinney. I've been your airport manager now for a whopping 6 months. So thank you for the opportunity. Nice to meet you all. As was just discussed, the master plan and Part 150 study actually would be going simultaneously with the same consultant, and for the economies of scale, it would take about an 18-month process to get through both of those. So, and as Nuria said, we've already had initial conversations with the FAA to move that up from originally 2025 to do consultant selection this year and start the master planning process sometime next year based on a few other loose ends yet to be quantified.
It's good to know, John, and welcome. I think this is your first council meeting. You spoke that. It's good to have you here.
It is, Mayor Brockett. Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Lauren? Great. Rachel and then Nicole.
Thanks, Aaron, and I agree. Good to meet you, John. My first question is, staff or Kathleen, in the presentation, did you capture Junie's hotline post? There was sort of a lingering question, I feel like, around Conestoga and Western. So just wanted to make sure that was in there somewhere.
No, we did not address that in the hotline post, and it is that amendment is not in that list that was included with the planning board motion.
Okay, well, I'll just flag it. I think that's probably something we also, I was interested in hearing more about that. And then a process question. You gave 4 options, like we can say yes, we can amend, we can straight say no. What happens if there's like a game of chicken? I just haven't done this before. So what if, we don't like what the planning board did and the planning board doesn't like what we do? So is it like the equal rights amendment? Does it just sit out there until one side picks up enough votes, or what's the worst case scenario here? I'm just wanting to understand that out front.
I see David just came online, so I might direct the question to him.
Thank you. David Gear, Interim Planning Director, Planning and Development Services. So, there have been times when typically we resolve it and we bring the planning board and the council into alignment. There have been a few times where we haven't been able to in the context of our comprehensive plan. And in those cases, we just deemed like that little section is not approved, and we had the rest of the document approved.
So like if we don't come to agreement on one part, everything gets approved. What happens to that one part? Is it just rejected, or is it like the ERA where the other side can come back to it at some point?
Rejected is such a hard word, but it is certainly deemed as not approved.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't at a certain point the mayor and the chair of the planning board thumb wrestle to see who wins? I thought I remembered that.
Yeah,
I heard that too.
Thanks, Rachel. Nicole and then Mark.
Yeah, I just had a question around the engagement for some of the airport, this M16 component that seems like it was added relatively recently. One of the things that I've really appreciated about this entire process is how much engagement there's been, how diverse the sub-community planning group was, and how much feedback they provided. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about that, because it seemed like the engagement process for this M16 component was just different from the way that the rest of this has unfolded.
Yeah, you're right. This project was added after the release of the 90% draft. And we have, over the course of the project, met with and had meetings out at the airport to engage airport users as well, and learned, I think in the last couple of months that they really were feeling that their concerns were not reflected in the plan. And so we worked back and forth with that group to incorporate this new project and language. But it did not go through maybe the rigor of community review that other parts of the plan experienced.
And with that, did the sub-community group have a chance to discuss some of that feedback that you got and everything, or was this really just sort of outside of that group as well?
So the last time that the East Boulder Working Group provided feedback on the draft was that 90% draft. So this project in particular, they have not weighed in on.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, then I'll call on myself.
Yeah, just very briefly, I was supportive of the proposed change Junie made in our hotline post, and I'd like to have a little more conversation about that or understanding as to why it was not incorporated. I thought it was a well-taken suggestion.
Can I actually piggyback on that, Mark? Do you mind? Because I was going to ask a similar question, but with a little bit more directed. Because Kathleen, I was wondering if possibly to address the potential incompatibility of housing along the north side of Western Avenue across the street or across the railroad tracks from Corning Pharma, if we could add like a line in the plan to say that that section should not be rezoned to allow housing until or unless incompatible heavy industrial uses across the train tracks went away, something to that effect. Do you think like that would be an approach that could work out to deal with that issue?
Yeah, I think if council wanted to propose that as an amendment, that would offer a solution that I think maintains the vision, the long-term vision for that area in the plan without putting some of the conflicting use concerns in the near term.
Very good. Thanks for that. So I'll bring that up under comments. But Mark, did you want to go further?
No, I actually think that's a great suggestion, Aaron. And my only other question is, how good are you with thumb rest?
I was semi-pro back in my 20s, so
you carry a big burden. So
good. That was my question. Any other questions from council members? All right. Well, we do not have a public hearing on this. Again, we've already taken our public testimony. So here's what I'm going to suggest is to group into three buckets in our discussion. And one is the non-substantive planning board suggestions. The next is the specific two substantive ones to see how people feel about those. And then invite, if any council member wanted to make additional amendments after that, we could tackle those. If that's amenable to folks, maybe we can tackle things in that order. I'm seeing some nodding heads here. So is it possible to get the presentation back up so that we can see that list of the planning board amendments, please? So let's start here. So what I will start with, okay, they have 2 through 4 and 6 through 11, which were classified as non-substantive by city staff. Does anyone have any objections to those or want to discuss any of those non-substantive ones? Nicole.
Yes, I have one, and I apologize. I'm not I can't read this well enough to find it, but let me tell you what I'm talking about. It's the part that was related to the considering culture. And I think doing a pilot study of the community industry use. Is that one in here?
It's number 2.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, and I just, what I wanted to raise is that I think maybe there wasn't complete understanding of what it was that Emma was raising with this point. And so I wanted to flag it because in my mind, it is actually a really interesting and powerful idea, I think, as we're thinking about development. So I think what Emma was getting at is that there's a space in the West Belmont Park that's going to lose a vibrant community and a creative culture in losing some of this in community industrial space. This culture has really evolved over decades. Lauren and I went and visited some of the spaces last fall and were able to talk to a bunch of creators there. And it wasn't just really a space for people to build electric bikes or paint or make jewelry. It was a space where people found community. And I think what this culture piece is asking for is how we can acknowledge this culture as we're changing and ensure that it remains by giving it the opportunity to evolve as this area changes. And I think this is the pilot that Emma was talking about, that it's not a pilot of community industry needs, but rather a pilot that looks at how we can sustain these kind of microcosms in our community, these sub-communities that are really creating community as we're moving forward with development. You've heard me talk about resiliency before and the importance of social infrastructure. And I think it's really getting at that. If we have these spaces that create these really powerful sub-communities and microcosms where people are able to come together in a way that they're not really able to in other places of our community, how can we not just erase those when we're developing, but really work with them to evolve the community that exists there? When Lauren and I visited this group of creators, one of the things they said was, we really don't mind moving as long as there's a space to move to. And so it's sort of thinking about how are we nurturing these really microcosms of the spaces as we move forward, because that small community that exists in West Belmont is exactly the type of culture that we could really experiment with and think about how we as a city can support the evolution of that community through a big, massive change. I know that wasn't concise, I apologize, but I think it's a really important point that she was getting at. And that idea of a pilot to look at that kind of thing, how we're supporting and helping microcosmic communities evolve is really critical to me.
Yeah, that's really well spoken, Nicole. And actually, I think number 2 inserts the word culture as part of a study. And then number 3 calls out using Belmont Park West as a pilot for community collaboration. So those are great statements. Did you have a specific amendment you were thinking of making to the plan to support those comments? Or?
Yeah, well, I think in the staff summary and response, there was this thinking that this pilot could be done. It didn't need to be a pilot there. It could just be a study of community industry. And so I don't know that I need changes to the language, but I just want to make sure we're all sharing the same understanding of what that pilot entails, so that it's not just a citywide study of community industry space that we need, because what the proposal was really to look at how we can support this one community as we're developing, within and around them, and then kind of adapt that model to other places in the city that are changing. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So I just turned to Kathleen and say that, Kathleen, do you feel like the language in the plan accommodates what Nicole is talking about, and that the spirit of her remarks can be accommodated within what's anticipated?
Yeah, I do think that that clarification was very helpful to better understand what the intention of the pilot was. I do think that planning board has covered that with the language that they use, but I definitely understand it better now.
Very good. Nicole, is that sufficient?
Yep, that was all. Just wanted to make sure we're all talking about the same thing.
Great. Lauren?
So I'm glad you brought more clarity to that. That's an issue that I also care about deeply. And I would like to see maybe the language clarified a little bit more to reflect that, because when I read those 2 items, that's not the takeaway that I have. And given that this document needs to sort of live past, into future councils and as staff changes, I think I would like to see a little bit more clarity around that and what the intention is there.
Do you have specific language, Lauren, you'd like to offer up?
I don't at this moment for this one. I'm sorry.
Can we come back to that and think about maybe a little later about specific language that might help clarify that? Okay, very good. So hold on to that thought. We'll come back to that. Any other comments on the less substantive planning board work amendments? Okay, not seeing any, then I'll say looks like we're okay with those. So Kathleen, or could we move the presentation to the item number 1 that talks about the proposed language change there? So go back one more step, please. To this one. Okay, so we've got, this is the suggested planning board language here. And then if we go forward 2 slides, we've got proposed language from staff. And so if maybe folks could weigh in briefly on which approach they would prefer, or if instead people would like to approach it slightly differently. Nicole? Oh, sorry, Kathleen, do you want to make a clarifying point?
Yes, I think we had updated this slide later this afternoon with some additional language to try to get a little bit closer to planning board's intention. So I will, I will post the updated language in the chat, and I might just read that out loud to make sure everybody has that. So the updated recommended language from staff is: changes to the airport influence zone must consider and should seek to minimize adverse impacts to the goals of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan to establish the planned residential and mixed land uses identified in the plan. Sorry about that.
That's very helpful. So it's a little bit, the language is a little stronger there. That's helpful. Nicole, your hand went down, but did you want to talk?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, I mean, do we have to kind of include the M16 part? I'm concerned that it really didn't go through the engagement process that everything else did. And so I think it's just a clarification question. At this point, are we limited to just making changes on what's been proposed, or?
The field is wide open. You can go for planning boards, staffs, or something entirely different, which could be nothing.
Okay, yeah, so no, I think that something entirely different for me would be not including things about the airport in here, and really just including that in part of the airport master plan that we're going to be working on anyway, just because I don't feel like there was the degree of engagement here that there was for other areas.
Thanks, Matt. Then Rachel.
Thanks, Aaron. I think where I appreciate where staff's trying to reconcile the comments, and so it was posted in the chat. I appreciate that being a little stronger. I'm not comfortable going like with that type of strength, because again, the goal here is housing, and I worry that some of these zones create restrictions to perhaps the type and flexibility of the housing we wish to achieve, and that's the primary function of what we're doing. And so I'm a little worried that may lead us to a more restrictive housing outcomes in some of these areas, which is antithetical to really what our core purpose has been in this general area. So I'm much more comfortable with actually the iteration, being more flexible, not saying must, but maybe that we will consider these things. But I want to make sure we're maximizing the housing in this area, and not creating limitations to that based on how we're considering the airport's influence in there.
Well, I think, and Matt, I'll just say, I think the updated language tried to get in, I think it was trying to move in that direction with saying minimize adverse impacts to the goals of including housing and mixed use. So I don't know if you like that one better, or if you prefer no language like Nicole was talking about. What's your preferred approach there?
I don't know. I'm just like the must consider part, I think is the hard part, that we must do it. I'm not sure that we need to, and I think the master plan might solve that or get us where we need to go. So I'd say nothing, or something on a much lighter note.
Okay, fair. Rachel, Tara, Mark.
I'm sorry, I'm moving backwards. We went so fast through a slide that it was so small, I didn't read it very well, but I think that a couple of those 7, 8, and 9 were about like reprioritizing from priority 2 to priority 1.
So Rachel, do you mind if I interrupt you here? Because I think we're deep into the airport thing now. So do you mind if we finish this one out and then go back to those?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Tara and then Mark.
We have a lot of complaints about airport noise. And so I'm concerned, and I assume that there's reason for those complaints. I don't think people are being crybabies. So I think we need to be careful. And so this is all new to me. This is new language and it's a new field. So how can we be sure that people who move there are going to be aware that there's noise, so we don't continue to have community members that have high expectations and then get there and it's too noisy for them? I think we need to protect community members from noise. So does this have anything to do, although housing is important, it's also not great for people to not be happy in their house. So what does that have to do with this? Or am I completely talking about something different?
Well, I think that this language here, the first part of it is about conducting a level of noise study that would try to look at that. So I think that, as I understand it, that's the intention of the first part of this language.
Yeah, I think that that's correct. And I would ask John Kinney to fire up his microphone if he wants to follow up. But, I don't know that this is a really big deal. And I say that because really pretty much what's in this statement is kind of what's on the work plan. So we're kind of restating the work plan. And we're also trying to say, and in continuing our work through our work plan, we're going to try to make sure and prioritize housing as an important feature of the plan. So that there is step one. And then step two, when you get into like the regulatory approach to the airport influence zones, once you get away from the runway area and the takeoff and landing zones, which are already regulated pursuant to FAA standards, those subsequent provisions are mostly about notice to property owners. So I think it kind of gets to that issue. How effective that notice is, we could probably debate, but I think that that's the intent behind the regulatory requirements. Once you get into 3 and 4, and some communities have created an airport influence zone 5, which is, presumably even less regulatory on uses of lands than even 3 and 4.
That's helpful. Thank you, David. Mark?
Yeah, Matt, it seemed to me that you were looking at the proposed staff recommendation as somehow limiting housing, when it seems to me that it's intended to ensure that proper consideration is given to the sub-community plan in terms of making any changes to the airport influence zone. So it seemed to me that was addressing your concern, and its language, I think, is a useful balance to, for purposes of taking a look at the noise conditions there and how we respond to them, but doing so with an eye towards carrying out the goals of the sub-community plan. I'm not sure this language is going to create any barrier of substance to creating housing.
Mark, and it may not create barriers. It just, changing the influence zone based on the housing we hope to achieve for people who are in the future going to move next to an airport, full well knowing so. I just don't want those things to be a limiter to it. So if the outcome is not, then I'm okay with it. I think it's more of a qualitative prerequisite that we aren't limiting housing.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks, Mark. I'll go ahead and call on myself. I don't feel really strongly about this. I think David's point about this isn't a huge deal. It is a fairly, I think it's a good one in terms of I think the airport master plan, I think, is where the real work around this issue will happen. So I'm comfortable with Nicole's approach of not adding in anything because it didn't give it as much engagement, but I'm also fine with the staff recommendation, which seems to balance out the different issues as well. So either one of those is acceptable to me. The planning board one, I appreciate their intention, but is a little too specific for my taste. So I wonder if we might do a straw poll at this point, if that's all right with folks. I'm hearing maybe three things. One would be no language changes, and then another one no one's spoken up for, but I'll put out there the planning board language, and the third would be the staff's recommended language with the update that they put in the chat and read out loud. Do you want to say further before we move into that, Mark, and then Rachel?
No, just a question. Is the staff recommendation in lieu of the underlined language, or is it an additive to the underlined language? In other words, are they suggesting a paragraph that starts one, conduct a noise level study, a level of noise study, or does the staff recommendation simply contain the language, changes to the airport influence zone must be considered? I'm not sure.
It's additive.
Okay. Then, all right, then I will express my support for the full paragraph. I think it's a reasonable balance.
I had a question too, Aaron, which is just, is option number 1 rejecting the planning board and staff's language and just not adding anything? Is that what that one means? Just striking?
That's correct. And Kathleen, can you be clear about exactly, if we didn't take this up on this, what would the exact language of M16 then be?
Yes. Let me give me a second to pull it up. I lost all my my files when my computer shut down, but I'll have it in just a moment.
think that's an important clarification question. So why don't we just hold on a moment? I think that's,
Aaron, may I clarify what I was asking for though?
please.
So what I was basically saying was that whole M16 part, not including that, because that is the piece to me that feels like just didn't go through the engagement process that everything else in there went through. And the airport is a huge area, and it just this is I think one of the concerns I was bringing up a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about this is how can we make sure that the any amendments and changes go through a really thoughtful and thorough engagement process. And this to me is sort of an example of exactly what I was hoping we could try to avoid, where things are just kind of getting input from a specific set of the community where it's not as involved. And so for me, what I would love is just to strike out that M16 part.
Well, Nicole, to be clear, there's already an M16 in the plan. I believe you mean all the revisions to item M16.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought M16 was added between the 90% and the 100%. I thought this was new.
Yes, that's right. It is new. And so I think you're proposing, your amendment would be that we would remove M16 entirely from the plan.
That's right. Yeah.
And I will
Yes,
share, let's see, I wonder if it's possible for me to share my screen and I can show the full project in the document. So you could see all the language related to that project. Great, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Nicole, I had misunderstood what you were proposing before. Thanks for that.
It's okay. Yeah.
So planning board proposed language just to this key.
The gremlins are
The
back.
description. Oh, sorry. Zoom quit unexpected.
And I don't know, Kathleen, if you've got other stuff opened, it could be closing some other stuff might help.
Sorry.
Kathleen, it looks like you're mid-share, but it's not sharing. I'm going to stop what's sharing on your screen now, and then you can try it again. Oh, or not. There we go. All right, now you have a clean slate to try sharing again. Although we've also lost your camera, so your computer might just be fighting with Zoom. Maybe we could listen to Junie's question while we wait.
Yeah, I keep hoping that it'll just come right around. But yeah, it's Junie, would you like to chime in while we're waiting?
No, I think I want to wait to see the full language. I had a question about the comment made by Nicole, because when I was looking at the proposed change by staff and the language proposed by the planning board, they're practically the same. There's no real difference except for the should seek to minimize adverse impact. So I didn't see any difference between that.
There's Kathleen.
I will just say, Junie, that when we get the language back up, we'll look at it. But the planning board also said the specifics around zone 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the staff recommendation didn't call out those zone numbers specifically. So that was one other thing, I think. Yay! All right. So
Okay.
Kathleen,
Whew.
Can you zoom it? Because I can't see that.
Yes, I can. I hope I can. Let's see. Okay. So, I'm not sure when I got kicked off, but what I was trying to describe earlier is planning board. The planning board amendment was just to this key steps section. But there are, other descriptions. And let me know if I'm making you dizzy for this project.
got it. So it's a question of the key steps, not those first two columns. But to Nicole's point, when was this item M16 included?
After the 90% draft, between the 90% and the latest draft version of the plan. So it was not, this project was not included when the 90% draft was posted for community feedback.
Very good. Okay, so Nicole is proposing to strike M16 entirely. Good to understand that. And then can we please, to Junie's point, get up the two language versions again of the potential amendments to the key steps, and then we can move forward with a structural.
Let me see if I can actually do it so we don't have to go back and forth. So, so this is the planning board proposal.
It's not coming up.
Oh, it's not? Gosh. Let me try again.
There we go.
Okay.
So planning board was proposing amending key steps to this updated language. So that you can see in bold, Junie, to your point, that it talks about allowing expansions of zone 3 and 4, but not zone 1 or 2. And then Kathleen, if we can get the staff recommendation. So it replaces what was in bold for planning board with language that doesn't call out specific zones. And then has been further modified, the proposal. Kathleen, can you read the updated language one more time, please?
Yes. So the updated language is changes to the airport influence zone must consider and should seek to minimize adverse impacts to the goals of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan to establish the planned residential and mixed land uses identified in the plan.
Thank you. So,
Kathleen, if I may, Mayor, I just want to clarify as I see it, the only additional add to this is the and should seek to minimize adverse impacts. Is that right, Kathleen? Because everything else is the same.
Everything else is the same as what's in the text. Thanks, Maria. So, Junie, did that address your question? Or did you have an additional question?
No, I think it did. I think Nuria summed it up exactly how I thought I saw it. But I think maybe my question to Nicole, I'm trying to understand why. I think I did hear you, but I just want to understand it better. Why would you want to strike the entire thing? And from my understanding is that you're saying that it doesn't reflect the community outreach and input that we want. So I'm wondering, is there a way instead of striking it? Because I'm thinking that might be something that is necessary, this type of level of noise study. especially knowing that community members have been really upset a lot of times when it comes to, the noise around the airport. So I'm wondering, instead of striking it, is there a way we can find a balance where we can actually add the stuff that you would like, as opposed to striking it?
Well, and I think, Junie, you're kind of getting to the heart of why this is a little problematic for me. The people who show up in our council inboxes, and I do not mean to dismiss anybody's opinion who is taking time to write us. I genuinely appreciate that you do that. This is just for the folks that are not writing to us, right? We're not hearing from anybody else. And that's what I've so appreciated about this engagement process, is that it has been so inclusive. There have been so much outreach to groups that we may not typically hear from in our inboxes. And that's, for me, what's missing with this component. And I don't know if where we are is still a place where any more engagement can be done at this moment. And that's where I'm coming from. It seems like that ship has sailed. And so given that we haven't heard from other people, I don't know if the San Lazaro people were asked about airport noise, or the folks who are living over by the airport now, or anything like that, right? I hear that there was a group of airport users who were involved, which is wonderful. And there are more people that I think are potentially involved here, and that's where my concern is. And I think what Planning Board was raising was a direct concern that if the airport influence zone is changing, right, then that might limit future residential development that's planned. And so I think a way to kind of get at that, that's in line with Planning Board, would be to say something like, expansion of the airport influence zone will not curtail future residential development, or something like that. I think that would capture the spirit of what they're trying to get to. But my fundamental issue is just who wasn't there for that conversation. It just feels categorically different from the way that many of these other projects and things unfolded.
Thanks, Nicole. Mark, and then I'll call myself.
Yeah, I just think that the language we've got with the staff recommendation does not prohibit or govern anything. It simply sets out that if we conduct an analytical study of noise and it compels us to make a change to the influence zones, we have to do it by being mindful of the goals and objectives of the sub-community plan. It doesn't predetermine any particular outcome. If we're going to suggest that there are no conditions of any kind that would lead us to amend an influence zone, no matter what the level of noise or disruption might be involved, I don't think that's a very sound approach. And in terms of engagement, I mean, we kind of know that there are two groups of people. We have airport users who have one view. We have neighbors who have another view. I doubt that there's a hidden majority of people living near the airport who are delighted to have noise. I'm not sure there's another group out there that are advocates for more noise. So I'm pretty sure we've seen what's there. There are concerned neighbors, people who are very concerned with the operation of the airport and its noise. There are users who are not, and I think we've gotten a full sample of where people stand on this. And nothing we're doing tonight is going to fundamentally change anything. So I would go with the staff language, as it creates a real balance between various constituencies and various interests.
So Mark, I'm calling on myself and I got other people. I'm just going to speak again just because I had misunderstood Nicole's proposal before. And Nicole, your point about engagement is a good one. In general, I do feel like there's a value to having this M16 bullet point. And so I think airport noise is a universal irritant. How much it irritates you varies person to person, depending on your life circumstances. But so I feel like a noise study could be helpful. So I'll go with the staff recommendation. But I also, we got a lot more to talk about here, folks. So I'd love to get us to a straw poll so we could can figure out how we're moving forward. But Tara, Lauren, and Rachel.
I was just going to agree with Mark, so I will agree with Mark that noise is really annoying. And I can't imagine who close to an airport would not feel that way, especially people that don't mention it, that don't write to council. They're probably super aggravated. So I'm going to agree with Mark and Aaron on this.
Lauren and then Rachel.
I was thinking that maybe, while I think a noise study, it's always good to have more information. The thing that this to me says is that we'll look at restrictions on buildings. It doesn't say that we might also look at restrictions on the airport. And so maybe there's a way to make it more even by saying it could, we might increase the airport influence zone or take this into account in our airport master plan.
You can always direct it to the master plan. This is another possible option there that might boot it to a separate process that might be where this fundamentally belongs. Rachel?
I don't want to belabor the point. I appreciate Nicole's point. I do think we're going to get engagement on this through the master plan, so I'm not as worried about that component. I did really like Nicole's sort of last minute add-on about like just having some concrete language in there of what we're not trying to do, which is to inhibit housing here. So I might propose that we adopt whatever. She had some good language there. That was a sentence of, nothing in here is going to limit the amount of housing through this noise study, or I don't know, you said it better. I would propose maybe we counter a planning board with and tack that onto staff's language.
Okay, because planning board was very specific in terms of zone numbers, but we could saying instead have language that said that zones should not be changed to eliminate housing potential. Is that what you're saying? I didn't
like
quite
Nicole
catch
said
that.
it better than I'm remembering it. And I mean to add it to staff's language. I thought staff's language was just fine.
That is in the staff language already.
Well, it doesn't specifically say that we wouldn't allow the reduction in development housing potential. It doesn't say that specifically.
It doesn't say, yeah. Well, I guess the one issue that's a little difficult is, my understanding of what you do when you do a Part 150 study is you're doing something that's regulated by federal law, and there's a way of doing it under federal law, and anything that we do that is inconsistent with federal law is going to get preempted. So like stating an outcome is probably not a great idea when you're going into a process. But from what I understand about kind of the locations that we're talking about looking at in terms of if there would be an expansion of the airport influence zone, I don't think it's going to be regulatory in any significant way. And if John Kinney disagrees with what I just said, I ask you to correct anything that I just.
Dave, I don't disagree with anything you just said. I would just amplify that doing a Part 150 study or having an airport influence zone, you have two components. One is restriction of heights in the immediate corridor of arrivals and departures. So off the NZ to runway, potentially off the side if it's a corridor for helicopters. That's one aspect. And the other is disclosure. It doesn't preclude residential components.
Yeah. And we're done regulating the runway, and we're done regulating the takeoff and landing zones. That's already done. Those won't be expanded. So all we're really talking about is disclosure zones. When I kind of started, it's like, this isn't a super regulatory thing we're talking about. It's more about using the process appropriately that the federal government has laid out about how you look at these topics. So.
Well, that's really helpful to see here that we're both constrained by federal law, but also that there's not really a danger of this inhibiting residential development. It's just not.
I don't think it will.
So let me just, John, we're talking about tying this to the airport master plan, if we added language to the key steps to say something like, as part of the adoption of an updated airport master plan, conduct the noise study or what have you. Do you feel like that would be a reasonable route to take to shunt it in, kind of identify as part of that effort?
To conduct them simultaneously, yes.
And we'll just then have it to be under the umbrella of the updated master plan.
Correct. Two separate studies, and often they're just described as a master plan, part 150. So one is more of a inventory development, and the second part is the noise and compatibility with the community.
Got it. Okay, Nicole, and then I got a proposal.
Yeah, I think I'm just not understanding why this isn't just part of the airport master plan. Why is it in the East Boulder sub-community plan, and why not just, right? I mean, why are we putting it in here versus?
You know, I think really all it is we were just describing the next steps in the airport. And I think that through the community feedback with the pilot community, they were kind of saying, why aren't you saying what's going to happen with our community as well? So it was from that feedback that led to this. If you guys took it out, it's part of our work plan. All of this is part of our work plan, and we'll continue to do it. So if you were to say take it out or use the language that staff has proposed, I think that both transportation and mobility and planning and development services would be fine with either outcome.
Very good. So maybe I think we're going to be okay, kind of whatever path we take here. So, and I think in sort of two approaches, either one can work fine. So I'm going to ask for a straw poll, and the we don't have the exact language here, but I think option number one would be deleting M16 from the plan entirely. And we'll call option 2 planning board's exact language. And option 3 will be the staff recommended language, but I'll propose adding in at the beginning of that to say, as part of the airport master plan process, conduct a noise study, etc. So are people okay with those 3 options for a straw poll? Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads. So we'll start with removing M16 entirely from the plan. We get show of hands. All right, I got a couple, 3. We got three hands here. Second, we got planning board's exact language. Not seeing any takers for that. And then option 3 would be staff's recommended language with the addition of the language to say as part of the airport master plan process. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. There's about 5. Okay. Did somebody vote? Okay. So that looks like that got the majority there. So we'll move forward with that for this item. Kathleen, was that clear enough in terms of what that'll look like?
Yes, I think I've got the updated language for the key steps ready based on your feedback.
Great. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Rachel.
I know you're all excited.
Yeah, go back. Let's go backwards.
To go backwards, but I just want to understand something that I didn't see. So under, I think it was 7, 8, and 9, there were requests to change things from priority 2 to priority 1. And the staff feedback was consistent with the intent of the plan. And then there's language similar in all of these to prioritization of this program will require, and the program's community benefit, like revisiting, I think, expansion of community benefit, will require staff resourcing in the next 5 years. So I wanted to understand that better, because we're always hearing about how we don't have enough, really specifically planning board staff and resources. So if we say yes to planning board's changes here on 7, 8, 9, reprioritizing, will we hear say at a future retreat, well, you already said in the East Boulder subcommunity plan, do community benefits, and then maybe we want to look at middle income housing or something, and we've really locked ourselves in. So I just wanted to understand what that language exactly means.
Sure. So The way that the projects are prioritized in the plan, priority number one means we will work on addressing that in the next 5 years. And so by adding to that priority number one list, we need more resources to be able to take on all of the longer list of priority projects. As far as how that works with how you might consider work plan when it comes to retreat, I might look to Nuria to talk through that.
I mean, and I'm open to, I appreciate that, Kathleen. I think it will depend, right? I wish I had a better answer, but if we are staffed up, if we continue to get more, by the time that sort of first 5 year comes up, we may be in a different place with some of the projects. And I think it'll be conversations that we have continuously with what does that look like? Right now, it is on the work plan. If at the next council retreat, council says, you know what, we have completely different priorities and we want to prioritize that, then we will bring it back to council and say, but you had prioritized this and this is what we have. We'll have that candid conversation with you all, however we do. But it's hard to say what that's going to do unless we know concretely what are the other asks that may infringe on this particular commitment. David, am I right in that? Or
yeah, no, I agree completely with that, Nuria. And just one thing that, you know, the staff does look in terms of work planning. It looks at its sub-community plans and area plans quite closely. And we do use them to both guide our work planning efforts, budgetary efforts, regulatory efforts, all of those things. So to some extent, it is important. On the other side, plans are advisory in nature and the council's in charge of the budget. So you ultimately, you know, have the final say in how things will continue to be prioritized in future years.
Okay, thanks for that. I guess I'm a little bit worried, and if I'm understanding even what we're talking about here, like community benefit being the same thing we tried and failed on for the last 2 years is what we're talking about, relifting up and prioritizing. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's
so
correct,
I guess I'm probably not, I probably don't want to do these 3 recommendations by the planning board because I don't feel like we've had a robust conversation about like, this is a super top priority within this, even just within this sub-community plan, let alone the context of our whole work plan. So I probably would reject 7, 8, 9. Thanks.
Can you just, Rachel, call out real quick what the specific initiatives are? There are 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I don't even know if any of us are looking at the same documents anymore. I think what I'm looking at is change program H9 from a priority 2 to priority 1. That was number 7 in the, I guess, email that Kathleen sent out. Sorry. Number 8, change program B6 from a priority 2 to a priority 1. Number 9 was change program R8 from a priority 2 to a priority 1. And those would be those programs all, I think, and I hope Kathleen's going to correct me if I'm just getting this all wrong, but are describing updates to community benefit program, and planning board members prefer to prioritize these programs in the near term.
Okay, a perfectly reasonable proposal. Can I just put that to a straw poll to see if people agree with you? Do you want to? Is that all right, Rachel?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that was to me. Yeah, straw poll away.
Okay, great. So Rachel's proposed
sorry,
not accepting those 3 to keep them in priority 2 for work plan compatibility reasons. So Lauren, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I guess I agree with the concerns that Rachel brought up, but my sort of counter argument is also the community benefit for the commercial space is largely about trying to keep existing businesses. And to a certain extent, if that's not done, like that has to be done with on a certain timeline before redevelopment, or else there's not a lot of point in doing it. Because once you lose the businesses, then, so I don't know. That's just my 2 cents on that.
And a follow-up question to Kathleen is the second priority, what's the timeline for that one?
So it would be anticipated for the next 5 to 10 years. So we'd be looking at kind of 2027.
All right, so all in favor of Rachel's proposal to keep those as priority 2 rather than moving priority 1? We got 3, so it looks like, Rachel, there's not consensus on that one, so we'll stick with the planning board recommendation there.
Aaron, I just, mine is a neutral. Like, I really don't, I don't know. Could go either way.
Got it. Well, I guess I'm going to look at it as we need an affirmative majority to not take planning board up on the recommendation. If that's right. Do you want to change your vote though, Nicole? Would you?
Yeah, I don't think it matters, but I just don't know.
Yeah, fair point. Well, Nicole, while we're talking to you, do you have proposed language on the other one of those other non-substantive thing, the one that you and Lauren were addressing? Did you
Yeah,
want
let
to
me
put that
find it.
on the table?
Sorry, I put it in the chat. Let me find it. Use the West Valmont Park area as a pilot study for how the city can work with communities in the midst of change, helping them evolve such that the social infrastructure that has developed around unique place types can be sustained and thrive in the midst of change.
Lovely language. Kathleen, do you think that could work for that item?
So I think, really the intention behind the project that's described as the industrial land study was really about inventorying our industrial lands, understanding how they're being used and what the trends are and how that's changing, because we've gotten a lot of questions about that throughout this East Boulder sub-community planning process and even beyond when we look to areas that are zoned or have land use designations for industrial. So I think that this idea of a pilot project might be a separate project. So you may propose an amendment that this is a new project to the plan.
Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I think then I would propose this as an amendment, just to reflect what I think planning board was kind of getting at in their discussion. And what I
And
agree
would
with.
you send me that language either in the chat or via email, just so I can make sure I have the exact stuff?
So then I think what you're proposing, and Nicole, if I understand, is currently item number 3 from planning board was project D15 key steps should be edited as follows: develop scope and schedule for a pilot project using Belmont Park West. And I think instead you'd be saying add a new project D17 with the language that you proposed. Is that correct?
Yes, well, I think so. It sounds like, Kathleen, what you're saying is that others have talked about doing a citywide study of this industrial space use. And then what I think planning board was trying to elevate was doing a pilot study on how to maintain culture, like the language that I just sent you. So yes, I think it would have to be a separate thing.
Okay, sorry if I call for a straw poll on that one, Nicole, that proposal. Okay, so all in favor of shifting planning board's recommendation to a new D17 project with language that Nicole proposed, all in favor, raise your hand. Looks like we got 6 on that one, so that's clears the threshold to make that change. Okay, great. All right, I think we got one more planning board change to talk over here. All right, let's move on to that. We got one more about the job cap concept. Here, item number 5. So Kathleen, could we get that language up on there, please? The planning board proposal and the staff proposal.
Yes, let me. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes. So this is the planning board proposal.
And the staff recommended language is here.
All right, and proposed staff language. So we could have a long discussion, or if people kind of know which direction they want to go in, we could move pretty quickly to a straw poll on this. Does anybody want to comment, or shall I go to a straw poll?
Wait, don't go to a straw poll yet. Can somebody
Okay.
just explain the two things so in layman's language possibly? So that would be helpful.
All right, Kathleen, you want to give a quick summary of the differences?
Yes. So what planning board is proposing is that we study and offer a tool, a regulatory tool that would that would limit job growth in Flatiron Business Park specifically to a total of 5,000 jobs. And they came to that number because our overall projection for jobs in East Boulder is a little over 20,000. Today, the Flatiron Business Park exact number of jobs makes up 24% of the total number of jobs in East Boulder. And so 5,000 is approximately 24% of the projected number of jobs. So the reason that staff is proposing alternative language to that is, the jobs projections are really assumption based, and particularly when we're looking at really large areas like this. And so we don't want to necessarily create a tool that's based on this metric that there's a lot of kind of mathematic acrobatics that we do to get to those jobs numbers. And also our policy in the comp plan doesn't about the jobs to housing balance doesn't include strategies for capping job growth. And the planning board proposal is really indicating a cap for job growth for just the business park. And so the language that staff proposed is we will, of course, propose and model different options for code and zoning changes in that area so that we can understand how any regulatory tools that we may use in the future would impact or affect the jobs to housing balance, but that we would not include a cap in that proposal.
Enough, Tara? Okay, I've got Matt and then Ginny.
Thanks, Aaron. I think it's really inconsistent and borderline inappropriate for us to be creating tools to cap jobs in our community. I'll just be pretty clear on that. I mean, we live on having people have jobs. This is what economies are all about. So I don't see a need to have anything in there at all, to be honest, that even does any of this. It just doesn't seem to fit with any of what we're doing. It just doesn't seem appropriate. So I would just strike this out altogether. I could be convinced to put the staff recommendation in, but my preference is to leave this out. I don't think we need, if we want to talk about FAR, let's talk about FAR and its own application in zoning in its own areas, but I don't think we need to tie it to anything. So I'd say just strip it out.
Ginny and Rachel.
Thank you, Aaron. I completely agree, Matt. I just think I don't think that's appropriate to have a cap. It's not in line with any values that is about economic growth or economic vibrancy in a neighborhood or community. but actually I am looking at the document and I'm looking at for the ID number. When I saw on the screen earlier, I thought I saw D9 and I don't, is it D9?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. It just, yeah, and maybe that's part of the inconsistency because I was looking at D9 and I was thinking, okay, where does this fit in, this idea of a cap? And it doesn't fit anywhere in that itself. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Jeannie. Rachel?
Yeah, I would not favor capping jobs like at a job center, especially, you know, the location that we're talking about makes really little sense to me, but also, you know, we're at the 100%. So for this to get lifted up, you know, in the last week or 2 weeks, it's also like just I think something that didn't get well baked in, and you know, I think there's a theme for me with some of these recommendations, you know, getting at Nicole's engagement point, but also like what I was just saying with regard to lifting up community benefits at the last minute again. Like, I think that these are not 100%, you know, plan ideas. So I hope we can do a straw poll pretty soon on this. Thanks.
All right, so we move to a straw poll. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to support the staff recommendation on this. I mean, if we're proceeding with a document that's going to permit 20,000 new jobs, and Kathleen, I believe you suggested to us in a chart that we were going to, this could produce 5,000 new housing units. How do you proceed without having at least some reference to the jobs housing imbalance? We may not want to put a cap on anything, but to simply not recognize that situation and to say, you know, 20,000 jobs, 5,000 houses, that's not really going to cut it in terms of the jobs housing imbalance. So either we need to abandon that as a principle, or at least to give it a little bit of recognition here as we proceed forward. And again, this is the staff proposal is not a cap, but it's at least a recognition that we have to keep one eye on a problem that's been plaguing us for quite a long time. It doesn't say we're going to cap jobs. It doesn't say we're going to you know, restrict jobs, but you have to have at least some token acknowledgement that we have a problem here. Or let's get rid of the doctrine entirely and simply say it's laissez-faire. Let's build every housing unit we can, and let's get every job that we can, and we'll worry about infrastructure, traffic, and water at a later date. But let's at least be honest about it.
Thanks, Mark. Kathleen?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarifying comment that it's not 20,000 new jobs, it's 20,000 jobs overall. So that would be a growth of about 3,000, a little over 3,000 jobs.
Yeah. Okay, I think we got 3 options again. One is to not make any edits in this area. One is to take the planning board's suggested language, and one is to take the staff's suggested language. So if people are right, I'll go ahead and call for straw poll on that. Who would like to make no language changes in this area? All right, we got 5, 6 on that.
Can I just make sure I'm following? It's no, we're rejecting planning board with that one. No language changes, meaning not changing the planning boards.
Yeah, not taking planning board's recommendation, just leaving D9 as it is in the plan originally without any.
Thank you for clarifying that, Rachel.
Yeah, okay. My vote's
let's do that again. Okay, so option 1, not making any language changes to D9 whatsoever. Right, and now we're up to 7. So that passes. We won't do the other 2 options if you don't mind. So, okay, so we will not make any changes in this area. Okay, so that gets us through the planning board stuff. And now there's a question about whether people want to do extra things. And I do have one little one in mind, but well, hopefully we don't have 3 hours of additional amendments. But who wants to, anybody else want to chime in before I go back to my concept?
You seem excited, Aaron. You should do it.
Okay. All right. Let me just, sorry, I've been busy doing other things. So this was in, I believe, H1. Okay, so my suggestion is this is about that this is in policy H1 about the development of new housing in East Boulder. And this, the last sentence of that is opportunities for the development of housing in strategic locations will be supported through land use and zoning updates. And my proposal would be to say, however, the block north of Western Avenue, west of 55th and east of Range Street should not be rezoned to allow housing until or unless incompatible heavy industrial uses cross the railroad tracks are no longer present. Kathleen, that was a little quick. Did that come through? Okay, great. Comments on that? We got Matt and Rachel.
Aaron, thanks for bringing this modification. I brought this up at, I think, subsequent meetings on this issue, and I think that's an adequate way to resolve it while maintaining flexibility, which to me is so core to an area plan, is that it's flexible. We're not locking ourselves in, but we do have an incompatibility now, but that doesn't then force us into a particular direction 10, 20 years from now if there's a change of course. So thank you for that amendment. I support that in achieving the goals of flexibility and not forcing incompatibility into the zone right off the bat.
Thanks, Matt. Rachel and Nicole.
I generally like it. Okay. I think it's kind of also a last minute lift. And, I feel like we got this from a particular kind of side. And I guess I would just be a little bit concerned about like preferential, I don't know, treatment or dealings, or just, kind of like Nicole said earlier, who didn't we hear from on this? So, so it makes sense, but I have concerns about it, and I don't know quite how to reconcile those. And it seemed like when we toured and looked at the maps, like Conestoga is really being activated in sort of a highlight street, and it dead ends into this area. So I don't know how much in staff's or the plans or the people who did participate mind's eyes, like housing right there was a great feature. I feel like it's last minute, and I wish I had more information. I don't want people living right across, right next to railroad tracks and across from industrial waste. So it seems like we shouldn't allow that even without this amendment, though. So that's maybe just a bigger question, like why would we ever put housing in some of the places that we're trying to protect tonight, airport noise or next to railroad tracks and in line of sight of 24-hour lighting and industry. So I don't know how I'm going to vote yet. I see both sides, I guess.
Fair enough. Junie got kicked out and is in the attendee list. Can we get her promoted back in as a panelist, please? I'll just get a moment to get through that.
Yep, working on that now.
All right, Ginny's back. Welcome back, Ginny. Okay, we got Nicole, Tara, and I'll just throw in one quick comment after that.
Yeah, I'm just in a similar spot with Rachel. This just feels like another thing where we're not hearing from folks. I think staff looked into this issue pretty substantially. I think there's some design features that are there, like trees and setbacks and things like that, that should still make it a pretty nice place to live. And I do expect that people who would be moving into whatever housing is put there know what they're moving into, and that it's been designed well enough that it's yeah, that's something that they would still enjoy, that being part of our community overrides having a loading dock. I don't even know how far away it is, but I know there's trees and stuff in the meantime. And I would just say, as just a personal story, my office looks out over a parking lot and the roof of industrial buildings. And beyond that is the most spectacular view of the Front Range that you will find pretty much anywhere in town. And when people come into my office, the first thing they say is, "Oh my gosh, what an extraordinary view. You are so lucky to be able to look at this every day." And I say, "Oh, the parking lot?" They say, "No, the Front Range." So I think it's without hearing from those people, it's really hard for us to make decisions about what people will and will not like being around. As long as there is no safety issue, which I don't expect there is, given all the time that went into this, it does feel like something for me, I would prefer not to limit what would go there.
Thanks, Cole. Tara, and I'll call myself then Mark.
Well, I have my own little fun anecdote. I stayed at, I was at this apartment, I won't mention it, but it was right next to a parking lot which kept its lights on all night. So then I didn't even know if it was day or night. And I didn't sleep for like 6 months. I couldn't figure out what time it was. Not only that, but at 4:30 in the morning, the truck started coming. So what I thought would be a super fun time was the worst 6 months. And what I mean by that is sometimes people say, "Oh yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be great." But then they get in and they start complaining and they make it, miserable for the places that are already there. And I just want to say that if any of us have had experience on some of the times when the community, I'll give you another example of people complaining who live near Chautauqua that there's music on the weekends. Okay, well, Chautauqua was there before you, but that doesn't stop the people from complaining. And so in a sense, I feel like we're protecting people by having these by saying, no, we're not going to build housing over there, from saying they're all excited about it. And then once they do it, they're really not excited about it. And then they start writing letters to us. So I would say that until you've experienced the 24-hour lights on and the early morning trucks, it's totally a big bummer. But my question is more, what if there are other places besides just this particular street where that is happening? Are you saying that this is the only place and everybody knows that? Or could there be another company that has like early morning trucks and lights on all night and lots of noise? Or is this surely the only one? Because I would be worried about that for community members. And the last thing I want to say is, we all dream about having a Soho, but it's not that easy to live on top of a factory or nightclub or whatever it is. It sounds, really exotic, but it isn't really fun once you do it. So that's my thoughts. Plus, I'm also curious if that is the only company that has that issue. I think it would be good to know that.
Thanks for that, Tara. So I'm going to call myself here. Sorry to double dip, but I just wanted to respond real quickly. Also, I didn't give credit here. I started out in a similar place to both where Rachel and Nicole were articulating. And actually, it was Junie's hotline post that was very eloquently written last week that tipped me over the line to proposing this about a concern for future residents rather than special treatment for existing uses. So that's where that's coming from. The uses across the railroad tracks listed 24-hour manufacturing, 24-hour safety lighting, tanker and delivery trucks throughout the night, overhead paging systems. And so anyway, that Junie's point seemed to be a good one to me, that it might not be the best place to live next to while those uses exist. But however the will of council is fine. Mark and then Junie.
First, I'm supportive of Aaron's language. No, we may not be catching every situation that is similar, but we have a planning department. We have other council meetings to decide how to deal with that. But this one exists. I thank Junie for picking it up in our hotline, and we really ought to address it. My second comment is, and it's a procedural one, did our prior decision to take on this conversation earlier obviate the need to extend the meeting after 11 o'clock?
No, it did not obviate that, Mark. No, we did a motion. We had a motion to extend the meeting. We took take care of it.
Okay, very good.
Thanks for checking that. Junie and then Nicole.
I was gonna ask Mark if you're sleepwalking. But so here's the thing. I think I agree with the comments made by Tara. And you all know I'm a big proponent of housing, but nonetheless, I'm a proponent of housing, affordable housing done right. And we know often we hear affordable housing for working class people tend to be next to the highway. And I understand this idea that we want more housing, but we want desirable housing. It is undesirable to build housing next to a pharmaceutical industry, factory. So, you know, and I don't think any one of you, no matter how, what's the word, goodwill you are, you want to live next to a pharma plant, you know? So I think the idea too, and I think maybe a question for staff as well, is that if you don't build housing in that area, can you build something else, right? Because I'm sure there's going to be a need for other type of infrastructure. So maybe instead of putting housing there, we can consider other things to put there, so that it doesn't have to be housing, just to take care of that. I think, you know, when we think of housing for people who are working class people, we have to take into consideration these things. You know, is it truly safe to live next to a 24-hour traffic, trucks coming and going? And also there are other concerns, and these concerns did not come from me. I know Aaron gave me credit. It came from other community members as well. So I think these things are things that we have to take into account when we're creating housing for people. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Thanks, Junie, and now Nicole and then Rachel.
Yeah, Junie, I absolutely hear what you're saying, and I think what I'm thinking of in this decision is that right now we have people living on the street. We have people living out of their cars. We have people living in some pretty unsafe situations right now because we don't have enough housing. And so I think what I would ask us to consider is that, you know, if we're really opposed to putting housing in this location, where are we going to get it back? Where can we put it back into the plan? Because not everybody has sort of the ability to live in a nice neighborhood. And I think until our society changes and some of the raging income inequality that we have goes away, people need roofs. They need places to live. And if you were asking me to choose between living with my kids in my car or living across from a pharma plant, I would choose the pharma plant so that they had a stable place to live. And so that's what I'm thinking of. So I hear we should not be putting lower income people in the worst housing in our community. Absolutely. And we also need more housing to meet the great need that we have here.
Thanks, Nicole, Rachel, Lauren, and Matt.
Yeah, I was just going to share after Junie sent our hotline post, I did ask Kathleen for some rough numbers, and what she shared with me was, you know, if we adopted this, it would reduce the planned residential square footage by approximately 200,000 square feet, or about 180 housing units, assumption being 1,100 square feet per unit. It would increase the overall amount of space available for industrial or office use by the same amount, increasing projected job numbers by approximately 600 jobs. Those are very rough calculations. So I think the goal of our plan, again, is not being super well reflected in this change, which feels last minute. And I appreciate Nicole's point. What I was thinking about was like commuters. And so, you know, if we're thinking about, you know, where somebody has to live, if they've got a wall of trees and then railroad tracks and, you know, the pharmacy or the industry behind that, you know, might they just prefer to pull down, you know, blackout shades at night and walk to work the next morning? I think that a lot of people probably would. And again, we didn't ask them. Like for me, this feedback came from the industry side, not the people who might benefit from the housing. So I don't feel like we did great outreach. I have lived in a lot of different housing varieties, and including some that have been loud or bright. And mixed use means that there's going to be some of that, and some people are going to opt into living where there's a more of a pulse and it's not suburban. So I think that's, I remember campaigning and talking about like this, this could be a cool meat packing district kind of situation in East Boulder. And I think this is kind of part of that. And it's just not going to be suburbia, what we're going for here, I think. So thanks.
All right, Lauren, Matt, and Mark.
Thanks, Aaron. I've gone back and forth on this one a lot, but I think that for me, while I do think that we want to protect people who might be unaware of a situation that they're getting into, I do think that if you are moving into East Boulder, you at least have some idea of where you're moving to. And I also think that saying that we're not going to have housing in a particular area precludes any ability for creative design solutions that might mitigate our concerns. For instance, we've talked about having live-work units, and that those are often stacked horizontally, but there's nothing to say they couldn't be, those are often stacked vertically, but it could be horizontal. And you could have the work portion be the portion that's next to this industrial zone, and therefore that is protecting the residential unit from the adverse effects. But if it's on a shared property, it's going to have, the whole lot is going to be zoned a particular way. So I think that I do want to see the flexibility that this plan has laid out and encouraged. And I think that it is a unique type of living that we're not seeing in other parts of Boulder, but it seems like the community engagement has suggested that we want that.
Okay, thanks, Matt, Mark. Maybe we can take a vote on this.
I'm hearing that there's somehow that based on Aaron's proposed amendment, that this is a binary, that there shall never be housing. That's not what it is. It's that it's not compatible now. And if the use of that area at Cordon Pharma changes, then that becomes a much more applicable environment from which housing can be made. And the other real issue is, well, where do we make it up from? Well, we have issues with height there as well. We have areas that are capped at a reasonably, surprisingly low height, given its location in Boulder and its related uses. I believe the height's capped around 40 or 44 feet, if I'm not mistaken, in some of those areas. And so we can gain some of that housing by allowing up to sort of our maximum building height allowed in other areas where we have housing already slated. And so I think we have some flexibility there, but this isn't a permanent preclusion to housing. It's just saying it's not ready for housing now. And I think that's okay to maintain flexibility down the road. And keeping in mind, it's not going to be developed tomorrow. It's going to be developed a long time. It's a matter of, we have to decide two things. One, what is the maximum flexibility we want to allow councils 20, 30 years from now, but also dealing with the realities of today. And the realities of today are that it's just not compatible. So let's keep that flexibility and just acknowledge that right now is not the right place for housing to get started. And we can make up for that in other areas based on some of our other zoning discussions and land use that we have coming up.
So, Mark.
I agree with Matt's interpretation that, this is not forever. This is for now. It's for certainly the near future, maybe a longer term into the future, but it's not forever. Creating maximum housing is a value, but it's not the only value. Creating safe, clean, useful housing is also something that we're responsible for. And simply saying that it may be lower cost housing so people will want it is a slippery slope that ends up with a slum. And I know we don't want to create slums simply because they're going to be less expensive and therefore more attractive. to people of lesser income. I just think we need to set conditions where the housing we create is good housing for most people. And I don't think living across from a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility and having to, pull down shades in order to live there, or do triple pane windows because you don't want to hear truck noise. I've lived through a lot of that in New York City, and that's not good housing. My first apartment there, my first 1-bedroom apartment, my living room looked 8 feet into an air shaft. Delightful. I couldn't tell what time of the day or what season it was. And I did that because I could afford that. But that doesn't mean we should promote that kind of housing. We can do it, but I don't think that reflects our values. So I think Aaron's proposed language doesn't cut us off from future possibilities there, but it simply recognizes that it's inappropriate now to use that space for residential development.
I'm enjoying this session of the worst housing I've ever lived in from the city council tonight. It's entertaining. Rachel, then maybe we can wrap up.
Yeah, I will try and wrap it up. I just want, and I mean, the part of the point though is all of us were living in houses in the cities we wanted to be in, and that's what we're trying to do here as a city council is help people to live in the city where they work or exist. But I wanted, before we vote, I see I'm on the losing side of this already, but to invite Kathleen, who spent more time looking at all these streets, and staff planned this, and like I visited twice. So I don't feel like I'm the expert here. I just wanted to make sure Kathleen doesn't have any thoughts to share that might influence the language or anything. So if I could invite Kathleen to chime in if she wants.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I do think that we really tried to plan for and look at this area, which is south of the tracks, comprehensively, and put together a recommendation for future land use that would be flexible, but would also really increase the amount of housing that's in this area. And this area in particular is that area that we are proposing to be mixed use transit oriented development. And so housing is a key component of that. But yes, I've been out to the site even earlier today, and the Corden Pharma campus, there is a constant hum that comes from that facility. It is, you can hear it, but there are other noises and things that go on in industrial neighborhoods that are maybe different than other neighborhoods in Boulder that include residential. But I think the plan proposes this new type of land use and this new type of living where we're integrating these uses and looking for folks who would be interested in living in these kind of differently activated neighborhoods. So I'm not sure if that's helpful, but
I appreciate
some thoughts.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, well, I appreciate the discussion. I think everybody's made great points. So whatever the will of council is fine, but I'll just go ahead and call for a straw poll here on this. So I had an amendment that I put out on the table before. All those in favor of adding that amendment into the plan, please raise your hand. We got 5. Let's see. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay, so looks like that was bare majority. Wait, Matt, what's that? 6? Was it 6? 1, 2, 3, 6. 6 was 6. Okay, great. Thanks. I'm a little tired. I'm losing the ability to count. All right, appreciate the discussion, everybody, on that. Does anyone else want to offer any other amendments to the plan? Nicole?
Yeah, I think since we just talked about taking out a couple hundred housing units, I am just wondering if there is any place that we could propose a modification to put in some more housing units.
You're very welcome to put a proposal on the table.
Kathleen, could I ask you if there are any other spots that you all were eyeing as places that could potentially take some housing?
I think that through engagement and our work with the working group, the areas that have been considered and vetted for appropriate for housing have gone through a pretty robust process. So adding new areas to that was considered after the 60% draft, and we brought that out to community and the working group and proposed some particular locations like south of Pearl Street. And the feedback on kind of expanding the areas of change from the community was that there really wasn't support for that. They wanted to maintain a significant amount of business and industrial space. So I don't know that I would propose adding an area of change or identifying a new space for housing, but we may consider modifying how the place types are applied and look at some of the denser place types for the areas of change that have already kind of gone through that process. That might be an option.
Okay, yeah, I think the one that I'm particularly interested in is Sterling Circle, that's in between San Lazaro, which we would hopefully annex, and the dog park. It feels like that would be a really cool place for housing, and might also help bring the San Lazaro community into other things there, but it doesn't sound like that. Was that one considered at all, or?
Yeah, that's been considered as part of the process and just was one of the areas that did not move forward as an area of change.
Okay. I know that Boulder likes dogs, so maybe just as a place to propose, I would like to propose that we consider putting housing in that Sterling Circle area to connect San Lazaro and the dog park and the rest of the community.
I'm certainly open to it. Nicole, I think we probably need something a little more specific than add housing. Because we have the different.
Sorry, you're asking my brain to work much later than it usually does. So
you would be, sorry, I think I can help a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
You would be proposing a land use change of Sterling Circle from light industrial to something else. So it would be
yes.
a mixed use industrial, or if you wanted residential without the mixed use category.
I think maybe the one that we just took away, can we put that back at Sterling Circle? Does that work? Is that the
it's not a great exchange, because the one we took away was the mixed use transit oriented development, and so it's really connected to that multimodal hub.
Okay. Yeah, maybe the mixed use industrial. I'm going to let some of my colleagues who are more familiar with land use and zoning chime in.
All right, we got Matt, Mark, and Rachel queued up.
Well, your segue, Nicole, I am not a land use expert, so I have to pass on being able to provide expertise on which the right prescriptive one for that is. I'm certainly open to that recommendation, Nicole, about Sterling Circle. I will also come back to a point I made earlier is we already have very well vetted areas that are ripe for housing that have gone through that process. And I would say just giving them and maybe stating in their way to achieve the housing is that we would encourage or be open, something that says we would like to or be open to getting that height up to 55 feet in some of those areas to accommodate some of that lost housing that was sort of on Western. And that way it's in an area that's already well vetted. The place type already has a fair amount of verticality, but is already based on a cap of, I believe, 40 or 44 feet, something like that. I defer to Kathleen on what those heights are, but I do remember it wasn't up to our cap. And it's out east. It's not really blocking anybody or anything other than the smokestacks out at Valmont. So at the end of the day, I think that might be a way to achieve it without creating a whole new space, but I'm certainly open to the Sterling idea as well. But maybe it's a combination of the two and it's not an either or, but an and.
Mark and then Rachel.
Yeah, first of all, plans can be amended. And I think we're at a point where we're trying to rewrite this plan, which has been fairly well vetted at midnight when we're all dying to get to sleep. I just think there's something inherently defective about our efforts to do so at the moment. I voted for Aaron's language because it's fairly simple and it's not, it doesn't take the land out of residential use forever. But trying to now rewrite the plan at this time of night is the kind of thing we were always complaining about, the inappropriateness and the difficulty. I mean, because Nicole's ideas may be great, I don't know, but trying to do it on the fly at this time of night, I would rather come back to this entire subject at a later time. If we're going to pass the plan in some fashion, we can amend it. If we do enough study and we find that there are height amendments we can do in one area, or find another area to develop residentially, we can do that. This is not the tablets from the mount. It's a plan. It's a large airplane view of what we're going to do with this area. It's not every last detail. And again, trying to fix every defect at midnight to me is just highly unproductive. Will of counsel, of course, will prevail, but I think we're starting to see the effects of the late night on all of us. I'm actually quite amazed I'm getting out a coherent sentence or two, and I may be wrong about that. So those are my comments.
Let's have a quick straw poll on whether that was a coherent sentence or not. Let's have it now. Just kidding. Rachel and then Jean.
Speak for yourself, Mark. I got a little pissed off in that last round, and so I've got a good second wind here. I'm wide awake. Don't worry about me. So I want to just reiterate this is a years-long process. It was methodical. It was chock full of engagement, and it's a lot of different moving parts that all fit together. So what I heard from Kathleen is the reason housing worked there is because it was, in that spot, which is in a transit corridor and being activated and all sorts of good things. So we can't just throw a dart and be like, let's put some more housing somewhere. And we haven't done engagement. We don't know. I mean, I trust and respect all of you, but we don't know what we're talking about we weren't on that work group. We are not staff who've been in the weeds on this for years. So I think we ought not to have tinkered the last thing that we just did. We took away 188 housing units. I think that was foolhardy, but we did that. I think we stopped the bleeding and say, we did that. That's a bummer, but this plan is all interrelated and I just don't think we can fix it. So perhaps planning board will reject that. I don't know, but for now, I think for us, I think we maybe just stop the flow and say that that's a bummer. I appreciate the idea though. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. I'll just say there were a couple of other areas that I had hoped to get additional housing in earlier in the process and had requested that there be engagement and changes about this a few months ago, but they were turned down in terms of staff recommendations. So anyway.
I hear everybody's comments and I can just withdraw that, and it'll be interesting to see what planning board has to say about it, since we'll go back and forth a little bit. So apologies for the extra 5 minutes of sleep that I took from everybody in a desperate attempt to try to recover some lost housing.
I appreciate the spirit in which it was offered, Nicole. Okay, do we have any other items people want to throw out there? We got Lauren.
Thank you. So I had two fairly, I think, well, start with one minor one. So one of the things that I've been concerned about with this plan is maintaining sort of affordable industrial space for people. I think that there's a lot of ways and policies that are in place that attempt to do that, and I just wanted to strengthen one of them a little bit. And I will copy this into the chat as I read it, so you can also read it yourself. So policy B1, commercial redevelopment in East, or is that commercial redevelopment in East Boulder should strive to incorporate, and this is the part that I added, the city will pursue strategies to incentivize the incorporation of ground floor spaces suited to small businesses, shared business space, mixing of business uses to cater to customers with a mix of income, and the retention of existing industrial space. So basically, just as we look for zoning, as we move forward, I just want to make sure that we're not just saying that the commercial redevelopment should do these things. We're also going to try and look at creating policies that help encourage these things.
Thanks for that, Lauren. Kathleen, do you feel like that language is consistent with the outreach we've done in the plan as a whole?
Yes.
I'm happy to just call for a straw poll on that proposed language, unless people would like to offer additional comments. Tara's raising a physical hand rather than a virtual hand. Oh, she just likes it. Okay. So right, I just see if call for a vote on whether people like that or not. All right. All in favor of that updated language? I'm seeing looks like everybody. Ginny, did you vote for it? Okay, so not Ginny.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't fully understand where that was going, Lauren. So can I abstain? Thank you.
That's totally fine. Okay, but it sounds like we got majority support for that change. Did you have another one, Lauren?
I did have one other one. So this one is a little bit more controversial. So one of the things we've talked about is green infrastructure and policy R7. And again, I'll copy this in. Policy R7 talks about kind of green infrastructure, particularly around stormwater. And one of the things that the city, in other cities, I've seen a lot of different kinds of stormwater management. You know, in Seattle, it's really common to use right-of-way area. Louisville allows underground stormwater retention in a way that the city doesn't. So there are different ways that we could be dealing with stormwater. And since this is an industrial area with a lot of paved surfaces in a floodplain, I think I would like to propose that we offer a wider or at least sort of hold the door open for the possibility of pilot projects that might do more than what we typically do. And I know that the design and construction standards typically don't allow for that, but I was hoping maybe I could slide this into the plan and we could kind of like save some space for potential creative solutions on these fronts. So the main thing that I've changed here is the biggest part is the last sentence about the green infrastructure, low impact development projects, pilot projects, potentially including underground right-of-way or adjacent properties if it provides added benefit.
Do you have that language could you put in the chat like you did?
I did.
Oh, it's already there.
Yes.
How much of that language is changed from the original?
Let's see. So there are two words that are sort of changed up higher. So the city's design and construction standards require the implementation of green infrastructure where feasible, based on the potential to infiltrate stormwater runoff. I was going to pull out on site and substitute locally, because I'm sort of suggesting you might combine properties or do something creative there, or the right of way is not technically on site. The city will support designers and development teams in implementing effective, and here I was going to take out site and just have appropriate stormwater control measures for East Boulder through the development of local guidelines for design, construction, and maintenance, and collaboration on green infrastructure / low impact development pilot projects. And then the last from there to the end, I've added.
Can you just read that, please?
Potentially including underground, right-of-way, or adjacent properties if it provides added benefit.
Thanks for that, Lauren. Kathleen, do you feel like that is consistent with the overall direction of the plan?
I'm looking to see if Hella does look like she's here. I know, Hella, you took a look at this concept earlier, and I just want to make sure you could describe any concerns that you highlighted about the language.
Well, I could maybe try a little bit, and I know that Charles Farrow is on as well, so he might want to add a little bit to this. And I am moving a little bit out towards into engineering, but I can think of a lot of instances where we've done all of the things that are in this list. So to some extent, and sometimes we do it through modifications to the design and construction standards. Frankly, I would, if you were to go with this kind of language, I would delete that if it provides added benefit, because we have done offsite improvements for stormwater stuff where it's just addressing the need for stormwater management in a responsible way. And we do it through easements or whatever. We've done stuff we've done stormwater management in the right of way. We've done storm scepter systems, which are basically underground detention ponds. So it's what we do now anyway. But I don't have a problem with the language. I would delete the provides benefits, because a lot of these, it's really about dealing with stormwater in a responsible way. And then I guess to make things a little more complicated, we have state stormwater discharge permits. So we're also pretty heavily regulated by the state. So you have to take that into account as well. And I don't know, Charles, if you wanted to add anything.
No, that's very well said, David, and I appreciate that. And I do agree that removing that language about where it allows for benefit, I think that would be helpful.
I fully support that change to my amendment.
Great. And Lauren, what you pasted in the chat wasn't exactly what you read out.
Yeah, it didn't. It took out my crossed out words. I'll edit it real quick.
Oh, good. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind putting in an updated version that includes that change that David just suggested.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nicole, you can comment on that?
Sort of. It's more just a question. My brain is so tired right now. I'm really having trouble tracking what people are saying. And I just want to understand that what Lauren is proposing is backed by staff, and staff also thinks this would be reasonable and a good thing that we could move forward with.
I think it's consistent with the plan and consistent with Boulder's environmental values and consistent with how we are implementing a lot of these issues around green infrastructure.
Okay, and it seems feasible, and it doesn't seem like we're adding a bunch of new stuff, like adding new housing at Sterling Circle or something like that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have enough to make a decision.
Thanks for clarifying, Nicole. Tara?
David, I'm very tired. Did you say consistent or inconsistent?
It's consistent with, I think it's consistent with community values and the intent of the plan.
I think Lauren, you put that back in. Did you put that in chat? So I just want staff to take a quick look at that as well.
Yeah, so Lauren put in revised language based on David's feedback.
Yeah, I think that language is fine from the staff perspective.
Very good. Okay. So maybe can I call for a straw poll on this updated language that's being proposed here?
Mayor, do we need to read the whole thing for community since they can't see the revised chat?
It's a good idea. Lauren, do you want to go ahead and read that real quick?
Yes. Policy R7, the city's design and construction standards require the implementation of green infrastructure where feasible, based on the potential to infiltrate stormwater runoff locally. The city will support designers and development teams in implementing effective and appropriate stormwater control measures for East Boulder through the development of local guidelines for design, construction, and maintenance, and collaboration on green infrastructure / low impact development pilot projects, potentially including underground, right-of-way, or adjacent properties.
It's good to get that on the record. So all in favor of using that updated language for policy R7 as proposed by Lauren. So I got 8.5, I think. Unless Junior, are you all the way up? Okay, she's all the way up. So that's 9. Yes, that's unanimous. Lauren, do you have 17 more of these or?
No, I cut my 4 other ones. We're good. I'm good.
All right. Well, hopefully we can wrap up. But if somebody really had some burning thing in their pocket that they had to bring up, you speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. Seeing none, then I think we've worked all the way through planning board's items and council proposed items. And so somebody could make a motion if they would like to. I do have a list of what I understand to be will of council on the various amendments. Can I list those? Would that work for folks to see if their understanding is the same? So, all right, I got a thumbs up. And Kathleen, keep me honest here. I may have gotten something wrong. But what I heard in kind of rough chronological order, that there's the change on planning board's items number 13 about project D15 key steps, to move that from a change to key steps to a new project D17, as Nicole suggested. That planning board items number 1 about the airport influence zone, that the decision was made to take staff's recommended language, and specifically the updated recommended language they presented here tonight. That on planning board item number 5, which was about the Flatiron office park and the number of jobs, this decision was made to not alter the plan text at all in that area. So leave it as the original text of the plan. That there was updated language on H1 added about the area north of Western Avenue, west of 55th Street. That policy B1 was updated per Lauren's suggestion about I'm sorry, what's the short summary of that one, Lauren? About the commercial areas and reuse and.
Yeah, putting a stronger emphasis on creating or maintaining affordable commercial industrial space.
Thanks for that. And then Lauren's updated language on R7 around stormwater detection, not necessarily being on site, but local. Did I miss anything? There were a couple other proposals that I don't think got majority support. Does that all sound right? Everybody's looking at me blankly. I did my best.
Aaron, I'm having a hard time not sort of seeing it. I think my brain needs that extra support right now. So if you're really asking for us to kind of make sure that everything is there, I feel like I would need to see whatever it is that you're reading from. But I apologize for that. I'm just not able to hold all that information right now.
Yeah, I'll second that. I wasn't writing down as we went, so I wasn't tracking what passed and failed and what all we considered. So I don't think I'm accountable for.
Basically, you know, if there was something that you proposed that I missed, let me know.
Did you say, oh, you're asking?
Yeah. So here's my, I mean, the notes are the notes. They're not, so this was the list of things that I read out, and who, for those that where they were proposed by individual council members, it has a name on it, and for those that were about planning board's items, it just mentions planning board. So, if somebody would like to make a motion.
I would like to motion to enact the East Boulder subcommunity plan with the proposed amended changes. To accept.
Great. And do we need an intermediate step of the with the planning board recommended changes except as modified by this list of updates?
That makes sense to me.
Sorry.
I would like to move that we accept the updated East Boulder subcommunity plan with planning board's changes except as amended in our list, along with the amended changes we discussed during this meeting.
Thank you. Anybody want a second? Second. A motion by Lauren, a second by Matt. Does anybody want to offer any last thoughts? I mean, it's still early, right? We could talk about this for another couple hours.
Where's the water park?
Teresa, you popped up. I just want to make sure that that passes legal muster. You're good?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for checking on that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll just go ahead and call for a vote. Is this, Alicia, is this a show of hands or a roll call?
If we're adopting the East Boulder subcommunity plan, sir, it needs to be a roll call.
Please do us a roll call then.
All right. We will start this with Councilmember Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
And Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Mayor, as amended, the East Boulder subcommunity plan is adopted.
All right. Well, it was a little grueling here for the last couple of hours, but this is a landmark moment. This is years of work by the staff and community to put together, I think, what is a fantastic plan that's going to serve our community well for decades. So huge thanks, Kathleen, to the whole team who's worked on this so hard, to Planning Board for all their consideration, to the East Boulder Working Group. I mean, so many people had their hands on this, and it shows in the quality of the results. So huge kudos and huge thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Brackett. We appreciate the kind words.
Any other final comments on this one? All right, and I apologize, everybody, that it's so late and that we didn't time manage any better than that. I'll take some responsibility there. So my apologies. Speaking of it being late, Nuria, do you think, is it possible to maybe get a hotline update on our current COVID situation? We could follow up with questions or comments next week as needed.
We certainly can, and I'll just note that Pam has been waiting in the wings and prepared, but we know that it's been late, and we will do that. We will follow up with a hotline post and let you all know what we were thinking about on COVID.
Junie. Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, I do have a comment. I don't know if it's the right time. We used to get these updates from Boulder County Public Health, and it just stopped. And I don't remember that we chose to stop it as a council, but I'm wondering, will we get such an update again now that we are back online and it seems that cases are rising up? I understand you mentioned you will do a hotline post, but I'm thinking, can we hear from the experts?
Absolutely. We did reach out and we'll continue to reach out. It was a little last minute as we shifted to medium just last week. So we certainly plan to do that. I will say, though, that Boulder County Public Health too has shifted a little bit their work as they've been coming as COVID has subsided. And so we'll just make sure that we plan with them. But I know, and I want to acknowledge that Pam did reach out to them, and we will, as they have availability, bring them forward to council when we need to, when the circumstances allow. And it seems like shifts like these are some that we would like to hear from them. So.
Well, deep apologies to Pam. I hadn't realized you'd been waiting this whole time for this, but I think it might be the most merciful thing for all of us to let it go for tonight. And look forward to your analysis via hotline. Okay. Any other final thoughts here before we finish up the meeting? All right, everybody's looking so cheerful. Okay, well, thanks everybody for a very thorough vetting of a lot of important topics, and we'll go ahead and gavel the meeting closed at 12:22 a.m. Take care.